Chapter 701 Sunheart Rune Tattoo Eye. Beads of sweat rolled down Alex's temples, tracing along his jaw before threatening to drip directly onto the rune scroll upon which he was painstakingly working. Fortunately, each time it happened, Alex reacted quickly enough to wipe the sweat away with the sleeve of his robe before it could ruin the inscription. Not once did his concentration falter as he completed yet another grueling 30-minute session of emotional energy inscription. 30 minutes of work, followed by 3 entire hours of rest simply to recover from the resulting mental exhaustion. Step by painstaking step, Alex slowly progressed towards completing an extraordinarily complex rune tattoo, one that had not been designed for a human, nor even an animal, but for a plant. A young shoot, no less. Truthfully, he was not even entirely certain that what he was creating could still properly be called a tattoo. Still, this detail hardly mattered. After more than a week of relentless effort, Alex stood upon the verge of finally completing his newest creation. Only one final session remained. After resting beneath Lord Bonsai's canopy for roughly 2 hours, Alex eventually returned to the outside world, reappearing within his makeshift laboratory and secluded workroom inside the Fortuna mansion. As he stepped out of his room, Alex noticed that the mansion itself felt unusually quiet. However, he knew full well that this apparent calm was deceptive. In reality, the company as a whole was currently a complete beehive of activity. Kavakin, Mogul, and Mordor had already reorganized the raiding party before joining forces with the Battlebane Guild to form the official task force responsible for clearing nearby monster nests under the subjugation contract issued by Bloodiron's administrative office. They were accompanied by Senu, Fawn, and Dread, all of whom were continuing to train and develop their ruler instincts and authority. Speaking of the city administration office, Zora and Crone Belloc were currently focused on building a relationship with the city's governing authorities. Although Alex had already made it clear that Fortuna would eventually be leaving Bloodiron, there was still value in maintaining ties with the city's center of power. Even after their departure, Fortuna would undoubtedly continue holding interests within the region. As such, establishing influence within the city remained a worthwhile investment. That said, this was merely a secondary objective. The true purpose behind the arrangement was actually to familiarize Zora with the bureaucratic systems and political norms of Verdantis. While the precise customs and traditions of each empire or region might vary slightly, the broader structures and expectations would most likely remain largely similar, or at the very least possess significant overlap. This would prove crucial once they eventually established their own territory. After all, Zora would be the one responsible for handling the day-to-day administration of their domain. Because of that, it was best for her to familiarize herself with the local customs, expectations, and bureaucratic norms as early as possible. Even if she unknowingly offended a few people and Fortuna ultimately lost whatever influence it had built within Bloodiron by the time they departed, it would hardly matter. They still possessed shadow allies in the form of the Battlebanes, the Blackscar Syndicate, and, albeit more tenuously, Lady Wintermere and the Drumvale Merchant Company. Meanwhile, Udara and the rest of the scouting unit were currently interning under the Blackscar Syndicate in order to study the underworld operations of Verdantis, including espionage, intelligence gathering, covert communication, and other shadow network practices unique to the plane. Sugud, on the other hand, remained occupied with assembling the crossbows using whatever assistance he could gather. Even though the work itself was repetitive and tedious, the mechanic appeared perfectly content. It also helped that he still found enough spare time to continue pursuing several of his own research projects on the side. Ironically, the person with the most free time was arguably Eleanor, who had remained within the mansion for almost the entire duration. It was not because she lacked work to do, or because she did not want to work, but rather because Alex had specifically instructed her not to leave the mansion for the time being. After leaving his makeshift laboratory and secluded workshop, Alex made his way towards the study, where Eleanor was currently planning one of her own projects. "What are you doing?" Alex asked as he approached. "Obsessing over the treatment plan I designed for the Berserk humans," Eleanor replied, without even lifting her head from the documents spread across the desk. Not wanting to disturb her concentration, Alex quietly walked over and seated himself upon one of the sofas positioned near the center of the room. Several minutes of intense and furious writing later, Eleanor finally lifted her head from the parchment. "Are you finished?" she asked. "Almost. One final session should be enough," Alex replied. "I came out to get some fresh air and clear my head a little. Once my mental energy fully recovers, we'll enter the pocket dimension together," he added. Eleanor nodded gently. She rose from her desk and walked over towards him with a faint smile before settling herself comfortably upon his lap and suddenly kissing him. Alex naturally responded in kind. After several tender minutes together, the two of them simply chatted about ordinary, inconsequential things, small topics entirely unrelated to their current troubles or ambitions. And strangely enough, Alex found that those quiet moments helped his exhausted mind recover faster than usual. Seeing this, the couple returned to Alex's makeshift laboratory before entering the sanctuary pocket dimension together. "I'll finish the final touches first, then we can begin," Alex said. Eleanor nodded quietly. Alex walked over to the rune table and resumed working on the rune tattoo he had been painstakingly crafting. Eleanor remained silently at the side, completely captivated by the focused expression on Alex's face as he worked. Roughly 15 minutes later, Alex finally released a long sigh of relief as he completed the final stroke of the rune upon the scroll. Then, from the tip of his finger, a tiny splinter of ether kindle shot forth and merged directly into the rune inscribed upon the scroll. Instantly, the rune radiated a brilliant golden light, signaling its true completion. The glow was so vibrant that even the tiny fortune-suppressing dragon stirred awake from its slumber. The little dragon stared towards the scroll with intense desire flashing within its eyes, while saliva dripped greedily from the corner of its maw. Invisible to Eleanor, the dragon shot through the air towards the scroll before basking happily within its golden radiance, devouring whatever unseen essence it could consume. Soon, it became visibly energetic, joyfully dancing through the air while tracing an endlessly flowing infinity-shaped loop. Alex ignored the dragon entirely and instead joined Eleanor in admiring the completed rune, which had taken the form of a simple yet elegant stalk. After quietly appreciating the rune for a while, Eleanor walked over towards the nearby tattoo bed and began removing her clothes. She had just removed her underwear as well when Alex noticed her. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Don't you need me completely undressed to graft the rune?" Eleanor asked in confusion. Zora said. She suddenly froze mid-sentence before her face rapidly flushed red. "Zora," she screamed inwardly as realization dawned upon her that she had been thoroughly tricked. Alex also immediately understood what had happened and could not help showing a helpless smile. "Thank you, my empress," he thought inwardly. Despite the helpless expression on his face, he was secretly rather grateful to Zora. Her face now completely crimson, Eleanor hurriedly began putting her clothes back on. "You've already taken them off, so there's no need to." Distracted and utterly mesmerized by the soft sway of her chest, Alex unknowingly voiced his honest thoughts aloud, immediately earning himself a deadly glare from Eleanor. Still, after a brief moment of hesitation, Eleanor merely stopped at putting her underwear back on before laying herself down upon the tattoo bed. "You're right," she said with a small nod, much to Alex's surprise. "Let's just get this over with." Chapter 702, Sunheart Rune Tattoo 2. Alex swallowed subconsciously as his gaze swept over the princess's alluring figure before he eventually nodded. He moved towards the nearby table and began carefully mixing several cartridges of rune ink together. Since Eleanor had personally helped formulate nearly all the inks and concoctions Alex used for his rune inscriptions, she immediately recognized what he was doing. "Why are you mixing runic ink? I thought you only needed to bind the rune scroll to my body," she asked curiously. "Huh?" Alex looked momentarily caught off guard by the question. "Oh, I'm not binding the scroll to your body directly. I'll be drawing it instead," he explained. "I thought you said the rune on the scroll was meant for me," Eleanor replied. "It is." Alex nodded while transferring the prepared inks into the rune pen's ink cartridges. "But it isn't going onto your body," he answered cryptically. Eleanor stared at him for a moment, but ultimately chose not to press further, allowing him to maintain his air of mystery. After all, she would eventually find out soon enough. And so, the lengthy tattooing session began. The repeated cycle of inscribing with emotional energy followed by recovering afterward had gradually tempered Alex's mental energy and spiritual force. As a result, his previous limit of roughly 6 continuous hours of inscription work had now increased to nearly 7. Upon realizing this, Alex had briefly been tempted to continue using emotional energy inscription as a deliberate method of further tempering his mental energy and spiritual force. The only reason he refrained was because emotional energy itself remained an extremely scarce resource, being a byproduct derived from divine energy. Thanks to Zora's constant teasing and antics during their previous sessions together, Alex had developed enough resistance to maintain focus on his work even with Eleanor's soft curves resting barely an arm's length away from him. The rune tattoo itself was being inscribed along the back of Eleanor's dominant left palm. Unsurprisingly, the design took the elegant shape of a blooming sunheart flower. However, Alex deliberately stopped just before applying the final series of strokes required to complete the rune tattoo. Instead, he set down the rune pen before reaching for the already completed rune tattoo scroll alongside a specially prepared set of binding concoctions. Then, under Eleanor's stunned gaze, Alex carried the scroll over towards Lord Bonsai's section of the sealed space before kneeling before the young sunheart bloom shoot. The young plant shoot stood barely half a meter tall, its stem no thicker than 2 of Alex's fingers combined. Although Alex had deliberately used a relatively small rune scroll, one no wider than the palm of his hand, it was still noticeably larger than the available surface area upon the shoot itself. Even so, that did not deter him in the slightest. After carefully applying the specially formulated binding concoction, one created specifically for use upon the plant, Alex pressed the rune scroll directly onto the sunheart bloom shoot despite the obvious mismatch in size before initiating the binding process. Instantly, the scroll erupted with radiant light. Within moments, the scroll rapidly burned away and disintegrated into ash, leaving behind only the rune itself floating suspended in the air. The rune suddenly shot towards the sunheart bloom before wrapping itself around the shoot. Then, as though alive, it rapidly shrank down to perfectly match the size required to bind itself onto the small plant. The resulting image was strangely comical, a growing plant now bearing a tattoo of itself. Eleanor had just opened her mouth to question what exactly Alex was doing when she suddenly felt an inexplicable connection form between herself and the plant. Third step, Wraith's Crossing. The moment Alex noticed her reaction, he instantly realized time was critical. Without hesitation, he dashed back towards the workstation area, snatched up the rune pen, and rapidly inscribed the final series of strokes upon Eleanor's rune tattoo. Within only a few breaths, the tattoo was completed. A soft humming sound echoed through the space as the rune tattoo on the back of Eleanor's palm lit up brilliantly. The glow and resonance immediately synchronized with the sunheart bloom shoot and the rune bound to it. Soon, both the plant and Eleanor's tattoo pulsed together at the exact same frequency. Then, a phantom image of a fully matured sunheart bloom slowly manifested behind the tiny shoot before drifting gently towards Eleanor, emerging directly into her body through the rune tattoo on her arm. Almost immediately afterward, Eleanor felt the connection between herself and the sunheart bloom stabilize completely. More importantly, she could now draw upon the plant's power as though it were naturally her own. How? Countless questions flooded her mind all at once, leaving her unsure where to even begin asking. Hold your questions for now. I'll explain everything later, Alex replied quickly, his expression suddenly turning solemn. Then, using both his spirit sight and spiritual force, Alex carefully examined the connection formed between Eleanor and the sunheart bloom. After all, this was the first time he had ever attempted such a method. A sigh of relief escaped him once he confirmed that everything was functioning normally. Alex, Eleanor asked, tilting her head slightly. Everything is working perfectly, Alex replied. Eleanor slowly sat upright on the rune bed and looked directly at him. Shouldn't you explain now? What exactly did you do? Why does it feel as though I can draw upon the sunheart bloom's powers without having absorbed it first? She asked. Alex grinned proudly. Obviously, it is thanks to my newest masterpiece, the Sunheart Princess Flower Rune Tattoo, he declared. We are absolutely not calling it that. Eleanor cut in dryly. Yeah, I know. The name is bad, Alex admitted with a laugh. Eleanor shook her head while laughing softly herself. It isn't merely bad. It's terrible, she said. Alex could only shrug helplessly. Fortunately, his poor naming sense was not enough to dampen his excitement. Casually abandoning the naming issue for later, he instead focused on explaining the rune tattoo's actual mechanism. Deities use emotional energy, faith, to establish connections with their followers. Through these connections, they draw providence from their believers in order to support their cultivation and their comprehension of the planar laws aligned with their divinity. I essentially replicated a similar system using emotional energy to create a connection between you and the Sunheart Bloom. Using the deity analogy, you naturally occupy the role of the deity within the connection, while the Sunheart Bloom acts as the follower. Alex gestured towards the two rune tattoos. The rune tattoos I inscribed onto both of you effectively perform the functions necessary to establish those respective roles and maintain the connection between them. The rune tattoo bound to the Sunheart Bloom contains a reserve of emotional energy. It mixes that emotional energy together with the plant's own power and essence before projecting the combined output towards your rune tattoo. Your rune tattoo then receives that transmitted energy and separates the emotional energy component from the Sunheart Bloom's power and essence. The latter is absorbed into your body, while the emotional energy itself is cycled back towards the Sunheart Bloom's rune tattoo. This creates a continuous loop that allows you to utilize the Sunheart Bloom's energy and abilities without needing to absorb the plant as you normally would. Chapter 703, Secondary Function of the Sunheart Twin Rune's Eye. Emotional energy? You mean the divine energy gathered from the statues? You can actually use it now. Eleanor asked as she slowly processed his explanation. Yes and no, Alex replied with a grin. What I used here isn't truly divine energy itself, but rather the emotional energy left behind after Lord Bonsai over there strips away the components it requires from the original divine energy. As he spoke, Alex gestured towards the heartwood tree rooted just outside the work area. Eleanor turned her gaze towards Lord Bonsai before slowly nodding in understanding. A moment later, her attention returned to the rune tattoo on the back of her arm before finally shifting back towards Alex, who still wore an annoyingly smug grin. I want to say I shouldn't be surprised anymore, but a trace of disbelief lingered within her gaze. Eventually, she released a soft sigh. Then, almost immediately afterwards, the disbelief gradually faded away and was replaced with quiet acceptance instead. At this point, accepting Alex's madness was simply healthier for her sanity. Ordinarily, in order to inherit the abilities of a Sunheart Bloom, one needed to absorb the plant into their body. Only then could a healer assimilate the flower's energy and essence, greatly enhancing their healing capabilities. However, this process came with one enormous drawback. The level of power inherited from a Sunheart Bloom depended heavily on the plant's stage of growth at the time of absorption. Technically speaking, the flower could continue developing even after being absorbed into a healer's body, but in practice, this outcome was exceptionally rare. The Sunheart Bloom grew by absorbing the providence of kindness, a highly specific and extraordinarily strict condition. For such a flower to naturally grow in a particular location meant that the area itself was perfectly suited for its development. In other words, it was a place where the providence of kindness either existed almost exclusively or was overwhelmingly dominant compared to all other forms of providence. Humans, however, were complicated creatures. While they certainly possessed and generated the providence of kindness, it was rarely present in the overwhelming purity or abundance that the Sunheart Bloom truly required. Worse still, humans naturally produced countless other forms of providence as well, some of which could directly oppose the providence of kindness and therefore negatively affect the growth of the Sunheart Bloom. As such, the ideal period for a Sunheart Bloom's growth was before absorption. More often than not, the flower's level of development at the moment of absorption ultimately determined the upper limit of the enhancement it could provide. However, Alex's system completely circumvented this limitation. By connecting Eleanor and the Sunheart Bloom in the manner he had just done, he ensured that the Sunheart Bloom could continue growing peacefully while Eleanor simultaneously gained uninterrupted access to its energy and abilities throughout the growth process. The Sunheart Bloom itself would remain safely within the Sanctuary Pocket dimension beside Lord Bonsai, who could continuously feed the plant the exact type of providence it required, thereby ensuring its uninterrupted growth and development. And the more the Sunheart Bloom matured, the greater the energy and healing prowess it would eventually be capable of lending to Eleanor. Simply granting you access to its energy wasn't the only thing I incorporated into the connection, Alex continued with a grin. Try imagining a flame forming in your hand, he instructed. Eleanor followed his instructions. Almost immediately afterwards, a familiar golden-red flame flickered to life above her palm. Ether kindle. Eleanor stared at the flame in stunned disbelief. Indeed, Alex confirmed proudly. How? Eleanor looked genuinely shaken once more. I cannot directly give ether kindle itself to another person, Alex explained. However, some time ago, I discovered that I could incubate tiny splinters of it within formations and semi-sentient providence-based entities such as... He deliberately paused for dramatic effect before giving Eleanor a knowing smile. The Sunheart Bloom shoot, Eleanor answered immediately. Exactly, Alex affirmed with a grin. I incorporated a specialized incubation space into the formation attached to the shoot, allowing the ether kindle splinter to remain there without violating the fundamental rule that a primal origin flame can only belong to a single individual. Within that incubation space, the Sunheart Bloom's wood and solar affinities continuously nourish the splinter, preventing it from extinguishing itself while instead allowing the flame to gradually spread throughout the incubation chamber. That, in turn, allows you to access the flame filling the incubation space through my connection to the shoot. Eleanor finished uncertainly, not because she believed herself incorrect, but because even she found the conclusion difficult to believe. Exactly, Alex confirmed once more with a satisfied smile. As much as Eleanor wanted to deny it, the truth was right before her eyes. There was simply no refuting it. Seeing the obvious amusement Alex took in her disbelief and awe, Eleanor could not help feeling slightly annoyed. You were so unwilling to craft the potions I requested that you went and created something which is probably far more difficult than what I originally asked for, she commented dryly. Alex chuckled helplessly. In my defense, this solves far more than just your current potion crafting problem. You can now refine your own alchemy pills whenever you want. More importantly, you can also use Ether Kindle's flames for any other form of crafting or activity you desire, Alex argued. As the saying went, it is better to teach someone how to fish than to simply hand them fish forever. Although Eleanor understood perfectly well that Alex had his own underlying motivations, she ultimately benefited tremendously from the arrangement, so she chose not to argue further. Instead, her attention turned elsewhere. That cannot possibly be all, can it? She asked suspiciously. Why would you think that? Alex asked in return. You added an additional function to the shoot's rune tattoo, which means you probably added something extra to mine as well, she replied while looking down at the rune tattoo adorning the back of her hand. Come on, then. What other absurd functions did you secretly add this time? Eleanor asked. You really do know me well, Alex said with a grin. I added 2 additional functions to your rune tattoo. Besides the connection to the Sunheart Bloom, it also grants spell boost and spell penetration enhancements to your spells. Eleanor frowned slightly. That sounds oddly plain, she muttered before asking. And exactly how strong are those enhancements? Spell boost increases the effectiveness of your spells by at least 1 grade, sometimes more depending on the original grade of the spell itself. As for spell penetration, it should allow all of your spells henceforth completely ignore the spell defenses of anyone below class 3 and bypass at least half the spell resistance of anyone beneath the Saint Realm, or at least that's my current estimate. Both functions should still remain effective to some extent even against legendary level opponents, though I expect the effects are negligible unless you yourself are close to legendary yourself, Alex explained casually. Eleanor merely sighed before shaking her head slowly. At this point, there was little point remaining shocked anymore, so she simply nodded in acceptance. Chapter 704, Secondary Function of the Sunheart Twin Runes 2. Spell Boost and Spell Penetration were by no means simple abilities. Both were advanced techniques that ordinarily required years of rigorous training and painstaking practice for a mage to properly acquire. Typically, in order to develop spell boost, an elite-ranked mage would need to repeatedly cast and refine a spell until they gained complete understanding of how mana flowed throughout its structure. Only then could they minimize mana loss during activation and casting, thereby strengthening the final spell itself. Spell penetration, on the other hand, was considered a technique belonging to the great mage realm, although exceptional geniuses such as Zora were perhaps capable of comprehending it even while still at the elite stage. Achieving such a feat demanded vastly superior control over both mana and spiritual force. Ordinarily, every living being possessed a certain level of innate spell or magical resistance regardless of rank. Even ordinary commoners with no cultivation whatsoever had some measure of resistance, largely due to the mana naturally absorbed through breathing and the consumption of mana-rich food. Although that mana would eventually dissipate from their bodies over time, its temporary presence still granted them a slight degree of resistance against foreign mana and, hence, spells, even if, in the grand scheme of things, the effect was negligible. From commoners all the way to the most powerful existences alive, every living being emitted a passive mana field generated by the mana naturally present within their bodies. Whenever foreign mana, particularly in the structured form of a spell, enters this field, it experiences interference that causes instability, disruption, and energy loss. Because this phenomenon was most noticeable when interacting with spells, it eventually became known universally in Pangaea as spell resistance. The fundamental principle behind spell penetration involved strengthening a spell's structural integrity and coherence so thoroughly that it could resist the disruptive interference generated by a target's passive mana field and pierce through their spell resistance far more effectively. This was one of the foundational techniques of great mages precisely because individuals at that level possessed relatively large quantities of mana, causing the effects of their spell resistance to become extremely pronounced during combat. Eleanor lowered her gaze towards the rune tattoo upon the back of her hand. Spell boost increases the raw output and destructive potential of a spell, while spell penetration stabilizes the spell's structure against interference, she analyzed inwardly. Combined together, the actual effectiveness of my spells could potentially rise by 1 to 3 entire grades. For a healer, such an improvement was extraordinary. It meant she could now effectively heal individuals far stronger than herself. Part of the reason it had taken an entire month to fully treat Saul Redwald, the Battlebane Guildmaster, was partly because the saint's spell resistance had severely weakened the effectiveness of her healing magic upon him. Had she possessed this rune tattoo back then, the overall duration of the treatment could likely have been reduced by half, or perhaps even more. And the truly absurd part was that she did not even need to consciously perform the techniques herself. The rune tattoo handled the difficult portions automatically. Despite merely being secondary functions of the rune tattoo, these were abilities countless mages would lose their minds trying to obtain. Even though spell boost and spell penetration were regarded respectively as core elite mage and great mage techniques, that did not mean every such mage actually possessed them. In many ways, they were comparable to the 2 postnatal talents Merlin had forced Alex to acquire. These were abilities attainable only by individuals possessing both exceptional talent and relentless dedication. One without the other was insufficient. However, unlike Alex's talents, which permanently altered his mana capacity and spellcasting abilities as a whole, most mages needed to painstakingly learn to apply spell boost and spell penetration to every individual spell they cast. Only the truly monstrous talents among mages eventually developed such deep familiarity with the techniques that they could instinctively apply them naturally to every spell thereafter. That alone made the rune tattoo's functions valuable enough that, if their existence became publicly known, countless mages would willingly offer themselves into servitude beneath Alex's banner simply to obtain them. Of course, it also meant many others would attempt to seize such power through far more sinister methods. Although Alex himself seemed almost completely unaware of it, Eleanor understood perfectly well that the value of the rune tattoo he had casually handed to her was something that could not even properly be measured using high-grade mana stones. She did not forget that the rune tattoo's primary function was the connection it established with the Sunheart bloom, allowing her to access the plant's powers directly. Combined with the spell boost and spell penetration effects, the Sunheart bloom itself also amplified the potency of her healing magic. Depending on the mystical plant's stage of growth, her healing spells could potentially be enhanced by as much as 5 entire grades. That meant a simple Grade 1 heal spell could potentially rival the effectiveness of a Grade 6 Greater Restoration without requiring any increase in mana consumption. The moment that realization truly settled in, Eleanor's breathing unconsciously quickened. More than the rune tattoo itself, what impressed her most was the mind of the man who had actually conceived and created it. She lowered her head slightly and muttered something beneath her breath. Her body trembled faintly while her thighs pressed together unnaturally tightly, as though she were struggling to restrain something building inside her. "What did you say?" Alex asked before finally noticing the change in her demeanor. "Are you all right?" He continued, momentarily worried that the rune tattoo might be causing some form of adverse reaction. However, the moment he stepped closer to examine her condition, Eleanor suddenly grabbed him by the collar and pulled him into an aggressive kiss. "Take me," she whispered softly between heated breaths. Alex's body visibly jolted. Then, without hesitation, he swept her into a princess carry before carrying her towards the nearby bed and laying her down gently upon it. Hovering above her, Alex gazed down at the woman beneath him, who no longer made any attempt to hide the desire and longing visible within her eyes. A smirk tugged at his lips. "Are you certain you want this?" he asked quietly. "There will be no turning back afterwards." "I am," Eleanor answered immediately. Then, with a teasing glint in her eyes, she added, "What about you? Have you finally stopped being afraid of my family's influence?" "Me? Afraid?" Alex smirked as crimson flickered briefly within his eyes. "Woman, I dared to take on the challenge of an entire plane's tribulation, placing myself against a pantheon of epic-ranked Navi, and even a transcendent interplanar invader. Why would I fear something as trivial as court politics?" "Then stop talking and prove it," Eleanor challenged softly. The crimson within Alex's eyes deepened as his smile turned distinctly wolfish. "As you wish, milady." Soon, the quiet sealed space was filled with heated whispers, muffled moans, and the sounds of two people completely surrendering themselves to passion. Perhaps because they were within a completely private and isolated space, both Alex and Eleanor abandoned their restraints and allowed themselves to fully indulge in each other's warmth and affection without reservation. Chapter 705, The Womanly Princess. Hours later, Alex woke to find Eleanor already awake beside him, lazily tracing a finger along his side over the Everspring rune tattoo, while one of her soft breasts rested comfortably against his chest. Her elegant elven ears stood straight and slightly flushed, drawing Alex's attention immediately. Unable to resist, he gently began stroking them. Eleanor let out an unconscious moan. "Stop that, they're still sensitive," she complained reproachfully. Under normal circumstances, that reaction alone would have reignited the beast within him. Unfortunately for Alex, Eleanor had thoroughly drained him during their previous session. As such, he could only laugh helplessly before obediently switching to stroking her hair instead. "Aren't you going to create spell boost and spell penetration rune tattoos for yourself as well?" she suddenly asked. "I probably will eventually, but it isn't particularly urgent for me right now," Alex replied. "At the moment, I can manage well enough using my extreme mana capacity and elemental affinity enhancement talents. I'd rather spend that time creating rune tattoos for the others instead. They need the enhancements far more than I do." He paused briefly before continuing. "Besides, if I'm going to design rune tattoos for myself anytime soon, I'd rather focus on increasing my mana capacity, recovery speed, or overall mana efficiency." Eleanor absent-mindedly rubbed over the Everspring rune tattoo on his body again. "Do you really need more of those?" she asked. "Your rune tattoo already handles recovery. Your extreme mana capacity talent massively boosts your mana reserves, and your happenstance chestplate already improves mana recycling and efficiency." "I can never have too much mana," Alex replied matter-of-factly. "My available rune slots increased after reaching the elite rank, so I'll probably upgrade Everspring sometime soon anyway." I'm also planning to eventually convert Happenstance's recycling function into a rune tattoo for myself as well. But for now, I'm currently trying to design a rune tattoo capable of amplifying my mana capacity in conjunction with my extreme mana capacity talent. Eleanor lifted her head slightly from his chest to look up at him. I would have thought something like that would be easy for you. Just how much are you trying to increase your mana reserves? She asked curiously. Alex grinned. I'm aiming for roughly a 5-fold increase, on top of the increase already provided by the talent itself. Alex's extreme mana capacity talent already granted him approximately 5 to 10 times the mana reserves of an average mage. Yet even that absurd advantage failed to satisfy the silver-haired youth. He was now seeking to quintuple it again. Eleanor rolled her eyes, but wisely chose not to say anything further. After all, if she mocked him now, and he somehow actually succeeded later, she would only end up eating her own words. I already know what you're thinking, Alex said defensively, but it's unfair to compare me to ordinary mages. I possess far too many abilities, and many of them are absurd mana hogs. I have no choice but to continuously increase my mana capacity and mana efficiency if I want to properly keep up with them all. Oh, what a tragic burden you carry, Eleanor replied sarcastically. Countless people would gladly kill for even a tenth of what you possess. Yet here you are complaining because you're drowning beneath the sheer number of your abilities. With great power comes great responsibility, Alex declared solemnly. Those people may be thirsty for power, but at least they aren't being buried beneath endless waves of duties and responsibilities. I'm simply doing my best to keep up. Eleanor lightly pressed a finger against his chest. Of course you are, she replied teasingly with a smile. Leaning forward, she gave him a quick kiss before finally rising from the bed. Don't leave. Alex reached out lazily to pull her back by the arm, only for Eleanor to smoothly evade him. Get up, you lazy bum. We need to head out soon, she said. Or do you want Sis Zora walking in here and finding us like this? Why are you acting as though we've done something wrong? Alex replied with a shrug, still far too comfortable to move from the bed. What's the problem if she sees us? You may be capable of surviving her teasing, but I certainly am not, Eleanor answered immediately. A faint blush appeared upon her cheeks as she imagined the countless antics Zora would undoubtedly unleash if she discovered them together like this. Moving with graceful agility, Eleanor quickly began dressing herself so efficiently that Alex found it difficult to reconcile this composed woman with the same person who had been moaning beneath him not too long ago. Somehow, she had already fully recovered while he still felt lethargic from their earlier exercise. Fortunately, Everspring soon circulated waves of vitality and energy throughout his body, rapidly dissipating most of his lingering fatigue. Eventually, Alex got dressed as well before the two of them left the sanctuary pocket dimension and returned to the makeshift laboratory within the Fortuna mansion. They had only just stepped out into the corridor when they immediately ran into Zora. After exchanging a few words, Eleanor returned to the study to continue refining her berserk human treatment plan, while Alex and Zora made their way towards the open balcony connected to the mansion's master bedroom, the room occupied by Alex and his wives. The two of them settled at a table overlooking the balcony, their gazes drifting towards the distant outline of Bloodiron City stretching across the horizon. How was the trip to the administrative office? Alex asked. Honestly, better than I expected, Zora replied with a smile. Lady Wintermere's subtle introduction opened far more doors for us than I anticipated. Yeah, I never expected we'd manage to secure such a lucrative contract from the city itself, Alex commented with a nod. Should we relocate our base of operations? There are bigger mansions now available to us, Zora suddenly asked. Alex shrugged casually. I don't particularly care either way. At most, I expect our stay here in Bloodiron to last only a few more months while Eleanor completes her research and Saul secures the connection we need into the Selahan Empire. In that case, there's no real need to move, Zora concluded. We already used the Lost Heathen's former base for our guild registration procedures with both the Association and the Union. Unless there's some strong preference involved, relocating now would just be unnecessary trouble. Fair enough, Alex nodded in agreement. Then, after a brief pause, Zora suddenly smiled knowingly. Speaking of Eleanor, she seems a little different now, she remarked. She looks, or perhaps feels more mature and womanly somehow. Yes, the tattooing session was a complete success, Alex replied proudly. With the new Sunheart twin rune tattoo, she's become an even more formidable healer and spellcaster. Honestly, among the younger generation, there are probably very few healers left capable of matching her now. Zora immediately rolled her eyes before lightly slapping his arm. Don't play innocent with me, Alex. You know perfectly well what I'm talking about, she said accusingly. You think I wouldn't notice after I went through all the trouble of practically serving her up to you, she added while glaring at him. Alex instantly straightened his posture exaggeratedly before placing a hand dramatically against his chest. I humbly prostrate myself in awe and gratitude before your boundless generosity, Milady Empress, he declared theatrically. Chapter 706, The Insular Selahan Empire. Zora rolled her eyes at Alex's antics. It's a good thing you finally stopped dragging your feet about it. Watching you constantly sidestep the issue was becoming genuinely irritating, she said. I wasn't sidestepping anything, Alex argued defensively. We were simply too busy, and honestly, given the situation throughout most of this expedition, it didn't exactly feel appropriate. That's just an excuse, and you know it, Zora said flatly. Still, she merely waved her hand dismissively rather than continuing the topic. Instead, she abruptly shifted the conversation elsewhere. Don't keep Yudara waiting for too long either. Don't make her feel left out, Zora cautioned. She might not know that you and Eleanor became intimate, but there's no way you can hide the rune tattoo from her. Don't worry, I won't, Alex replied seriously. Then, a gentle smile appeared on his face as he continued. Yudara is the perfect model for rune tattoos. Because of that, the rune tattoo set I'm designing for her will be a true masterpiece built entirely around her physique and abilities from top to bottom. Whenever I update her measurements or ability evaluations, I always make sure to show her the latest progress on the design. So she already knows very well what I'm planning for her. When Zora recalled just how enthusiastic, putting it mildly, Alex became whenever he discussed one of his creations or future visions, she could not help releasing a quiet sigh of relief. Yudara would undoubtedly feel both his passion and his affection through the sheer care and attention he poured into designing something specifically for her. Even so, be careful not to take everything at face value, all right? Zora warned softly. I will, Alex nodded seriously. Silence settled briefly between the two of them before Zora suddenly broke it again. So, Yudara is your perfect model, huh? She said casually. Which means she gets the best rune tattoo you can possibly create, while Eleanor and I are apparently stuck settling for prototype workaround versions instead. You have to do something about that now, Alex. I'm starting to feel jealous and envious. Alex instantly froze, and, admittedly, became slightly afraid. However, when he looked at Zora more carefully, he quickly noticed the teasing smile tugging at her lips. He could only shake his head with a helpless smile of his own. Still, somewhere deep at the back of his mind, Alex could not help wondering whether Zora was truly joking entirely. Women, he groaned inwardly. The most unpredictable creatures ever created. Looking at the woman clearly enjoying his troubled reaction, Alex suddenly understood why Eleanor had been so desperate not to get caught by her earlier. He could already imagine the endless teasing and layered double meanings Zora would have weaponized against them. Then, suddenly, Alex remembered something important. Oh, right, he said, his expression turning serious once more. Eleanor will probably need a location somewhere near the outer rim of the city, or perhaps even completely outside Blood Iron, for her research. Should we arrange that through the administrative office as well? He asked, partly because he obviously wanted to change the topic, and partly because he genuinely wanted her opinion on the matter. Seeing this, Zora finally set aside her teasing expression and answered seriously. If it's outside the city, no approval will be needed. But inside the city walls, even if it's near the outer rim, then yes. As long as the building remains within Blood Iron's walls, we'll still need permission from the administrative office, she explained. Although, she added thoughtfully, checks and inspections around the outer rim are incredibly lax, almost non-existent, really. That entire area is practically a slum. She paused briefly before continuing. Even so, I'd still recommend placing the research facility completely outside the city. Otherwise, someone's eventually going to notice people constantly transporting research samples in and out of the area. Well, unless you plan on secretly installing a spatial gate somewhere to move them around unnoticed, Zora added casually. After fully digesting the teleportation formation from the interplanar gate, Alex had successfully stabilized his own derived spatial gate formation. As long as there was a stable supply of spatial energy, it was now possible for him to maintain an active spatial gate for extended periods of time. But it's still not worth the cost yet, Alex thought while shaking his head inwardly. Let's follow your suggestion and establish the research facility outside the city instead, Alex decided. If necessary, I can install a spatial gate within the basement for easier transportation. It's significantly cheaper to transport Eleanor herself than it is to repeatedly move teams carrying unstable subjects like berserk humans. He paused briefly before adding, besides, in the unlikely event that something goes wrong, it'll be far easier to contain the situation outside the city walls. You're expecting something to go wrong? Zora frowned slightly. No, but it's always better to be safe than sorry, Alex replied calmly. Although he sounded unconcerned on the surface, the truth was that Alex was far less relaxed internally than he appeared. The instinctive bias and unease he carried towards bioengineering and mutation-based experimentation, something deeply ingrained into him from countless fictional stories in his previous life, continued gnawing quietly at the back of his mind. It certainly did not help that berserk humans looked disturbingly similar to products one might expect to emerge from something like Umbrella Labs. Far too many fantasy and science fiction stories ended disastrously for those who recklessly meddled with creatures and experiments of this nature. Given his experience, Alex felt it would be irresponsible not to prepare multiple safety measures beforehand. Eventually, Alex shook his head lightly and pushed those troublesome thoughts aside for the moment. How's the investigation into the Selahan Empire progressing? What's the verdict regarding traveling there directly? Alex asked. From everything we've gathered so far, Saul Redwald was right, Zora replied. For the most part, the Selahan Empire is highly insular, and our identities as adventurers and mercenaries from the Hollowcrest wildlands won't earn us any favor there. To be honest, not only the aristocracy, even ordinary commoners might ignore or distrust us unless we accomplish something truly massive that completely changes their impression of us. But that's far easier said than done, isn't it? Alex commented. Obviously, Zora answered dryly. Alex frowned slightly upon hearing that. After several discussions with Saul Redwald, Alex had already developed a basic understanding of the nation and its culture. The Selahan Empire was an extremely inward-looking nation that fundamentally distrusted outsiders and instead prioritized internal development and stability above all else. Naturally, practical necessity still forced the empire to maintain trade relations with surrounding nations, but overall, the country strongly preferred isolation. However, after learning more about both the empire's history and the broader history of the plane itself, Alex realized that their behavior was not merely arrogance or xenophobia. Rather, it was a form of collective self-preservation. The founders of the Selahan Empire had been powerful individuals who survived the devastating Na'vi civil war that had ravaged the plane prior to the formation of the new, or rather, current pantheon. Although the newly established pantheon had promised an age of peace afterward, the empire's founders remained deeply disillusioned by everything they had witnessed. Instead of embracing the influence of the Na'vi once more, they chose to establish an entirely new nation specifically free from divine interference. Rather than deity worship, they turned towards ancestral worship as both their spiritual foundation and, to some extent, a protective measure against future Na'vi influence. Most importantly, the empire deliberately adopted a foreign policy centered around distancing itself from outsiders in order to minimize the risk of ideological contamination from deity worshippers. This concern became even more pronounced due to the empire's geographical position. The Selahan Empire bordered two openly deity-aligned nations, the Hollowcrest Wildlands, a chaotic melting pot of competing ideologies, and the Great Berserk Beast Forest itself. Over time, that defensive policy gradually evolved into a deeply ingrained cultural and social norm within the empire. As a result, it became extraordinarily difficult for outsiders, regardless of how genuine or well-intentioned they might be, to gain any meaningful foothold within Selahan society. To bridge that divide, one generally required significant internal support, particularly from influential figures within the empire's nobility and aristocracy. Alex eventually released a helpless sigh before shaking his head lightly. Looks like we really will have to rely on Saul Redwald after all. Chapter 707. Berserk Human Therapy I. The current of the river of time was unceasing, waiting for no one. One either seized the opportunities flowing within it, or was left behind by its relentless tide. Another month passed in what felt like the blink of an eye. During this period, the Fortuna Company managed to settle many of its affairs within Blood Iron. The assembly of the crossbows, overseen personally by Sugud, was finally completed. Once the new weapons were deployed, they became like a powerful wind filling the sails of the joint battlebane Fortuna Task Force. From that point onward, the subjugation missions progressed at a far swifter pace. The task force was now capable of eliminating vast numbers of hostile monsters and beasts from a distance, allowing the combined force to focus their strength on the remaining powerful opponents as a cohesive unit. The introduction of the weapon not only increased the speed at which monster nests were cleared, but more importantly, it drastically reduced the number of lives lost during such operations. Within this same period, Yudara and the scouting party also completed their internship within the Black Scar Syndicate. Through the experience, Yudara gained a far deeper understanding of the Syndicate's operations, as well as the way Verdantis underworld functioned, knowledge that would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Zora and Crone Bellic likewise concluded their negotiations with the administrative building, securing several important assurances and concessions for Fortuna-aligned businesses operating within the city. They also managed to obtain a vital trade license that granted the group and its affiliates a certain degree of free trade protection, largely exempting them from excessive scrutiny by the administrative building's enforcement forces. Of course, such agreements were only worth the paper upon which they were written, perhaps even less. The moment the administrative building chose to disregard the arrangement, every agreed term would become meaningless. However, more important than the agreements themselves, much like Yudara's experience, was the process of securing them in the first place. As for Alex, he remained stalled in his efforts to derive the degraded coordinates of the Pangean plane. Nevertheless, that setback did not prevent him from achieving success in other areas. During this period, he successfully crafted 6 additional sets of the Guardian of Happenstance rune set, bringing the total number in his possession to 7. The 6 sets of rune tattoos, comprising a total of 30 individual rune inscriptions of varying complexity, required an immense amount of work to create. Even so, Alex managed to complete them within a remarkably short period of time. For now, Alex decided against unveiling the Guardian of Happenstance sets to the rest of the party, choosing instead to wait until he had accumulated a sufficiently large number of them first. The reason he crafted exactly 7 sets was simple. The number corresponded directly to the Fury Knights currently under his command. Of the original 15 Fury soldiers who had accompanied him on the expedition, 3 had perished, leaving only 12 remaining within his party. Of those 12, 5 had transitioned into crossbowmen, while the remaining 7 became Alex's personal knights. The Guardian of Happenstance was an exceptionally suitable rune tattoo set for a knightly unit. However, to properly implement his plans, Alex intended to restructure the Fortuna Company once the subjugation contract came to an end. Until then, he kept his intentions close to his chest. The most significant developments during this period came from Eleanor, who had finally begun work on her Berserk human treatment project. Ravenhorn discreetly managed to acquire a former fort outpost once used by Blood Iron City during its earliest years of establishment. Though the outpost had largely fallen into ruin after years of exposure to the elements, a swift round of rehabilitation was enough to render the location usable once more. Making the best of the limited resources available to her, Eleanor transformed the old fort into a makeshift medical center. The Fortuna Task Force had just returned from yet another raid operation. While the main force headed back towards Blood Iron amidst celebration and fanfare, a smaller squad quietly split away from the group, escorting 3 carriages in secret. The squad, led personally by Kavikin, delivered both the carriages and their concealed cargo to the fort outpost where Eleanor was currently stationed. "Lady Boss," the brute called out, "we've brought the cargo. Take them to the cellar," Eleanor responded calmly. "And remember to keep them sedated. Oh, and Kavikin," she suddenly called out just as the group was about to carry out her instructions. "Yes." Kavikin turned back towards her. "They are patients, not cargo," she corrected calmly. Kavikin scratched the side of his cheek sheepishly. Without arguing further, he waved his hand and motioned for the squad to move quickly and deliver the patients as ordered. Naturally, the so-called cargo consisted of a group of berserk humans captured by the Fortuna Task Force for Eleanor's experiments. One specimen each from the weakest Class 2 rank of the 3 known berserk human variants. The cages containing the berserk humans were transported carefully before being aligned with a series of holding cells that had been repurposed specifically to contain them. Once the berserk humans were lured into their respective cells, Kavikin hurled potion bottles into the chambers. The instant the glass shattered, thick gray fumes burst forth as the liquid reacted violently upon exposure to the air. The moment this occurred, one of the squad members immediately pulled a nearby lever, sealing the cells into airtight chambers from which the fumes could not escape, forcing the berserk humans to inhale the sedative in full. The sedative itself was one of Eleanor's own creations. It was an extremely fast-acting formula, though depending on the berserk human variant, complete sedation could still require up to 10 minutes, a conclusion drawn from previous field experiments. Once the 10-minute mark passed, Kavikin signaled for the cell containing the most stubborn variant, the vitality variant, to be opened. The sedative possessed an additional effect that caused the bloated vitality berserker's pus-secreting pores to close shut. As a result, the grotesquely swollen berserk human now resembled some sort of malformed crustacean, its hardened secretions forming a shell-like layer around its body. Call of the Wild. Standing at the entrance of the cell, Kavikin listened carefully to the berserk human's heartbeat. After confirming through the rhythm of its pulse that the creature had indeed been fully sedated, he walked into the chamber without ceremony, grabbed the massive body, and dragged it across the floor towards a reinforced wooden medical restraint bed, where he firmly strapped it down. Chapter 708. Berserk Human Therapy 2. Kavikin had personally tested the durability of the restraint bed beforehand. Since even he had been unable to break it, there was no chance these Class 2 berserk humans would be able to do so either. Thus, once the vitality-type berserker had been fully restrained, Kavikin connected a feeding tube to its mouth. The apparatus would continuously administer nutrients and sedatives, ensuring the creature remained both alive and compliant. Only after everything proceeded without issue did Kavikin finally release a sigh of relief. He gestured for the other squad members to restrain the remaining 2 berserk humans as well, while he sent out a message through the communication device. Meanwhile, Eleanor remained occupied with preparing the main treatment theater. Just as she completed the setup, a sudden spike of energy erupted from a nearby room. Moments later, Alex stepped out from the spatial gate installed within it. "Why are you here?" Eleanor asked, glancing towards him. "You didn't seriously expect me to miss the monumental moment when berserk transformation is cured for the first time, did you?" Alex replied. "More like you're here to clean up the mess if something goes wrong." Eleanor retorted flatly. "Well, that too. We can never be too careful," Alex admitted openly. "But that doesn't make my earlier statement any less true." Eleanor nodded slightly. Truthfully, she welcomed the additional layer of security. It was not that she lacked confidence in her treatment. However, she also could not completely deny the possibility that something might go wrong during the process. As Alex had said, they could never be too careful. The last thing she wanted was to worsen a problem that was already catastrophic enough. But even if the situation spiraled out of control, with the security measures already in place, she believed they would still be capable of containing it. Things would be far better if I had access to a proper specialist facility, she thought inwardly. Shaking her head lightly, she resumed the preparatory work she had been carrying out. Alex simply remained by the side, going so far as to suppress his own presence as much as possible so as not to disturb her concentration. The true experiment began at sunrise the following day. This time, Zora also arrived to witness the event firsthand. though whether the occasion would prove exciting or horrifying remained to be seen. I hope it isn't exciting, Alex thought inwardly. Excitement, after all, usually meant that something had gone horribly wrong. The treatment process began with the smaller agility-type berserk human. The SUBJ, no. The patient remained fully sedated as the restraint bed was wheeled into the treatment chamber by several Fury Knights. Eleanor had prepared a 4-part therapy procedure for the operation. She first unfurled a reusable scroll that she and Alex had created months earlier during their treatment of the Battlebane members underground. The scroll activated immediately, releasing a compact grand formation composed of numerous healing spells intended to safeguard the patient's life throughout the procedure. A Fury Knight promptly pushed forward a large transparent rectangular glass chamber towards the epicenter of the formation. Shortly afterwards, a few other knights began pouring purified beast blood into it. Beast blood that had been stripped of its genetic materials and refined by ether kindle's flames into a potent energy liquid. Meanwhile, Eleanor approached the berserk human restrained upon the medical bed and injected a potion directly into its body. Afterwards, suppressing her disgust at the creature's foul breath, she forced open its mouth and shoved an alchemical pill down its throat. Once that was done, she turned her attention towards the glass chamber, which had by now been completely filled with the purified beast blood solution. Opening her satchel, she retrieved a small palm-sized bottle before emptying its contents into the energy liquid. 5 alchemical pills dropped into the chamber. Judging from their coloration and size, they were clearly different from the pill she previously administered to the patient. The moment the pills dissolved into the liquid, the entire glass chamber began bubbling violently, as though the contents had suddenly reached a furious boil. The reaction only lasted for several seconds before subsiding just as abruptly. The color of the energy liquid shifted from its original pale golden hue into a deep crimson shade that resembled blood. No, perhaps it was even darker than blood itself. Eleanor gave a short nod towards the Fury Knights. 2 of them immediately dragged the restraint bed towards the glass chamber at the center of the formation before lifting the patient and throwing it directly into the crimson liquid after fastening a crude breathing mask securely over its face. The chamber was then sealed shut with a transparent glass lid. A trace of disappointment flashed through Alex's eyes. When Eleanor had requested authorization to move funds for the commissioning of a glass pod, he had honestly expected something resembling the vertical glass tubes commonly seen in the bioengineering fiction of his previous life. To his disappointment, however, Eleanor had opted for the far more practical horizontal chamber design instead. Once the lid was sealed shut, Eleanor moved towards the control circle connected to the grand formation and began setting a series of parameters into it. Moments later, the formation fully activated, channeling its energy directly into the glass chamber. Eleanor's 4-part potion pill immersion formation therapy had been meticulously designed not only to cleanse the berserk properties infecting the patient, but also to do so in a way that protected the body throughout the process and gradually restored it to its original human form. The potion she injected into the patient acted as a stabilizer, shielding the body from the majority of the violent energy backlash that would inevitably occur during the cleansing procedure. The pill itself served as the true cleansing agent, a specialized alchemical compound crafted specifically to isolate, suppress, and purge the berserk properties embedded within the patient. Meanwhile, the immersion fluid contained within the glass chamber, together with the grand formation, worked in tandem to preserve the patient's body during the cleansing process before gradually filtering out the extracted berserk contamination. And if everything proceeded according to plan, the immersion fluid and grand formation would slowly reconstruct and restore the patient's body back to its original human state. The exact same treatment regimen was simultaneously carried out on the other 2 berserk variants within separate rooms of the fort. For some reason, Alex had subconsciously expected the effects of Eleanor's therapy to be almost instantaneous. Yet, once again, reality failed to align with his expectations. Even after 3 full days, nothing appeared to happen within the chambers. "Are you sure we shouldn't tell him?" Eleanor asked quietly. "No, don't," Zora replied with an amused nod. A playful smile gradually formed on her face. "Yudara, who had also come to witness the monumental event, looked towards Alex with a gaze filled with pity. Chapter 709, Silver Wolf Guard. At that very moment, the silver-haired youth remained completely unaware of their conversation as he busied himself discussing the future restructuring of Fortuna with Kavikin, Mogul, Mordor, and Sergeant Lopota. In order to reduce the strain the drugs would place upon the patients, Eleanor deliberately designed the therapy to act relatively slowly. Rather than attempting to eradicate the berserk properties instantaneously, she engineered the treatment to release at the fastest rate the patient's bodies could safely endure, while still preventing the corruption from mounting any meaningful resistance. Ideally, she would have preferred a treatment timeline spanning an entire month. However, due to the corruption's rapid responsiveness and adaptability, she had been forced to shorten the process to a single week instead. In truth, even the 1-week timeline leaned towards the slower side compared to the berserk property's reaction speed. Yet it was also the absolute fastest pace she could safely manage given the fragile state of the patient's bodies during the cleansing process. It was a difficult compromise, but ultimately the best balance she could achieve. Knowing all of this, as well as the fact that Alex had fully expected the treatment to conclude within a single day, Zora convinced Eleanor to withhold the information from him. Partly as a prank. But more importantly, it was an excuse to drag the silver-haired expedition leader out of his laboratory. Alex had become increasingly obsessed with deriving the final coordinates to Pangaea. Ironically, the more fixated he became, the less progress he seemed to make. Unfortunately, he rarely listened whenever his wives tried convincing him to step back and clear his mind. As such, they seized upon the opportunity provided by Eleanor's project to force him away from his research for a while. Even after leaving the laboratory, Alex still found himself buried beneath work. Case in point, the restructuring of Fortuna itself. However, these responsibilities were far less mentally consuming than obsessively hammering away at an unsolved coordinate derivation for days on end. As part of the restructuring, Alex withdrew the Fury Knights from the Fortuna 300 infantry force. Following the joint subjugation contract alongside the Battlebanes, the Battlebane members integrated into the Fortuna 300 had more or less fully adapted to Alex's ungentlemanly tactical doctrine. As such, there was no longer any need for the Fury Knights to continue acting as battlefield leaders for the various infantry units. Instead, Alex allowed the almost 200-strong Battlebane infantry force operating under Fortuna to choose their own leadership from amongst themselves, much to the concern of his retainers. According to him, trust is a two-way street. We have to give it in order to receive it. Besides, merely placing 7 people above a force of about 200 and expecting them to keep everyone in line is unrealistic. If those 200 truly wished to mutiny, the 7 of them would not be able to stop it. What can stop them is power. With those words, Alex silenced all opposition to his proposed restructuring before unveiling a brand new unit, the elite Rune Soldier Corps that would be known as the Silver Wolf Guard. The name alone made the purpose of the unit abundantly clear. Although currently operating under Fortuna, it was obvious that Alex held far greater ambitions for this force in the future. Unlike Fortuna, which functioned primarily as an expeditionary army, the Silver Wolf Guard would exist as a direct extension of Alex himself. They would become an elite force that answered to him and him alone, his shield and spearhead upon the battlefield, and eventually the most elite military unit under his banner, equipped exclusively with his finest rune tattoos and Rune-Tech creations. The Silver Wolf Guard would never become an organization with an identity of its own. Rather, its very identity would begin and end with Alex's name, authority, and honor. They were, ceremonially and practically alike, destined to become both his personal guard and his most fearsome military force. Fortuna might one day evolve into a fully organized army partially independent from Alex himself, but the Silver Wolf Guard would always belong solely to him. Joining the banner of the Silver Wolf Guard also meant receiving their rune tattoos, and Alex wasted no time fulfilling that promise. Sergeant Lopota and the other 6 Fury Knights each underwent the binding process for the Guardian of Happenstance rune tattoo set. After enduring the agonizing pain of the procedure, a trial that would eventually come to resemble a rite of passage, The 7 soldiers emerged as the first generation of true rune soldiers, the first elite silver wolves. At the same time, they quietly became the individuals bearing the highest number of rune tattoos currently known. The effects of the binding process became apparent almost immediately. The 5 runes within the set resonated and synergized with one another, elevating the presence and combat aura of each silver wolf by an entire rank. More terrifying still, when the 7 gathered together as a unit, their combined presence was enough to send chills through even Alex's retainers, Kavikin, Mogul, and Havel, simply from standing before them. They could instinctively sense an overwhelming threat emanating from the group. Alex smiled faintly as the results confirmed the vision he had for the rune set. The greater the number of Guardian of Happenstance bearers gathered together in a single location, the more overwhelming the combined presence they would exude. With enough soldiers, even if each individual member only stood at the intermediate rank, they might one day possess the power to threaten even a saint. However, the birth of the Silver Wolf Guard was not the most significant event occupying the party during this period. That honor belonged to Eleanor's berserk human treatment. Over the course of the past week, the mutations afflicting the various berserk human variants had visibly receded with each passing day. Unfortunately, the agility variant patient did not survive the process. However, the vitality and strength variants successfully endured the treatment, and by the end of the week, they were human once more. Initially, Eleanor had been deeply concerned about their mental condition, if they retained memories of their time as berserk humans. Fortunately, it appeared that their minds had suppressed those memories entirely. The latest recollection either patient possessed was the unbearable agony they experienced as they transformed into those monstrous creatures. Everything beyond that point was simply blank. From their testimonies, the 2 survivors had originally been commoners occupying the absolute bottom rung of Hollowcrest Wildlands' social hierarchy. Their circumstances had been so desperate that they were forced to survive by feeding upon discarded berserk beast carcasses, a choice that eventually triggered their berserk transformation. Eleanor theorized that either the pain of the transformation itself had been so overwhelming that their brains lost the ability to properly record memories during the process, or that their minds had instinctively suppressed the memories afterwards because the experience had been too traumatic to bear. Naturally, she hoped it was the former explanation. If it was the latter, then there remained the unsettling possibility that those memories could eventually resurface in the future, a prospect that deeply worried her. Even so, the members of the Fortuna party present warmly welcomed and congratulated the 2 patients, both of whom collapsed into tears after finally comprehending what had happened to them. To the pair, Eleanor may as well have been a deity, or at the very least, a saint. It took quite some time before the 2 patients finally calmed themselves enough to undergo a full series of examinations and tests. And during those tests, Eleanor discovered something that shocked her to her very core. The 2 recovered patients were emitting mana. Chapter 710, Artificial Combat Warriors. How is this possible? The question reverberated repeatedly through Eleanor's mind. According to the patients, prior to their berserk transformation, they had merely been ordinary common folk with only the slightest trace of cultivation talent. Yet now, after being cured and restored to their human forms, their bodies were unconsciously absorbing ambient mana on their own, without them even realizing it. Even more astonishingly, they had retained the Class 2 rank they possessed while still transformed into berserk humans. Eleanor found the development far too significant to keep to herself. After calmly settling the 2 patients down, she hurried to share the news with Alex, Zora, and Eudara, who had already returned to the Fortuna mansion in Bloodiron through Alex's installed spatial gate. What? Is that true? Eleanor nodded, both in response to Zora's question and as confirmation of her own lingering disbelief. Alex was also surprised by the discovery, though his reaction was far less outwardly dramatic than that of his wives. He simply nodded calmly, while silently contemplating the matter. Actually, now that I think about it, this shouldn't be entirely surprising. The signs were already there, Alex said thoughtfully. What do you mean, Master? Eudara, seated beside him, asked curiously. Zora and Eleanor also turned towards him with questioning expressions. Arguably, at the very core of why berserk transformation exists in humans. also lies the origin of combat warriors, Alex said slowly. He paused briefly before shaking his head, realizing that his explanation might not properly convey what he meant. He looked towards his wives. Let's examine it from another perspective, he said. Carefully, he began painting a clearer picture for them. Let us take a step back and assume that the so-called berserk transformation in humans is essentially the overactivation of the precursor gene used to create the first generation of combat warriors through the influence of the berserk property within ambient mana. If that assumption is correct, then for the berserk property, which is essentially some part of Gumo's divinity, to mutate to the point where it can affect all humans as it does now, I suspect it must have assimilated some component of that precursor gene into itself. Therefore, we can imagine the current berserk property as the combination of Gumo's divinity and the precursor gene. That's one side of the equation, Alex said, raising one hand expressively. On the other hand, he raised his second hand as well before continuing. Let us assume that after a millennium, most, if not all, humans within the main heavens of Verdantis possessed the precursor gene inherited from the first generation of combat warriors, albeit potentially dormant within their gene pool. In that case, the true difference between a warrior and an ordinary commoner would simply be that the former successfully activated their precursor gene, thereby gaining cultivation talent, while the latter never did. He paused briefly and glanced at both raised hands. Now, let's combine these 2 points together. As he spoke, he brought both hands together and interlocked his fingers. Under the assumption that berserk transformation occurs because the berserk property forcibly activates the precursor gene beyond what the body can safely withstand, the process becomes easier to understand. In the case of a warrior, the already activated precursor gene becomes overstimulated beyond the limits their body can endure. Meanwhile, in ordinary commoners, the dormant precursor gene is forcibly awakened all at once, triggering a reaction their bodies are completely unprepared to handle. That would explain why berserk transformation progresses much faster in commoners than in warriors. The latter's body already possesses some degree of adaptation to the gene's influence, whereas the former's body is entirely unfamiliar with it. Eleanor commented with a thoughtful nod. She found Alex's deduction to be sound, or at the very least, highly plausible. Alex nodded in agreement before continuing further. Regardless of why a commoner fails to become a warrior, whether they entirely lack the precursor gene within their bloodline, or whether it simply remains dormant, the current state of the berserk property appears capable of forcibly introducing or activating an active precursor gene regardless. That forced activation is what ultimately results in berserk transformation. In other words, within the body of every berserk human exists some measure of both Gumo's divinity and the precursor gene. He looked towards Eleanor and gave a slight nod. Instantly, she understood his intention. Following the trail of his earlier deductions, Eleanor spoke thoughtfully. I designed my therapy under the assumption that berserk transformation was caused by exposure to Gumo's divinity. In other words, my intention was to cleanse the patient's body of Gumo's corrupt divine energy. If your theory is correct, and berserk transformation is the result of Gumo's divine energy interacting with an activated precursor gene, then by removing Gumo's divine energy from the patient, what remains within their body would be the activated precursor gene itself. Wait, doesn't that mean you accidentally recreated the conditions necessary for the birth of a combat warrior? Realization suddenly dawned upon Zora, her eyes widening sharply. At her words, a similar understanding surfaced within Yudara as well, causing her to unconsciously nod in agreement. Exactly, Alex confirmed with a calm nod. The three women released slow, restrained breaths. Now that they had arrived at this conclusion and traced the logic backwards, they finally understood why Alex had stated earlier that the patient's retaining mana should not have come as such a surprise. The pieces had always been there. It had merely been a matter of assembling them together correctly. What's wrong? Alex suddenly asked, noticing the deep furrow in Yudara's brows. Although both Eleanor and Zora were similarly lost within their own thoughts, Yudara appeared far more troubled than either of them, perhaps even disturbed. Master, how do you intend to use this knowledge? Yudara asked quietly. Her brows remained tightly knit, her gaze distant and conflicted. What do you mean? Alex asked, somewhat uncertain. Do you intend to keep this knowledge within Fortuna, or do you wish to spread it? She clarified, turning towards him more directly. Alex's eyes narrowed slightly as he finally grasped the implication hidden beneath Eudara's seemingly ordinary question. His expression hardened, his gaze turning distant as he, too, sank into deep contemplation. After several moments of silence, rather than answering Eudara's question directly, he asked one of his own instead. What would you suggest? If we decide to keep this knowledge in-house, then we will have to limit its usage until after we acquire a territory of our own, and even then, only use it on transformations that occur within our territory, Eudara said. Alex folded his arms thoughtfully. This would be an excellent method for obtaining loyal subjects with cultivation talent. The temptation to make extensive use of it is difficult to ignore, he admitted. Eudara shook her head slowly. It most likely will not unfold that way, Master. And why do you think so? Alex asked. If we use the treatment on random berserk humans we encounter, eventually we will heal someone who wishes to return home afterwards. Will you prevent them from leaving? Alex remained silent. If you refuse to let them leave, then you will not gain the kind of loyal subjects you hope to cultivate for your territory. Resentment and fear would only take root instead. On the other hand, if you allow them to return home, then the existence of a treatment for berserk transformation will inevitably be exposed. In most cases, the people around them would already be aware that these patients had undergone berserk transformation. If such a person suddenly returns healed, and as a combat warrior no less, it would immediately become the talk of the town. And sooner or later, word of it would inevitably reach the temples. Eudara's expression grew increasingly grave as she continued. The temples have built much of their faith-based influence upon fear, specifically, the fear of berserk transformation. If a cure for berserk transformation were to become public knowledge, then there is a very high chance the various temples would move to secure the cure for themselves, presenting it as their deity's divine blessing, or burying its existence entirely. Her gaze turned steady and serious as she looked directly at Alex. And if they were to discover that the cure originated from us, her tone carried unmistakable caution, then there is a strong possibility that multiple temples would begin hunting us down simultaneously. Before we openly reveal that we possess a cure for berserk transformation, before we even begin using it extensively, we must first be certain that we possess the strength necessary to stand against this plane's pantheon and all the forces beneath it. Possessing a treasure is not a sin. The true crime is lacking the strength to protect it, Alex muttered inwardly to himself. Once again, the age-old saying played out before Alex's eyes. How many world-changing discoveries and solutions had been buried or hidden away simply because they threatened the established order maintained by the powers that be? It was the same regardless of the world, regardless of whichever life, past or present, he found himself in. In his previous life, he had witnessed countless instances where revolutionary, cutting-edge products were quietly shelved because they threatened to disrupt existing interests too greatly. The powers that be would hide behind lofty phrases such as, for the greater good, too dangerous to social stability, or other righteous-sounding justifications to suppress groundbreaking innovations. The most common of these were one-time cures for diseases being buried in favor of treatments designed to last a lifetime. As unpleasant as it sounds, I cannot entirely blame them. Truly selfless people are exceedingly rare in this world. Even I cannot confidently say I wouldn't bury something myself if it threatened my own interests, Alex thought grimly. Chapter 711, Eudara's Proxy Plan. Alex shook his head lightly, as though trying to cast aside those darker thoughts. That is not what I should be focusing on right now, he admonished himself inwardly. Since you identified the problem, do you also have a solution? One that allows us to make use of this newly discovered opportunity, he asked. Eudara's eyelids twitched faintly. For the briefest moment, Alex caught sight of a strangely calculating expression flickering within her eyes, an expression so unlike her usual self that he momentarily wondered whether he had imagined it. Before he could dwell on it further, Eudara spoke. We need to pass this knowledge to someone else, someone capable of weathering the storm and holding up the sky when this discovery inevitably shakes the world, she said calmly. A scapegoat? Or a proxy? Alex asked. I believe either could work. However, A proxy would likely be the better option, Eudara replied after a moment of thought. Actually, my idea is to replicate the kind of relationship you have with the Golden Palace. Not necessarily in terms of ownership over the business itself, but rather the proxy aspect of it. On Pangea, the Golden Palace introduces your products as though they were their own. In doing so, they shield you from malicious actors while also acting in your interests, or at the very least, in a way that broadly benefits you. I believe it would be best to pass this knowledge to a similar organization here, one powerful enough to withstand the retaliation of the temples. Alex, Eleanor, and Zora exchanged glances. From one another's expressions, they immediately realized who Eudara had in mind. The Syndicate, the Alston family, the Black Scars. The three of them spoke almost simultaneously. Yes, exactly my thoughts, Eudara confirmed with a nod. With the Syndicate's level of influence, it should be possible to utilize the treatment method right beneath the temple's noses while still keeping the matter concealed for a time. But that is not truly what we want, is it? Zora asked, a knowing smile tugging faintly at the corner of her lips. No, Eudara confirmed once more. Ideally, the temple should eventually discover it. Their reaction would force the Syndicate to spread the knowledge more widely amongst ambitious powers and influential figures. With the Syndicate's network, distributing such information amongst nobles, aristocrats, organizations, and even entire nations would be child's play. Once the knowledge becomes widespread enough, very few people would pay attention to us using it somewhere within an obscure corner of the Selahan Empire. Eudara suddenly paused before turning specifically towards Eleanor. The greatest issue with this plan, however, is... Her expression became serious. Are you willing to watch the opportunity your discovery has created for us spread into the hands of others? She asked quietly. A moment later, both her gaze and Eleanor's shifted towards Alex. Alex looked at the two women before giving Eleanor an encouraging nod. It is entirely your work. We will utilize it however you wish, he said with a faint smile. Eleanor nodded slowly. In that case, I want it to spread widely, she decided. She paused briefly before continuing. My original goal in creating this treatment was to cure as many patients as possible. Things only became complicated once the commoner patients unexpectedly transformed into professionals. However, at its core, my intention has not changed. I still wish to help as many people as possible. Allowing the knowledge and method to spread not only makes that possible, but it also allows us to make far better use of this discovery in the short term. Understood, Eudara nodded after hearing Eleanor's decision. In that case, the next issue we need to resolve is how to convince the Black Scar Syndicate to cooperate. Doing this would place them in direct opposition to the temples. Although the Black Scar Syndicate is technically composed of rebels opposed to the Pantheon, its leadership has always acted cautiously, ensuring that their true intentions remain concealed. Because of that, I doubt the Syndicate's Elder Council would readily agree to something like this merely for our sake. It would only be a problem if they were doing it for us, which they will not be. They will be doing it for themselves, Zora said with a faint smile. To move a group of old men like them, we simply need to frame this as an opportunity to profit from spreading the method while simultaneously undermining the very foundation of their enemy's power, the faith economy of the temples. This would be their chance to seriously damage their hidden enemy without yet having to engage in open conflict. Zora's smile widened slightly. It would also give them the opportunity to convince themselves that they are truly opposing the temples, rather than merely hiding and skittering about in the shadows like frightened rats. Judging from Ravenhorn's attitude, as well as the resources the Syndicate has already allocated to us, it is obvious they genuinely wish to fulfill their ancestral mission, even if their recent history has shown very little meaningful action towards that goal, she added. She then turned towards Alex. We could also phrase things in a way that makes this appear to be a subtle test. A test from the legatee to determine whether he can truly trust the Syndicate to support him when he eventually moves openly against the Pantheon. Alex nodded in understanding. Indeed, if they cannot assist with something as indirect and comparatively low risk as this, despite the immense potential reward, then they would only prove themselves unreliable when it comes to the far greater and more dangerous confrontation that is inevitably approaching, he said. Exactly, Zora confirmed. as descendants of a former imperial family, and ones who continued to uphold their ancestral mission even after the empire's collapse forced them into the underworld. They are undoubtedly prideful, especially when it concerns this very mission. To challenge their honor and pride in such a manner will undoubtedly spur them into action. We also need to ensure that the temples and clergy cannot make use of the treatment method themselves, Eleanor suddenly cautioned, a thought occurring to her. The entire purpose of this plan would be defeated if they somehow acquired the method and began using it themselves. They would simply claim it was divine wisdom bestowed upon the method's discoverer by their deity, just as they always do whenever knowledge somehow slips through the cracks of their control. The syndicate will never be able to guarantee that the method remains entirely out of the wrong hands, Yudara pointed out. Even if they thoroughly vet everyone they share it with, there is no realistic way to prevent the temples from eventually acquiring the knowledge from those people, whether by force or through other means. The true safeguard must therefore lie within the method itself. Once again, Alex found himself inwardly nodding at Yudara's sharp insight. Yes, she's developing quite nicely, he mused inwardly. Yudara's words caused Eleanor to suddenly realize a major flaw within the treatment method, scalability. The potion pill immersion formation therapy she had created possessed a significant limitation, one that could severely hinder the large-scale expansion necessary for their scheme to succeed. Originally, Eleanor had designed the therapy with only one objective in mind: achieving success and proving the concept worked. She had not considered that large portions of the method would be extremely difficult for others to replicate independently. Aside from the potion stage, the remaining 3 stages could not currently be replicated by anyone outside this very room. Both the pill and immersion stages of the therapy required alchemy pills, something only she and Alex were presently capable of producing. Meanwhile, the final formation stage required both of them working in tandem. Eleanor had to create the formation scroll itself, while Alex had to inscribe it with the required grand formation. Eleanor fell silent for a moment as she carefully thought things through. The logistics of the therapy are going to complicate matters significantly, she said at last. At the moment, Alex and I are the only ones capable of producing the pills, and I do not see either of us remaining stationary long enough to manufacture the quantity needed across an entire plane. Instead, what I can do is reverse the pill formula back into its original potion variant. If I manage that successfully, then it should become possible for ordinary alchemists, or perhaps even skilled herbalists, to produce the medicine themselves. However, we would still face the issue of the formation stage, she continued. That part would still require the two of us to personally create the formation scrolls. The only fortunate aspect is that the formation scrolls are reusable, Alex commented. Otherwise, the method's scalability might have collapsed before we even had the chance to begin. How important is the formation itself? Yudara suddenly asked. Vital, Eleanor answered immediately, without the slightest hesitation. The potions and pills may perform the majority of the cleansing process, but it is ultimately the formation that keeps the patient alive throughout the treatment. There are countless simultaneous processes occurring within the patient's body during the therapy. An ordinary doctor or healer would never be able to monitor and manage all of them effectively. You would need a saint-ranked healer to accomplish such a task reliably. And in a world where the clergy monopolize the healing authority, finding a saint-ranked healer unaffiliated with Navi faith would be practically impossible. The formation is the only realistic means of tracking the patient's condition while stabilizing their body enough to keep them alive. In that case, that is precisely how we will make this work, Yudara said decisively. Chapter 7:12, Divine Trap. Yudara turned towards Alex, giving him a meaningful glance. Alex immediately understood her intention and nodded. Thanks to my recent research into divine energy, Alex said thoughtfully, I should be able to rig the formation so that it malfunctions, or even completely breaks down, if it is used by a clergy person or within an environment saturated with ambient divine energy, such as a temple. If you do that, the patient will die, Eleanor cautioned. Unfortunately, Alex replied with a grim nod. Does it truly have to come to that? Eleanor frowned deeply. We cannot allow the temples to gain control over the method, Alex said sternly. Do not overthink this, Eleanor. This is not you, or any of us, for that matter, killing people. Without your treatment, berserk humans are already classified as monsters to be executed on sight. He paused briefly before continuing in a cautioning tone. In this state, until they are successfully treated, they are not regarded as patients, but as monsters. Everyone in the room understood that this was little more than semantics. Even so, Eleanor still nodded quietly. She was a princess raised within the vast Varelian Empire's imperial palace, a place overflowing with court politics, where seemingly cruel decisions were made every single day in the name of preserving the empire and protecting the imperial family. She was not naive. She understood what needed to be prioritized, and as cruel as it might sound, those priorities were her family and her people. No matter how some might describe her, she was far from some selfless saint. Like anyone else, there were things she would choose to be selfish for and selfish over. Since we are proceeding with this regardless, then we may as well maximize the opportunity before us. We should take advantage of the situation to shatter the halo surrounding Navi and further discredit the temples, Zora suddenly said. What exactly do you have in mind? Alex asked. Propaganda, Zora replied solemnly. We can safely assume that once the treatment method begins spreading, the temples will do everything within their power to acquire it and claim that it originated from their deity, or from the pantheon itself. If the safeguard built into the formation functions as intended, then many subjects will inevitably die in their hands. When that happens, the syndicate can discreetly circulate the information through its intelligence and information networks. Oh, I see. Alex's eyes flashed with understanding. That would completely undermine the temple's claims of divine favor. They would be cornered into an impossible position. They would either have to admit that the treatment was never truly divine favor to begin with, or explain why the temples somehow lost Navi's blessing and can no longer wield the grace supposedly bestowed upon them. No matter which option they choose, the authority and standing of the temples will suffer severe damage. The temples will not be foolish enough to make such claims without first testing the method themselves, will they? Eleanor questioned. A single internal trial would be enough for them to realize there is a problem with the method. They might even identify the formation as the source of the issue. All they would need to do is remove the formation entirely and have a Class 5 priest oversee the healing process instead. Problem solved. Alex smiled faintly. This is ultimately a race, he said. The temples will each be racing to acquire the method and claim ownership over it before other temples can. Whichever temple moves first would gain access to an enormous, untapped share of undecided believers and influence. Because of that, they will rush to publicly claim the method before properly testing it. This urgency will become their downfall. He continued calmly. And as you said, once they eventually conduct more thorough testing and possibly discover the flaw within the formation, they could theoretically dispatch a saint-ranked priest to manage the process manually. However, how long could they realistically sustain that? Alex leaned back slightly as his smile widened. The moment the treatment is validated by the temples, there will be a significant surge of people bringing transformed family members and loved ones to them for healing. At that point, it would be impossible for saint-ranked clergy to personally oversee every treatment. After all, saint-ranked clergy are effectively archbishop-level figures. He sneered slightly. An archbishop personally moving to treat lowborn, low-ranked people? You would have a better chance wishing for the wildlands to transform into an actual forest overnight. The illusion would collapse almost immediately. As he spoke, another thought suddenly crossed his mind. A smile appeared on his face once more. They also cannot rely on their usual tactic of claiming the treatment is reserved only for the devout while demanding exorbitant fees. If they attempt to turn people away like that, those same people would simply seek treatment from other organizations capable of using the method instead. Eventually, the temples would face severe backlash over their pricing and restrictions. At the same time, they cannot justify the high costs by claiming the process requires the involvement of an archbishop-level figure. After all, other organizations would be able to achieve identical results without relying on such high-ranking individuals. And more importantly, doing so would expose the fact that ordinary clergy cannot safely use the method because of the safeguard embedded within the formation, which would inevitably draw attention back to their claims of divine favor in the first place. Their remaining option would be to fight commercially, Zora spoke. She cautioned, "The temples possess enough wealth and influence to buy out the required raw materials entirely, preventing the method from spreading on a meaningful scale. And if matters escalate far enough, do not doubt for a second that they would resort to such tactics. That will be the syndicate's responsibility to prevent," Alex replied with a shrug. "If they cannot even manage something on this scale, then they can forget about ever standing against Navi and the temples." The husband and his wives fell silent for a brief moment, each quietly reflecting upon the implications of their discussion. "So, to summarize," Alex eventually said, "the plan is to hand the method over to the Black Scar Syndicate, along with a consistent supply of formation scrolls, allowing them to popularize and distribute the treatment widely enough for us to utilize it ourselves without drawing scrutiny. At the same time, there is a secondary objective, disrupting the plane's faith economy by stripping away one of the temple's most important products while simultaneously allowing the Syndicate, our ally, to quietly accumulate soft power throughout the continent instead." Alex looked towards his wives. "Anything else?" he asked with a smile. He found himself genuinely pleased watching his wives work together, combining the knowledge, perspectives, and expertise from their individual fields into a unified strategy for the benefit of his house and its future interests. "Looks like I truly lucked out with the fantasy marriage category," Alex chuckled inwardly. None of the women answered his question, causing him to nod slightly. "Then it seems we have a workable plan," Alex said with a smile. "In that case, I'll leave the details to the three of you. Discuss the specifics with Raven Horn, and if necessary, with the Elder Council behind him as well." "In other words, you intend to dump all the work onto us and run away? And you think we would allow that?" Zora raised an eyebrow sharply. All right. If it comes to dealing with the Elder Council, I'll handle that part personally. You three can deal with Raven Horn instead." "Fair," Alex quickly conceded. He had merely been trying his luck. Considering Fortuna's relationship with Raven Horn, it would not be considered inappropriate for Alex to send his wives to negotiate with him on his behalf. However, the same could not be said when dealing with the Elder Council. This had nothing to do with the fact that they were women. Rather, sending retainers in place of personally meeting the council to discuss a project of such significance could easily be interpreted as a sign of contempt, or, at the very least, disregard, for the council and its members. Even if the Elder Council chose not to view the matter too harshly, it would still leave them with a poorer impression of him. There was little to gain from leaving a negative impression upon powerful individuals such as them. Conversely, there was always much to gain from leaving a favorable one. And even beyond immediate gain, it was simply good practice to leave positive impressions wherever possible. One never knew when such things might prove useful in the future. "Can I leave the meeting with Raven Horn to the two of you?" Eleanor suddenly asked. What? Alex blinked in surprise. "This is your work. Wouldn't you want to personally ensure it is represented properly?" "I do," Eleanor replied with a nod. "But I am needed elsewhere." "More urgently than overseeing the implementation of your own project?" Alex asked curiously. "Yes," Eleanor nodded. Chapter 713, Letter from the Legatee. "Yes," Eleanor confirmed. "Before implementation, we first need to ensure that the product itself is stable and fully understood." She continued seriously. "Although the first successful cases suggest that patients gain cultivation talent after being cured, which is precisely why we are even having this discussion, we still have not confirmed the full extent of the phenomenon. Will all patients gain cultivation talent after recovering from berserk transformation, regardless of whether they were originally commoners or already professionals? If the patient was already a professional beforehand, does their cultivation talent improve after treatment, or does it simply remain unchanged? Berserk humans typically need to consume vast amounts of flesh and energy corrupted by the berserk property in order to mutate further and advance in rank. How does this factor apply to cured patients? Can they continue progressing naturally like ordinary professionals? Or are they permanently locked at their current rank unless exposed to some form of external catalyst? And if so, what exactly would that catalyst be? Another mutation? If berserk transformation truly functions the way we suspect, then what exactly is causing it? Not merely deductions pieced together from fragmented information, but actual confirmed facts. And once we fully understand the cause, Can we replicate the effect without forcing someone through the berserk transformation process itself? Eleanor fired off a rapid succession of questions, each one significant enough to potentially serve as the foundation for an entire research project on its own. However, perhaps the most important question of all was the last one. You want to create a method capable of granting cultivation talent to ordinary commoners? Alex's eyes widened slightly. Yes, if it proves possible, Eleanor nodded. The Heavenly Venerable succeeded once before, which means I would not be starting entirely from scratch. Even if I fail to grant cultivation talent directly, perhaps I could still discover a way to significantly enhance existing talent instead. Whether it grants or improves talent, either outcome would greatly strengthen the foundation of our future territories. Alex studied Eleanor carefully, noticing the growing curve tugging at her lips and the unmistakable sparkle shining within her eyes. You're genuinely excited about this, aren't you? Alex suddenly asked with a smile. Caught slightly off guard by the question, Eleanor paused briefly before examining her own feelings. Then she nodded honestly. Yes, I am. A beautiful smile bloomed across her face, bright and lively like a flower opening beneath the morning sun. Very well, go for it, Alex said with a smile of his own. Just remember, safety first. Don't take unnecessary risks. Basically, avoid doing all the things you would normally warn me against doing. A soft chuckle escaped Eleanor as she nodded in agreement. Truthfully, Alex did not particularly care whether the research ultimately succeeded or failed. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say that he deliberately refused to place too much expectation upon it. That way, if the research failed, Eleanor would not feel burdened by excessive pressure. And if it succeeded, then they would simply implement the results accordingly. Either way, what mattered most to him was that Eleanor had found something that genuinely excited her, something meaningful enough to occupy her thoughts and time. That alone lifted one more invisible weight from his shoulders, easing the pressure pushing him towards obtaining the missing coordinates to Pangaea as quickly as possible. With his wives gradually becoming occupied by their own pursuits and ambitions, their attention would remain engaged, and he would not need to worry as much about them growing homesick or emotionally burdened by their separation from home. In turn, that also eased a burden on his own heart. As planned, while Eleanor continued monitoring the 2 cured patients and preparing additional experiments to gather more research data, Zora and Udara met with Ravenhorn to discuss the broader implementation strategy for the project. After the meeting concluded, Ravenhorn returned to the Black Scar Syndicate's villa within the core district of Bloodiron City, where he once again utilized the Syndicate's secret communication method to contact the Alston family's Elder Council. Without delay, Ravenhorn delivered a detailed report regarding Fortuna's recent activities. Most of the council had reportedly been stunned into silence upon learning that the legatees group had discovered a cure for berserk transformation. More shocking still was the revelation that the cured individuals appeared to possess cultivation talent afterwards. There were potentially millions of berserk humans scattered throughout the world, and every single one of them had effectively been abandoned, left to transform, mutate, and rot away by the very deities and clergy who demanded faith in exchange for supposedly protecting humanity from such a fate. If they, or rather, the legatee himself, could truly cure this ever-growing population, then they might one day possess an army sizable enough to stand against the deities when the inevitable time of conflict arrived. Ravenhorn then produced a parchment before calmly reading aloud Alex's message to the council. O elders of remaining light of Verdantis, leaders of the honorable Alston family, who continue to uphold the forgotten mission of an age long since past, I offer you my salutations, my gratitude, and my respect for your family's sacrifices and your enduring service to the plane, where so many others have long since forgotten their duty. I am Alex Fury, leader of Fortuna. But more importantly, I am the inheritor of the One Heaven Sorcerer's will. This is a message of solidarity, for we share a common goal, the downfall of the pantheon that continues to drain the life from this plane. A common goal to defend this world from the plagues and hidden threats that encircle it from the shadows. A common goal that, I hope, can unite us, not as scattered individuals struggling alone, but as one united force. This is also a message of appreciation, for my heart holds nothing but gratitude for the assistance your family has provided to my endeavors through your chosen liaison, Ravenhorn. Please understand that your support is both recognized and appreciated, and it shall not be forgotten. With these in mind, I wish to inform you of a major discovery made by my faction, and to extend to you an opportunity born from both my gratitude towards your family and the solidarity we share. There are moments throughout this plane's history that define the rise of new powers and the fall of others. The arrival of external existential threats, the birth of parasites who dare call themselves deities, the creation of beings meant to embody hope only to become traitors, the ambitions of parasites steeped in greed and treachery, and the emergence of unstoppable plagues that transform men into monsters. Each of these events has shaped this world into what it is today, slowly pushing it towards the brink of destruction. As the inheritor of the One Heaven Sorcerer's will, it is my mandate to reverse these tragedies and usher in a new era, one built not upon false narratives and betrayals, but upon the rise of honorable men worthy of trust, reputation, and accountability, following the future downfall of the false deities. Ravenhorn briefly paused before continuing to read aloud. In pursuit of this goal, I announce to this honorable and reputable council that my faction has discovered a cure for berserk transformation, the once unstoppable plague that has forced us to treat our fellow men as monsters to be hunted and slain. Chapter 714, Letter from the Legatee 2. After careful consideration, I have concluded that your organization is uniquely positioned to oversee the proper dissemination of this cure, while preventing the false deities and their despicable clergy from employing their usual heinous methods to suppress progress across the plane in service of their fabricated narrative of the world. Unlike my faction, which is positioned toward development for our shared cause, your organization possesses both the reach and the experience necessary to confront the nefarious methods of the temples directly. As such, you possess the influence, stability, and infrastructure required to introduce this cure to the world on a scale that no lesser power could ever hope to achieve. Naturally, I do not intend to hand over such a creation freely. My faction must recover at least a portion of the immense costs invested into this endeavor. The value of this cure is self-evident, and its price shall naturally reflect this value accordingly. I have entrusted Ravenhorn with a separate document containing the pricing structure. Ravenhorn continued reading aloud. "O elders of House Alston, this should not be mistaken for a mere business transaction. Rather, view it for what it truly is, an opportunity. You are all undoubtedly men of immense wisdom and experience, possessing insight far beyond what someone of my age could hope to claim. As such, I know I need not explain the tremendous value of this cure, nor the countless lives it may change, and the profound shift in the balance of power it could bring about. This is not merely a transaction, but also an opportunity to become the guiding hand that determines how and where that shift in the balance of power unfolds. It is also an opportunity to deliver a major blow against the Pantheon, and to tear open the first crack within the seemingly impenetrable wall of narratives and lies the different temples have woven around the minds of the people. The first decisive step in the great mission that we now share. This is an opportunity to carry out the first meaningful strike against our common enemy." The room continued to remain silent as Ravenhorn read on. However, more importantly than all of this, it is also an opportunity to strengthen the goodwill and camaraderie between our two organizations. Please consider this my gesture of goodwill towards the future relationship between our factions, as together we take the first steps towards ushering in the new world the forebears sacrificed their lives to light the flames of hope for. I ask that you consider my offer carefully and favorably, so that we may seize this rare opportunity together, a chance to begin reshaping the world itself, one that may never present itself again. Once Ravenhorn finished reading Alex's letter, he proceeded to present the list of demands and conditions attached to the cure itself. The prices attached to the cure were undeniably steep, high enough to comfortably fund the operations of a large organization. However, Ravenhorn did not believe they were beyond what the Black Scar Syndicate, or rather, the Alston family behind it, could afford. What truly surprised him was the silence that followed after he finished reading the price list. Even the faction aligned with the fourth elder remained unusually quiet. "Step outside, admin," the first elder suddenly ordered. A flicker of surprise passed through Ravenhorn's eyes, but he obeyed immediately. He stepped out of the central circle within the room, severing his ability to overhear the discussion between the phantom projections of the elders. Roughly 5 minutes passed as the elders exchanged words amongst themselves. Eventually, the first elder's phantom motioned for Ravenhorn to return. "Admin, inform the legatee, young Master Alex, that we accept his demands," the first elder declared. "Understood," Ravenhorn bowed respectfully. "And also tell him this," the first elder continued, his voice calm, yet meaningful. "We understand and acknowledge his request, and we shall do our utmost to meet his expectations." A trace of confusion flickered across Ravenhorn's eyes, causing him to tilt his head slightly. Nevertheless, he lowered his head once more. "I shall carry out your orders," he affirmed. With that, the meeting came to an end. The phantoms of the elders gradually faded away, and Ravenhorn departed from the mansion, making his way towards the Fortuna mansion to deliver the good news personally. At the same time, elsewhere within an undisclosed location, 3 elderly men in their 60s, or perhaps even older, sat cross-legged upon the floor around a short table, calmly drinking tea together. Had Ravenhorn been present, he would have recognized them immediately. They were the first, second, and third elders of the Alston family council. Seated at the head of the short rectangular table was the first elder. Though he was the oldest amongst the 3, he also exuded the strongest and most imposing presence. He calmly sipped from his teacup before setting it down upon his lap. Afterwards, he slowly turned his gaze towards the 2 elderly men seated beside him, the second elder on his right and the third elder on his left. "What do the 2 of you think of the legatee's letter?" the first elder asked calmly. "On the surface, he presents himself as an idealist," the second elder replied with a chuckle. "Yet beneath that surface, the letter reveals a considerable degree of cunning, though not necessarily in a bad way." His expression resembled that of an amused senior watching a particularly talented junior show off before his elders. The third elder nodded as well, carrying a similarly entertained expression. However, unlike the second elder, he began dissecting Alex's letter in far greater detail. The first half of the letter is deliberately sentimental in tone. He constructs a rhetoric designed to resonate with us emotionally, then goes even further by displaying intense hostility towards the deities, as though he wishes to convince us that his hatred for the Pantheon rivals, or perhaps even surpasses, that of our guardian family. However, if the far more restrained and controlled tone present within the second half of the letter is anything to judge by, then the emotional approach in the first half was likely intentional. It was either meant to establish a sense of shared purpose and emotion between us, or to create the illusion that we had discovered a weakness within his character. Either way, the result is all the same. It encourages us to lower our guard and view the latter half of the letter more favorably. Chapter 7:15. Views of the Alston family elders. The third elder paused briefly before continuing. The second half itself is filled with layered intentions, a classic example of veiled rewards and punishments. By initially presenting the offer as a simple transaction, he subtly emphasizes the neutral and limited nature of our current relationship. Then, by reframing the offer as an opportunity tied to mutual benefit, he signals his willingness to strengthen ties between our 2 organizations, something he later makes even more explicit. However, even while expressing this willingness to deepen cooperation, he avoids appearing overly eager or compromising his position of strength. In fact, he subtly reinforces the idea that he remains the one in control of the opportunity being presented. By structuring the offer as a transaction, he preserves the ability to sever cooperation at any moment should we fail to meet or exceed his assessment of us, which is ultimately no different from what we ourselves have been doing to him. On the surface, it appears as though he is selling us the entirety of the cure through the potion formulae listed within the agreement. However, judging from the wording and structure of the letter, I strongly suspect that the final item mentioned, the formation scrolls, is actually the most critical component of the entire treatment. At the very least, I highly doubt the cure would function properly without these formation scrolls. And unlike the potion formulae, which he is willing to sell outright. The scrolls themselves must be continuously purchased from him. The third elder's eyes narrowed slightly. In doing so, he ensures that if we ever fail to meet his expectations or betray him, we would immediately lose access to the formation scrolls. Should that happen, every resource we invested into stockpiling ingredients, building infrastructure, and organizing the distribution network for the cure would become worthless overnight. And depending on the scale of resources committed, the resulting losses could be catastrophic. He paused briefly before continuing. A final point worth noting is how effectively the letter conceals the weaknesses of his faction while simultaneously magnifying its strengths. His organization is still relatively small and clearly lacks the scale necessary to fully exploit the cure's potential on its own. Yet nowhere within the letter does he openly expose this weakness. Even while negotiating from a technically weaker position, he projects confidence and strength so effectively that the flaw becomes almost invisible. The third elder slowly shook his head, not out of disappointment, but genuine admiration for this member of the younger generation. Magnifying one's strengths while concealing vulnerabilities, encouraging cooperation while quietly taking control through softer methods, exposing carefully crafted weaknesses to manipulate and manage potential threats, wielding both carrot and stick without making either obvious, and possessing the kind of charisma that naturally draws others towards mutual benefit. The second elder released an appreciative sigh, filled with amusement. If I did not already know he was a youth barely 2 decades of age, I would have assumed he was a seasoned minister versed in court politics and statecraft. If only the old Alston imperial family had produced a descendant this exceptional at such a young age, then. The third elder sighed melancholically for a brief moment. Then he shook his head lightly. Old age must finally be catching up to me. That is what happens when you become overly sentimental and too eager to pass your legacy to a successor. The second elder laughed. Look at me. I have no such worries. Whatever comes, comes. Not everyone can be as free-spirited as you. The third elder jabbed dryly. Haha, true enough. I am rather unique. After all, the second elder replied proudly, completely missing the verbal barb directed at him. The third elder's lips twitched faintly. In the end, he simply shook his head, no longer bothering himself with this utterly impervious blockhead. The first elder gave the third elder a brief nod before shifting his gaze towards the second elder instead. Second, enough fooling around. Speak seriously. What does your instinct tell you about the boy? The first elder asked. The weight behind his stare caused the second elder to gradually put aside his relaxed demeanor, replacing it with a rare expression of solemnity. His personal strength is exceptional for someone of his rank. His battlefield command is equally impressive, and he consciously surrounds himself with talented individuals, which naturally explains why many of the people under him are similarly capable. He understands how to convert neutrals and even potential enemies into allies, while simultaneously knowing when to utterly crush those who insist on becoming his enemies instead. But more importantly, the second elder's gaze became slightly distant. He possesses the charisma necessary to maintain the loyalty of those close to him, while still binding them together through mutual benefit rather than blind devotion alone. A moment later, his eyes regained clarity as he looked towards the first and third elders. That boy, Alex Fury, possesses an understanding of human nature far beyond what his age should realistically allow. And more importantly, he knows how to make use of that understanding effectively. As things stand, his greatest weakness is likely his lack of experience. The second elder paused briefly before continuing with certainty. The more accustomed he becomes to leadership and authority, as long as the power does not corrupt him, the more of a fearsome leader he will become. A fearsome leader? Like a tyrant? The third elder asked, raising an eyebrow. No. The second elder shook his head. A tyrant rules through force. On the other hand, this legatee of ours is gradually becoming the kind of leader for whom those around him would willingly offer everything they have, perhaps even their lives. I call him fearsome because, should we allow our younger generation to come into close contact with him, they will inevitably surrender themselves to his banner. A heritage built over centuries could eventually find itself at the mercy of a single young man. Does that not concern you? The second elder asked solemnly. Now who is the sentimental one? The third elder laughed. That is simply the reality of entrusting the future to the next generation. It is a risk every generation must eventually accept. Indeed, the first elder nodded in agreement with both men. He calmly took another sip from his teacup. The composed motion alone seemed enough to settle the atmosphere around the table. The third is correct. The potential loss of a heritage built over centuries is a danger every generation faces when passing authority onto the next. The only true way to minimize that risk is to ensure that power is entrusted to someone competent. The first elder's gaze deepened slightly. And from what I have heard from the two of you, this legatee appears to be precisely such a competent individual upon whom we may place our bets. If he eventually gains influence over our younger generation, then neither they, nor we, would have anyone else to blame but ourselves. Chapter 716, Views of the Alston Family Elders 2. Both the second and third elders nodded quietly, releasing soft sighs. Whatever the future might hold, the old men found a measure of reassurance in the way Alex had consistently treated those allied to him. Thus far, he had ensured that his partners always gained something tangible from their relationship with him. If he one day succeeded in winning over the younger generation of the Alston family, just as he already had, and continued to do, with Admin Alston, better known as Ravenhorn, then at the very least, they could take comfort in the belief that their descendants would be rewarded appropriately for their loyalty and service. The first elder gently placed his teacup down upon the table. I believe we should begin extending feelers towards the other guardian families, he suddenly said. The eyes of both the second and third elders flashed with surprise. Although the first elder's words were spoken casually, the implications behind them were anything but simple. It meant that the old man had likely already decided to fully support the legatee. Realizing this, neither elder voiced any opposition. After all, the first elder was no longer seeking their opinions. He was merely informing them of his decision. We should also reward the current patriarch of House Bellic. Luth Bellic, was it? His eye for talent is indeed quite sharp, the first elder added. It just so happens that House Bellic is currently trapped between the ambitions of the Lemuria imperial family and the Luxon Duchy, the third elder suggested thoughtfully. A fitting reward might be to ease some of that pressure from them. Let us proceed with that, the first elder nodded. House Bellic, though fallen, remains one of the guardian families. If they are to properly support the legatee, young Master Alex, then they must first be freed from these external restraints. He turned his gaze towards the third elder. I shall leave the matter in your hands, he said calmly. No problem, the third elder nodded. I will have a quiet conversation with the Lemuria Emperor regarding the matter. He should still be willing to give me some face, he added casually. Good. The first elder nodded once more. Not long afterwards, the discussion gradually moved towards other matters, particularly the current state of the younger generation within House Alston. Osmont City, Bellic Barony, Lemuria Empire. Baron Luth Bellic received two missives at almost the exact same time. One of them came from his son, Crone Bellic. Within the letter, Crone informed his father about his growing experiences staying with the Fortuna Party in Bloodiron City, while also vaguely touching upon the group's recent progress. Luth Bellic could not help the proud smile that formed upon his face. At the very beginning, Crone had poured nearly every detail he could into the letters he sent home. But now, the boy had matured enough to understand that certain matters should not be committed to paper. It was not merely a sign of Crone's growing maturity, but also evidence of his loyalty and fealty towards the liege he had chosen to follow. Luth Bellic felt a complicated mixture of emotions at that realization. As the head of House Bellic, part of him felt disappointed that Crone would place the affairs of another house above those of his own family. Yet as a father, he could not help but feel proud that his son had seemingly found his path in life. The second letter the Baron received came from a far more unexpected source, one so significant that he reread the contents at least 3 times, his expression growing increasingly solemn with each pass, ensuring he had not misunderstood the message hidden within the letter. A complicated sigh escaped his lips after he finally finished reading it. He rose from his seat and walked towards the fireplace, where he tossed the letter into the flames and silently watched it burn away completely, leaving not even ashes behind. At that moment, a knock sounded upon the door. A second later, the butler stepped into the study. Master, Count Morgan Helfer has arrived, the butler reported respectfully. HM. Baron Luthbellic nodded indifferently. He left the study to receive the Count personally, with the butler following quietly behind him. Count Morgan, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? Baron Luthbellic asked as he met the Count near the entrance hall. Count Morgan smiled charmingly. The Marquis of Ravenlight sends his regards. He would have come personally, but he suspected that doing so would only earn greater displeasure from you. He would be correct, Baron Luth replied bluntly. Count Morgan's smile stiffened for the briefest moment. He studied the Baron intently during that instant before the charming smile smoothly returned to his face once more. Seeing this, Baron Luth's brows furrowed faintly. Nevertheless, he still ushered the Count into the castle. You have a magnificent castle, Count Morgan commented with a faint smile. A shame that it has not truly been yours for quite some time now. However, the verbal jab earned nothing more than the same dispassionate expression from Baron Bellic. Did the second son of the Luxon Duchy send you here, after all your hard work claiming your friend's fief, and even his wives and children, as your own, merely to exchange insults with me? The Baron asked calmly, earning a sharp glare from the Count. Although Count Morgan Helfer technically outranked Baron Luthbellic in title, there was an old saying amongst nobles, before beating a dog, one must first look at its master. Since Baron Luth belonged to the imperial faction, Morgan, who served a ducal faction, could not afford to openly disregard him, especially not when Baron Bellic was a man with extensive friendships and connections occupying influential positions both within and beyond the borders of the Lemuria Empire. Soon, very soon, I will wipe that indifferent expression from your face, Count Morgan swore inwardly, venom filling his thoughts. Even so, he maintained his polished facade outwardly. My liege, the Marquis of Ravenlight, Asher von Luxon, requests your support during these turbulent times, he said diplomatically. I am not a vassal of the Luxon Duchy, nor does the Bellic barony even fall within the duchy's territory. There is little assistance I could possibly provide the Marquis, Baron Bellic replied calmly. Then, with unmistakable ill will, he added, if it were Duke Luxon himself, then perhaps we might have matters worth discussing. But as things stand, the Marquis is merely a scion of House Luxon. There is nothing I could realistically aid him with. Chapter 717, Baron Bellic's Stance and Standing. Count Morgan's expression visibly darkened for a brief moment before he quickly regained control. Nevertheless, Baron Bellic still noticed the reaction. Shaking his head lightly, the Baron continued. I understand what Asher von Luxon is truly concerned about. My foolish eldest son, York, choosing to accompany Clinton von Luxon on his expedition was his own personal decision. It has no bearing whatsoever upon House Bellic itself. Similar to what I stated earlier, York is merely a scion of House Bellic. Likewise, Marquis Clinton is merely a scion of House Luxon. Their individual actions do not represent the official will of either House Bellic or House Luxon. The relationship between our two houses remains exactly as it has always been, the Baron declared decisively. Are you certain this is the choice you wish to make? House Luxon, under the proper leadership, could assist with your current predicament, Count Morgan said meaningfully. However, Baron Bellic merely shook his head. I thank both the Count and the Marquis for their concern regarding my house, but I believe the two of you should first resolve your own troubles before concerning yourselves with mine, he replied bluntly. Very well. Count Morgan rose to his feet. It seems my visit must end here, then. Baron Bellic simply nodded. Count Morgan practically stormed out of the castle in barely restrained fury. After the Count departed, Baron Bellic returned to his study, where he stood silently by the window, seemingly watching the Count's carriage gradually disappear into the distant horizon. A weary sigh escaped his lips. Under the banner of Duke Luxon's second son, the Marquis of Ravenlight, Asher von Luxon, Count Morgan had been making increasingly aggressive moves in recent times. After Fortuna decimated the Barnsel Fortress's forces during their passage through Helton Barony, Count Morgan had swiftly completed the marriage rites with Lady Helton, successfully becoming regent of Helton Barony under the justification that the rightful heir remained underage. To any discerning eye, it was obvious that this was merely a convenient pretext for seizing control of the barony outright. And with the Count steadily placing his own loyalists into key administrative and military positions throughout the territory, it was nearly impossible to imagine the young heir ever truly reclaiming the fief upon reaching adulthood. However, by marrying Lady Helton, Count Morgan had also acquired the justification he needed to extend his influence into Swift Song, the merchant company owned by Lady Helton's father. By the time Lady Helton realized the Count's true intentions, it had already become far too late. At present, Morgan effectively controlled nearly half of the merchant company already, and this was far from an isolated incident. Other nobles operating beneath Asher von Luxen's banner had similarly carried out quiet coups and takeovers against neighboring fiefs and merchant organizations. To outsiders, many nobles viewed these actions as proof of the Marquis' intelligence, ambition, and leadership. But to the houses targeted by him, Asher von Luxen was nothing less than a wolf they absolutely could not afford to invite into their homes. Aside from vassals quietly taking over the fiefdoms of others, there were also disturbing rumors surrounding the Marquis of Ravenlight himself. Some whispers even suggested that he might have been involved in the death of one of the Luxen dukedom's combat saints, a veteran warrior and soldier who had loyally served House Luxen for decades, all because the saint had refused to involve himself in the struggle between the duke's children for succession. And as though that alone was not alarming enough, the Marquis of Ravenlight had recently begun turning his attention towards smaller fiefdoms outside the allowed area of influence of the duchy, possessing resources capable of advancing his ambitions. From Baron Bellick's experience, that was a recipe for disaster. The imperial family would never tolerate such unchecked expansion indefinitely. Still, imperial authority was slow-moving by nature, and until it finally acted, the smaller noble houses remained entirely at the Marquis' mercy. Due to the considerable distance separating the Luxen dukedom from Bellick barony, Baron Bellick might ordinarily have viewed the situation merely as a distant observer. However, because of his eldest son's close relationship with the Marquis of Virtuous Light, Clinton von Luxen, Asher's elder brother, House Bellick had inevitably found itself within the sights of a very dangerous man. Under normal circumstances, Baron Bellick would never have rejected Count Morgan's proposal so forcefully and directly. The only reason he possessed the confidence to refuse so decisively today was because of the second letter he had received earlier. A letter of support from someone the Baron respected immensely. This individual was perhaps one of the greatest statesmen Baron Bellick had ever encountered in his lifetime. The man possessed many identities, but the title used within the letter might have been the most significant of all, for it confirmed the progress of one of the Baron's carefully placed gambles. The sender of the letter was none other than the third elder of the Alston Guardian family. The third elder's direct involvement, and his written support, confirmed one of the Baron's recent suspicions, pieced together through the subtle details within Crone's letters. Alex Fury has become the legatee. With such a card now in his possession, and with the backing of someone who possessed the ear of the Lemuria Emperor himself, Baron Luth Bellick finally found the confidence to reject the banner of a mere ducal scion, one who had not even secured his own position yet, and who would likely soon attract the scrutiny of the imperial family itself. Well, unless Duke Luxen personally chose to intervene, of course. Back in Blood Iron, Alex and the Fortuna Company remained entirely oblivious to the powerful ally they had just gained at the very highest level of the Alston family, as well as the political situation simmering within the Lemuria Empire. Then again, even if they had known, it likely would not have changed much anyway. Ravenhorn returned with the message, or rather, the good news, and preparations for the plan swiftly began in earnest. While Eleanor concentrated on the research and development side of the project, Fortuna and its partners, particularly the Black Scar Syndicate and its numerous branches spread across the continent, quietly began acquiring the raw materials required to mass-produce the treatment potions ahead of time. This served two purposes. First, it would prevent the temples from cornering and starving the market of essential materials. Second, it would help generate operational revenue to sustain the enormous undertaking that the project would eventually become. Mobilizing a colossal continent-wide organization required vast amounts of wealth to keep the wheels of progress turning smoothly. However, while Ravenhorn's report may have been the largest and most impactful development in terms of continental consequences, The most important piece of news for Fortuna itself came from someone else entirely. Saul Redwald, the master of the Battlebane Guild. "Young Master Alex, I bring good news," Saul Redwald announced. "What is it?" Alex asked. "I have discovered a way for you to enter the Selahan Empire as a noble," Saul replied. The revelation left Alex momentarily stunned. Chapter 718. How to Gain a Territory I. Another 2 weeks passed in a flash. Alex stood outside the fortified outpost where Eleanor's makeshift berserk human treatment and research facility was located, loosely holding Dread's reins in one hand. He looked up towards the sky before shaking his head lightly. Time is moving far too quickly, and it increasingly feels as though I have very little to show for it, he thought inwardly. Dread snorted impatiently before nudging Alex with his head. "I am not sulking. I was merely thinking," Alex argued defensively. Dread nudged him once more. Clearly, his equine companion did not believe him in the slightest. Alex could only shake his head wryly. Turning around, he glanced at the modest force assembled behind him. The group consisted of Saul Redwald, Dalton Ashton, Sania, a female captain of the Battlebane Guild, the 7 Fury Rune Knights, Havel, Silver, Mogul, Udara, and Alex himself. Alex nodded faintly at the sight of the assembled squad. He believed this force was strong enough to handle nearly any threat they might encounter during the expedition to obtain the opportunity Saul claimed could grant them entry into the Selahan Empire as nobles, provided they did not run into a legendary ranked existence. Before Alex could reflect further upon the conversation he had shared with Saul 2 weeks earlier, the discussion that had led to the formation of this expeditionary group, a hulking figure suddenly approached him. "Boss, can you please let me come with you?" "Please, boss," Kavikin pleaded earnestly. "I already told you, Kavikin. I need you here to keep the troops in line. You are the only person I can trust with that responsibility," Alex said as he patted the large man's shoulder. "And if you become bored, you can always take missions from the Adventurer Association or the Mercenary Union. Those missions have become boring. Only following you around is never boring. You always end up going to interesting places," Kavikin argued stubbornly. "You mean dangerous places," Alex corrected with a smile. "Exactly." Kavikin's eyes sparkled excitedly. "Forget it, big guy. I need you here, and that decision is final," Alex said firmly. Kavikin's expression immediately fell in disappointment. Alex chuckled softly before patting the man's arm again. "Do not worry. Once we finally begin making our move properly, you will have more excitement than you can handle," Alex said, a sharp glint flashing through his eyes. Seeing this, a similarly predatory grin spread across Kavikin's face. "Good, boss. I will hold you to that promise. My babies and I shall fast for now in anticipation," Kavikin declared, patting the twin axes hanging at either side of his thick, tiger-like waist. Alex merely waved the large man away before suddenly overhearing Zora speaking to Udara nearby. "Do not forget to keep a close eye on him. There is no telling what he might do if you leave him to his devices in that place," Zora warned. "Do not worry, big sister. I will either stop him from getting into trouble or protect him if he does," Udara vowed earnestly. "Damn girl," Zora laughed, playfully smacking Udara's arm. "I'm not worried about him getting into trouble. I am worried about him causing the trouble. You do realize I can hear the two of you, right?" Alex said with a deadpan expression. "And shouldn't you stop teasing me already? I am your husband, not a child that needs constant supervision. I will stop once you stop behaving like a child and begin acting like a proper adult," Zora replied without hesitation. "When exactly have I?" Alex instinctively tried to argue before abruptly cutting himself off midway. There were, admittedly, quite a few recent incidents Zora could easily bring up. He knew better than to hand her the opportunity to publicly embarrass him further. Massaging the bridge of his nose to stave off the headache threatening to form, Alex eventually sighed before speaking more seriously. "I am leaving things in your hands, Zora. Watch over the kids and keep everyone safe until I return, all right? Just focus on the journey ahead and make sure you stay safe. I will keep everything running smoothly here until you come back," Zora replied with a smile. "All right," Alex smiled back. His gaze shifted towards the entrance of the fort. "Looks like Eleanor will not be coming after all," Zora commented. "No problem," Alex nodded. "Make sure she receives whatever support she requires." Her success could become extremely important for our overall campaign on this plane. One thing Alex and his wives had deliberately left unspoken during their earlier discussions regarding Eleanor's berserk human treatment was the impact it could have upon Gumo's long-term plans. After all, a cure for berserk transformation would effectively slow, and perhaps even reverse, the spread of Gumo's divinity and influence across the plane entirely. This was something that could eventually become a major trump card in the struggle for the Heavens Mandate. I know what needs to be done. I kept the Enclave running, remember? Zora replied. Now stop wasting time and go already. The sooner you secure a territory, the sooner we can truly begin this campaign of ours, right? Alex nodded. He suddenly stepped forward, pulling Zora into an embrace before kissing her briefly. I will return soon, he promised softly. Then he gave Yudara a nod before the two of them walked back towards Dread. Alex took hold of the reins once more. His gaze drifted towards the sturdy defensive walls surrounding Bloodiron City. The city had housed him for several months now, and over time, he had developed a certain attachment to the chaotic settlement. Even so, Bloodiron was merely a stop along his journey, not his final destination. Alex mounted Dread smoothly. Let's move, he ordered. The others quickly mounted their own horses, and soon the entire group galloped off towards the distant horizon. The journey to their destination lasted close to a month. They traveled across vast stretches of the wildlands, battling numerous beasts and the occasional foolish bandit groups foolish enough to target them along the way. Eventually, they left behind the dry and arid territories of the wildlands, crossing instead into the ever-shifting border regions disputed between multiple empires. However, such matters meant little to the group, as they passed through the unstable territories quickly and without issue. As they traveled further northward across the continent, the landscape gradually transformed. The harsh deserts slowly gave way to sprawling savanna grasslands. They passed through territories blessed with rich farmlands, lands so fertile that any native of the wildlands would likely stare upon them with eyes green from envy and red from greed. And eventually, their destination finally began drawing near. The further north they traveled, the denser the vegetation became. Human settlements grew increasingly scarce, while the number of roaming beasts steadily increased. By the time evening approached, the group found a relatively secure location and established camp shortly before sunset fully descended. We are only a day away from our destination now, young Master Alex, Saul Redwald informed him. With his curse now completely cured, the man no longer needed to conceal himself behind his armor. He removed his helmet, revealing the rugged face of a middle-aged warrior instead. He was a man in his late 50s who carried an air of detachment around him, something that reminded Alex somewhat of Jarrett. However, unlike the Dark Knight, Saul's detached demeanor was not born from stoicism or genuine indifference, but rather from years of suffering and lingering melancholy. Merely 3 months of peace and relief was never going to erase the countless years of torment he had silently endured due to his curse while hiding within his suit of armor. Still, much like the helmet he could now finally remove without endangering everyone around him, Saul himself was gradually beginning to emerge from the shell he had hidden inside for so long. Young Master Alex, we can still withdraw from this. Saul began cautiously. Chapter 719. How to Gain a Territory 2. This is the third time you have asked me that question since we left Bloodiron, Alex interrupted. And my answer remains the same. There is a reason this place is considered one of, if not the most dangerous location on the continent, Saul warned seriously. If you were this worried about it, then perhaps you should not have told me about it in the first place, Alex replied with a smile. Yes, indeed. Saul sighed heavily. That was my mistake. Alex chuckled softly as he poked at the campfire with a stick. His thoughts drifted back to the conversation he had shared with Saul nearly 2 months earlier, when the man first informed him about the opportunity he had discovered. Young Master Alex, I have news, Saul Redwald announced. What is it? Alex asked curiously. I have found a way for you to enter the Selahan Empire as a noble, Saul replied, momentarily stunning Alex. However, Alex quickly noticed the hesitation lingering within Saul's expression. Let me guess, Alex said dryly. It is either not going to be easy, or it involves something I am not going to like. Both, actually, Saul admitted. Alex gestured towards a nearby seat, motioning for Saul to sit. Fine. Then tell me about this method you found, Alex said as he sat down as well. I reached out to some old acquaintances within the Oxbourne Duchy for assistance, Saul explained. One of my old friends suggested that we assume the identity of a fallen noble house. I know you will dislike the idea, but it is the only way House Serindale is willing to sponsor your entry into the aristocracy. I have already secured the Duke's word. As long as the individual I present possesses noble lineage, he is willing to help you obtain an official title as a landed noble. Alex inwardly raised an eyebrow. It seems people in this world take considerable offense to the idea of assuming a false name, even if it is only temporary, Alex mused inwardly. Then again, it makes sense. Whether here or on Pangaea, most nobles take immense pride in their house names. To abandon that pride, even for practical reasons, is something many of them would never tolerate. Too bad I am not nearly that rigid. I will do whatever needs to be done. Since you brought the idea forward, I assume you have already prepared possible backgrounds for me, Alex asked as he looked towards Saul. My contact compiled a list of potential fallen houses we could make use of, Saul explained. The issue is that whichever house you choose will, most likely, be directly tied to the region where your future fief will be located once the house is officially restored under your authority. And most of these houses still potentially possess surviving descendants or distant heirs who could one day challenge your legitimacy over the house name. Alex briefly glanced over the list before returning his attention to Saul. Is there a house located near the northern region of the empire, the general area I previously mentioned to you, that has no known surviving heirs? Alex asked directly instead of bothering to inspect the full report himself. There is one house that satisfies your requirements, Saul admitted. Unfortunately, this is also the dangerous part one mentioned earlier. House Skywalker, Saul said as he pointed towards a suspiciously placed entry at the very bottom of the final page of the report. This house was once known as the protector of the Empire's northeastern frontier. Unfortunately, the house fell roughly a century ago after being overrun by beasts emerging from the Great Berserk Beast Forest. Every known member of the family was reportedly slaughtered overnight as the forest consumed the entire fiefdom. Saul paused before looking at Alex solemnly. Because of the significance attached to the house's name within the Empire, the only acceptable way to claim succession over House Skywalker is to present the House Patriarch seal. Nothing less would ever be acknowledged by the Empire. Let me guess, Alex said dryly. The Patriarch seal is believed to still be somewhere within the territory where the house originally fell, right? Yes, within House Skywalker's former capital city, Inakhur, which is now considered part of the Great Berserk Beast Forest, Saul confirmed. Alex picked up the document containing the information regarding House Skywalker. As he scanned through the report, one particular detail immediately caught his attention, one that ultimately helped him make up his mind. I have decided, Alex said with a smile. We are heading into the Great Berserk Beast Forest to retrieve the Skywalker Patriarch seal. Alex chuckled softly as he recalled the expressions his companions had worn when he first announced the expedition into the Great Berserk Beast Forest. Aside from battle maniacs such as Kavakin and Mogul, very few people had shown any enthusiasm towards the idea. His wives, in particular, had tried quite vehemently to dissuade him from proceeding with the plan. However, Alex had his reasons for choosing House Skywalker, a house tasked with protecting the Empire's northern frontier from external threats and possessing those iconic pale yellow-red eyes. Alex reflected inwardly. Guardians of the North, red eyes, the Skywalkers are essentially this plane's equivalent of the Fury family. And if that is the case, then as a member of the Fury family, it is only right that I help recover the Patriarch seal of our parallel counterpart. Though Alex framed the matter in such a way, the truth was somewhat different. The real reason was providence. He genuinely felt as though fate, or perhaps even destiny itself, had woven its hand into this situation. What were the odds that he would suddenly require the identity of a noble house, only for one of the available options to be a family that shared striking similarities with his own Fury family? A house that had fallen against an enemy he was already destined to confront, and whose lost territory just so happened to occupy the ideal location for the future territory he wished to establish. Perhaps it truly was all merely coincidence. Yet there were simply too many coincidences layered together for Alex to completely ignore them. Fate is merely a chain of coincidences, until a connecting pattern, destination, or purpose finally reveals itself, Alex thought to himself. And so, despite all opposition and concern, Alex remained unwavering in his decision. However, Alex was not foolish enough to underestimate the great berserk beast forest. Since this was ultimately a retrieval mission rather than a conquest campaign, Alex chose to draw upon the lessons learned from the Dankrot Forest expedition. Instead of mobilizing Fortuna's full strength of nearly 1,000 personnel, alongside the Battlebane Guild forces, he opted to deploy only a small elite unit for the operation. This decision was not solely because a large army would more easily attract the attention of the forest's inhabitants, but also because Alex did not wish for others to suffer the consequences of a decision that had ultimately been his own. As such, he intended to bring only the absolute minimum force necessary to complete the objective, which was why the expedition consisted solely of his soul-bound followers and his rune soldiers, individuals who had, for all intents and purposes, already accepted following him into whatever madness or danger he chose to pursue. As for the Battlebanes, Alex had originally intended to bring only Saul with him. After all, Saul was needed as a guide, and more importantly, he was a saint-ranked combatant. If there was anyone within Fortuna's current forces most likely to survive the dangers of the great berserk beast forest, it would undoubtedly be him. Unfortunately, the Battlebanes themselves had vehemently objected to allowing their guild master to venture into such a dangerous location alone. In the end, Alex and Saul had only barely managed to reduce the number accompanying them to just 2 additional captains, the strongest individuals within the guild aside from Saul himself. Thus, an elite team had been assembled, one that should, in theory, be capable of infiltrating the forest, retrieving the Patriarch's seal, and escaping without causing significant disturbance within the great forest itself. Yeah, right. There is absolutely no way it will be that easy, Alex had thought to himself at the time. And so, he spent nearly 2 full weeks as well as the month-long journey leading towards the forest to prepare for the expedition. During that time, he repeatedly reviewed the dangers and critical points Saul had warned him about from his own past experience entering the great forest. Now that they stood only a single day away from the forest itself, Alex could finally feel the ominous pressure of the great berserk beast forest firsthand. Only now did he truly begin to understand why it was regarded as one of the most dangerous locations on the entire plain. Forget entering it. Most people would likely tremble and retreat merely from sensing the oppressive aura radiating from the forest's depths alone, which was precisely why Saul had once again asked whether Alex wished to reconsider venturing inside. Chapter 720. How to Gain a Territory 3. Alex poked the campfire with a stick again, causing the flames to crackle and sway briefly. As the dancing firelight reflected within his eyes, his thoughts drifted back towards the great berserk beast forest looming in the distance. For centuries, that forest has served as a kind of bogeyman for this plain. Countless tales of its terror have been told and passed down across generations, and much of that fear is justified. After all, even legends can, or more likely, already have, fallen within the forest. There is no other reasonable explanation for the overwhelming aura it exudes. Its infamy has reached such an extent that even a 2-star combat saint, a genuine saint even by Pangean standards, hesitates to enter it. Alex's gaze gradually hardened as he looked towards the distant forest. However, I do not possess the luxury of fear. His thoughts deepened. If I shrink back from something created merely as a consequence of Gumo's lingering influence, then how could I ever hope to face the man himself in the future? As that thought surfaced, another realization suddenly followed. Fear, one of the reasons Gumo is nearing the point of breaking free, or perhaps has already partially broken through his seal, is precisely because the people of this plane fear the remnants he left behind. They fear berserk property. They fear berserk transformation. And now, even combat saints, let alone ordinary people, are cautious of, or perhaps even fear entering the great berserk beast forest itself. Alex narrowed his eyes slightly. With so much fear directed towards his creations, generating faith, reverence, and providence for him. I would honestly be more surprised if Gu-Mo hadn't already recovered enough strength to begin at least testing the remnant strength of the seal. A faint sigh escaped his lips. Others may possess the luxury of fearing Gu-Mo. I do not. Not as the inheritor of one heaven's will, and certainly not as a Pangean. I refuse to generate faith energy for some damn Navi. Alex shook his head before a faint smile appeared on his face once more. He finally lifted his gaze away from the campfire and looked towards Saul Redwald. Even if we avoid the forest today, it does not change the fact that we will eventually have to enter it in the future regardless, he said calmly. There is no need to be overly dramatic about this, Alex quickly added before Saul could respond. I did not come here intending to subjugate the forest, not yet. I am not foolish enough to believe I currently possess either the strength or the forces necessary to conquer a place like this. You told me yourself that the Great Berserk Beast Forest spans over 50 million square kilometers, perhaps even twice that size. From our current position, we only intend to travel roughly 1,000 kilometers into it, two at most. By the standards of this forest, that barely even qualifies as entering it at all. And besides, Alex gestured towards the rest of the retrieval party behind him. We possess a squad strong enough to defend itself and retreat over that distance, if necessary. We have also prepared thoroughly for this expedition. We can accomplish this. His gaze settled firmly upon Saul. I know you can still hear the echoes of those you lost. However, you and the rest of the Battlebane members have already been healed. There is no reason to continue shackling yourselves because of lingering phantoms left behind by the curse within your minds. If you continue doing so even after the curse itself has been lifted, then all you are really accomplishing is allowing the deities who created that curse to continue benefiting from it. Alex's gaze slowly shifted back towards the distant forest. Just as you are allowing the parasite responsible for the forest to continue benefiting as well, he added quietly. Saul frowned deeply. He could tell Alex was alluding to something important. He tried to grasp the meaning behind the youth's words. Yet every time he felt close to understanding it completely, the thought seemed to slip through his fingers once more. Nevertheless, Saul ultimately decided not to bring up retreating again. It was obvious Alex had already made up his mind. And it is equally obvious that the curse took far more from me than merely years of suffering, Saul thought bitterly. It most likely stole my warrior's spirit as well. A complicated sigh escaped him inwardly. Saul Redwald, you have grown old. Not merely in body, but more importantly, in spirit. The night passed without incident, and soon the morning sun rose to illuminate the sky and the land once more. Alex looked over the all-star team he had assembled for this expedition. The members of Fortuna were all significantly stronger than their apparent ranks suggested. The Rune soldiers were still only at the late to peak intermediate rank. However, thanks to the Guardian of Happenstance rune tattoo set, each of them could unleash combat power comparable to a late to peak elite ranked combatant. And if they coordinated together properly, their strength could rise even further. As for Alex and his direct followers and retainers, while their outward cultivation placed them within the elite rank, their individual abilities and hidden methods allowed each of them to display battle prowess well within the veteran rank. And then there were the Battlebanes. They were exactly what they appeared to be, 2 combat masters and 1 combat saint. A genuinely formidable force by any standard. Although this team likely did not require it, Alex still decided to deliver the customary pre-mission speech. It goes without saying, considering we are about to enter what is allegedly one of the most dangerous places on this plane, but remain cautious and watch every single step you take carefully. Remember, this is not a subjugation mission. We are not here to hunt beasts. This is primarily a retrieval and reconnaissance operation. We are here to scout the Great Berserk Beast Forest, its structure, its environment, as well as anything else we can learn. But most importantly, we are here to retrieve House Skywalker's Patriarch Seal. Alex pointed northward. Our destination is Ainakur, the former capital city of the Skywalkers Tat Espa fiefdom, located approximately 1 to 2,000 kilometers from our current position. This is the homeland of Berserk beasts, and the location with the densest known concentration of Berserk property on the continent. Needless to say, we must avoid combat whenever possible. His expression became more serious. For those entering the forest for the first time, remember this carefully. The entire forest is densely corrupted by berserk property. Be extremely cautious regarding anything you touch, consume, or interact with. Although we possess pills, potions, and medicine designed to counter contamination, avoid ingesting anything from the forest itself as much as possible. Alex paused briefly before continuing. Once again, we are about to enter one of the most dangerous locations in the world. Watch over yourselves, and watch over the men and women beside you. Inside that forest, we will be each other's only allies. So make sure you protect one another. Alex's gaze sharpened suddenly. Or I will kill you myself. The abrupt warning sent a chill down everyone's spine. Alex gave a satisfied nod. Audentes fortuna juvat, he muttered inwardly. Fortune favors the bold. All right, Alex ordered calmly. Move out. Chapter 721. The Great Berserk Beast Forest Eye. The term Great Berserk Beast Forest had, in truth, become something of a misnomer. Historically, the Great Berserk Beast Forest had indeed begun as an actual forest. However, after enduring countless unresolved berserk beast tides over the centuries, the corrupted territory rapidly expanded, swallowing vast stretches of surrounding land until it eventually became an enormous region unto itself. Now believed to span over 50 million square kilometers, larger than any existing empire on Verdantis, and even greater than all the forests of Alex's previous world combined. The Great Berserk Beast Forest occupied an incomprehensibly massive amount of land. And naturally, such a region consisted of far more than merely dense woodland. Within its borders existed sprawling plains, deep valleys, towering mountain ranges, marshlands, and countless other terrains. Unfortunately, this also meant that anyone attempting to subjugate the region would need to contend with an extraordinarily complex environment populated by countless varieties of dangerous beasts. However, before even worrying about the terrain or the creatures inhabiting it, one first had to survive the very air itself. Over the centuries of its existence, the Great Berserk Beast Forest had likely hosted an immeasurable number of berserk beast nests. Many of those nests had eventually collapsed or erupted, releasing not only hordes of berserk beasts, but also enormous concentrations of corrupted berserk energy into the surrounding environment. As a result, the berserk energy and berserk property saturating the atmosphere had grown so dense over time that it almost became visible to the naked eye. In certain areas, the corrupted energy had become so concentrated that it formed dangerous miasma zones capable of corrupting any unprotected individual into a berserk entity within mere minutes. Arguably, this was the single most terrifying aspect of the Great Berserk Beast Forest, and the primary reason why every bordering nation had ultimately failed to conquer it, despite numerous attempts made over the centuries by some of the world's greatest powers, including the various temples. Interestingly, the Great Berserk Beast Forest was one of the very few matters upon which the temples and the empires consistently saw eye to eye. Both sides agreed absolutely that the region needed to be subjugated. As a result, regardless of the political relationship between a temple and an empire, cooperation was almost always guaranteed whenever discussions regarding the Great Berserk Beast Forest arose. The clergy were needed to suppress the dense berserk energy saturating the region using divine energy, while the empires provided the enormous military forces necessary to carry out the actual campaigns of subjugation. Unfortunately, no matter how coordinated these joint efforts became, no nation with their supporting the temples had ever succeeded in conquering the region. If anything, their repeated assaults only seemed to provoke the forest further, causing it to expand and swallow even more surrounding territory over time. And so, the nations and temples of the continent had ultimately been forced to helplessly watch as this vast region remained firmly under the control of berserk beasts, allowing their numbers to continue growing unchecked. Standing at the edge of the Great Berserk Beast Forest, Alex and the rest of the forest expedition party quietly observed the land stretching before them. Ahead lay a vast grassy plain, broken only occasionally by scattered patches of shrubbery spread sparsely across the terrain. Under ordinary circumstances, such fertile land would have made for exceptional agricultural territory, and in fact, it once had been exactly that. However, After the potent ambient berserk energy spread outward from the great berserk beast forest and engulfed the region, the land had long since become the roaming grounds of berserk beasts instead. The dense ambient berserk energy naturally triggered an instinctive sense of disgust and discomfort within the forest expedition party. And the deeper they traveled into the corrupted territory, the stronger and more oppressive that sensation became. The sheer energy density here would have made this place a holy land for cultivation, Alex thought inwardly. Unfortunately, the energy saturating the environment is berserk energy. Absorbing it into one's body would amount to suicide for any normal being. Then another thought crossed his mind. But conversely, this also makes the region a paradise for berserk beasts. No wonder they rarely bother crossing the outer boundaries unless when the forest expands further outward. Fortunately, the forest expedition party had come thoroughly prepared to deal with the hostile environment. Each member swallowed a pair of small pills roughly the size of sweets. One pill served to purify the traces of ambient berserk energy they would inevitably inhale while traveling through the region, while the other was a mana replenishment pill formulated to restore their mana reserves, since blindly absorbing ambient energy in this place was effectively suicidal. The Fortuna members of the expedition group, most of whom were entering the great berserk beast forest for the very first time, stared at the surrounding vegetation with strange expressions. Given the density and potency of the berserk energy saturating the region and the horrifying effects it had upon the fauna, one would naturally expect the flora to have mutated into equally grotesque forms. Surprisingly, that was not the case. The grasses, shrubs, and trees all appeared completely ordinary. But that was the key word, appeared. After existing within such an environment for centuries, it was impossible for the plant life to have remained entirely unchanged. Do not be deceived by appearances. They are corrupted as well, Dalton warned upon noticing the curiosity within the Fortuna members' gazes. He casually walked over to one of the shorter nearby trees before slashing off one of its branches. Ugh, that is disgusting, one of the Fury Rune soldiers muttered while covering his nose. The other Fortuna members reacted similarly, though their eyes remained fixed on the tree. Sizzle. Both the severed branch and the wounded tree began leaking thick sap that resembled pus in both appearance and smell. Worse still, the liquid hissed violently upon contact with the ground, eating into the earth like a potent acid. Although the plants still look normal externally, their insides have long since changed, Dalton explained. The fluids within them have effectively been oversaturated with berserk energy, becoming concentrated berserk energy liquids themselves. That means everything they produce, their sap, fruit, nectar, and even morning dew, is laced with potent berserk energy. So be extremely careful about what you touch. Naturally, that also meant consuming anything originating from within the forest was entirely out of the question. Taking advantage of the fact that they were still only skirting the outer fringes of the great berserk beast forest and had not yet entered the true depths of the forest proper, the more experienced Battlebane members began teaching the Fortuna members numerous survival precautions regarding the corrupted region. Most of the information the Battlebanes shared consisted of tiny details that ordinary people would likely overlook. However, within the depths of the great berserk beast forest, such seemingly insignificant details could easily become the deciding factor between life and death. Yet while they instructed the Fortuna members about surviving within the forest, the Battlebanes also quietly learned a few things themselves in return. For instance, Saul repeatedly glanced towards Alex, or more specifically, towards Dread, with a thoughtful expression. Ordinarily, unless one was riding specially bred and rigorously trained elite warhorses, most horses commonly used throughout the wildlands would have panicked and fled long before coming this close to the great berserk beast forest. Yet under the influence of Dread's ruler aura, every horse within the expedition party remained surprisingly calm and stable. This was further aided by a technique the Fortuna members taught the Battlebanes, how to circulate their energy through their mounts in a manner resembling a linked state, soothing the horse's instincts through their rider's presence. Between Dread's suppressive aura and the improvised linked state technique, the horses gradually ignored their instinctive terror of the region and continued advancing steadily alongside the group. Eventually, The expedition reached the final natural boundary, separating the outer corrupted lands from the true Great Berserk Beast Forest itself. Only a few more steps forward, and they would officially enter the forest proper. The Battlebane members did not even need to warn the Fortuna members. The worsening stench saturating the air already told them everything they needed to know. "Do not worry," Dalton laughed. "You eventually get used to it, more or less." Aside from the smell, the ambient concentration of berserk energy had also risen dramatically. The purple mist formed from corrupted energy had become so dense that even the less perceptive members of the expedition could now visibly perceive it drifting through the environment. The group decided to set up camp at the border for the day, allowing the less experienced Fortuna members additional time to acclimate themselves to the oppressive atmosphere and nauseating stench. By the following morning, everyone was prepared to begin the true stage of their journey. Without needing instruction, each member silently consumed another set of prepared pills. "Is everyone ready?" Saul asked solemnly. Everyone nodded in response. "Sania, lead the way," Saul ordered. Chapter 722, The Great Berserk Beast Forest 2. The half-elven woman, who had remained mostly silent throughout the journey, gently spurred her horse forward until she stood just a single step away from truly entering the region of the Great Berserk Beast Forest. She slowly closed her eyes as her combat energy flowed around her in a special manner. "What is she doing?" Alex asked quietly. "Searching for threats ahead," Saul replied. A few moments later, Sania's eyes suddenly snapped open. Without hesitation, she pointed towards the northeast before guiding the party forward. "A pathfinder, huh?" Alex mused inwardly. Due to the overwhelming number of beasts inhabiting the Great Berserk Beast Forest and the region's exceptionally dense concentration of berserk energy, the area was riddled with enormous numbers of highly dangerous nests. This transformed the already deadly region into something even more treacherous. Fortunately, there existed a rare group of individuals capable of detecting and navigating around the hidden entrances to these nests. Such people were simply known as pathfinders. Within the Great Berserk Beast Forest, pathfinders were practically indispensable. Over the next 4 hours, the expedition traveled under Sania's guidance. Remarkably, during that entire period, the group did not accidentally stumble into a single nest. Unlike the others, Alex could distinctly perceive just how densely spread the nests truly were through his spirit sight. Based on the mana signatures flickering in and out of seemingly empty space, there appeared to be at least one nest hidden every half-kilometer or so throughout the region. Alex's gaze settled upon Sania's back. "Without her, we probably would have wandered into at least 6 nests already," he estimated inwardly. However, it quickly became obvious that pathfinding was far from an easy task, even for a half-elf combat master naturally attuned to the forces of nature. Before long, Sania's breathing became noticeably labored as she struggled to maintain her sensory ability continuously. "Let us rest for a while," Saul finally called out. It took nearly 2 full hours before Sania fully recovered her strength. Afterwards, she once again guided the team for another 4 hours before exhaustion forced her to stop a second time. Fortunately, by then, nightfall was already approaching, and the expedition had planned to set up camp regardless. Alex unfurled a scroll onto the ground, and almost immediately, a formation expanded outward from it, forming a golden hemispherical barrier around the campsite. The barrier's primary purpose was to repel and purify ambient berserk energy. It also possessed a secondary defensive function that also stopped nearby predators and wandering beasts from entering. Though this aspect was comparatively weak, effective only enough to buy time for the group to wake up, preventing them from being ambushed in their sleep. Still, that alone was more than sufficient. The internal space of the barrier was large enough to comfortably accommodate over 100 people, let alone their small party of 15. As such, the group had more than enough room to establish a relatively comfortable camp. I do not know whether it is because we are still at the outer periphery, but the beasts here are surprisingly docile. We have only fought 3 times so far, one of the Fury Rune soldiers commented while helping prepare the campfire. Alex, who stood nearby, shook his head inwardly. It is not that simple, he thought as his gaze drifted towards the woman who had silently guided them throughout the entire day. More than anyone else present, Alex clearly understood that their relatively peaceful advance was largely thanks to Sania. But I do not think she can maintain this pace for the entirety of the expedition, Alex reflected. From experience, he knew how difficult it was to sustain a cycle of constant mental exertion followed only by brief periods of rest. Eventually, Sania would inevitably require an extended recovery period if she continued operating under such strain. And if she failed to properly rest, she could easily collapse from exhaustion. Within a place like the Great Berserk Beast Forest, such an outcome could very well prove fatal. I cannot allow that to happen, Alex decided. He walked over towards Sania, who was currently recuperating quietly by herself. Rather than call out to her immediately, he patiently waited for her to finish her recovery instead. Fortunately, Alex had already fulfilled his own responsibility for the evening by setting up the formation barrier around the camp. "Can I help you, young Master Alex?" Sania asked softly once she noticed him. Her voice was astonishingly pleasant, soft and melodic, almost musical in quality. At that moment, Alex finally understood why the half-elf woman rarely spoke. It was because hers was the sort of voice many people would eagerly wish to hear. Yet very few would actually pay attention to what she was truly saying. "I have fairly strong senses," Alex replied. "If you are willing to teach me pathfinding, I might be able to help share some of your burden." Sania's eyebrows furrowed slightly at his words. "You should understand better than anyone that you cannot maintain this pace indefinitely," Alex continued earnestly. "It was my stubbornness that brought us here in the first place. So let me help carry the burden." After a brief pause, Sania finally nodded. Carefully and patiently, she began explaining her pathfinding process to Alex. As it turned out, the method relied heavily upon her nature elemental affinity. By resonating with the nearby flora, she could subtly perceive abnormalities and disturbances within the surrounding ecosystem. From there, identifying potential nest locations was largely a matter of experience and knowing what signs to search for. The true mental strain came not from the sensing itself, but from constantly shielding her mind against possible infiltration from the dense berserk energy permeating the environment. Once Alex understood the core principle behind her method, he turned the focus of their discussion towards teaching him the identifying signs used to locate hidden nests. By the following morning, Alex had already grasped most of the fundamentals. Spirit sight, phantom sight. Utilizing the mana perception and pseudo-post-cognitive abilities granted by his truth seeker eyes, combined with the knowledge Sania had taught him, Alex moved alongside the half-elven combat master while predicting the potential locations of nearby beast nests. For hours later, when Sania once again needed to rest, she confirmed that Alex had indeed successfully learned the fundamentals of pathfinding. More importantly, the mental burden imposed by Alex's sensory abilities was significantly lighter than the strain she experienced through her own method. As a result, Alex was able to guide the team for far longer periods while acting as the party's pathfinder. Before long, his ability to detect threats with his spirit sights ahead of time allowed him to fully assume the role of the expedition's primary pathfinder, leading the group through the dangerous terrain of the Great Berserk Beast Forest. 2 weeks later, the expedition finally arrived at the location that had once been Ainaker, the former capital city of House Skywalker's Tat Espa territory. The ancient city had long since been reclaimed by nature. Vegetation had overgrown the ruined structures while countless beasts had transformed the city's abandoned buildings, alleyways, and streets into their dens and hunting grounds. More strangely, the berserk beasts inhabiting the ruins had not formed the typical spatial enclosed structures known as beast nests. Instead, they simply gathered throughout the city itself, forming packs, dens, and roaming herds within the remains of the ancient settlement. In other words, there was absolutely no way for the expeditionary party to sneak through the remnants of Ainaker without alerting the beasts inhabiting it. A dangerous battle through the ruined city was now inevitable. "I knew things had been going far too smoothly," Alex sighed inwardly. The entire party silently prepared themselves for what would likely become a prolonged and brutal battle through the fallen city in order to claim their prize. Chapter 723, Ainaker City Treasure Hunt I. The party cautiously approached the city proper, their gazes lifting towards the tall, imposing walls surrounding Ainaker City. Standing nearly 20 meters high in many places, The ancient walls still remained remarkably intact, continuing to shield much of the ruined city even after all these years. "We should leave the horses here and scale the walls, young Master Alex," Saul suggested. Alex nodded in agreement. There were undoubtedly broken sections and open passages scattered along the walls. However, after centuries of abandonment, those gaps and ruined gates would naturally have become the primary routes used by the city's beastly inhabitants to move in and out of the ruins. There was a high likelihood that apex predators, or troublesome critter beasts, would be lurking around these entry points, waiting to ambush prey foolish enough to enter through them. Then again, it is not as though we can make our way through the entire city without eventually fighting something, Alex thought inwardly. Still, it is best to minimize unnecessary risks. Besides, we still need the horses for the return trip. We cannot afford to endanger them recklessly either. While Dredd himself could most likely handle most of the dangers within the city, the other horses accompanying the expedition were comparatively weak. Any one of them could easily be killed by a random attack from an apex berserk beast. "Keep them safe," Alex said while patting Dredd gently on the head after dismounting. Snort. Dredd nudged Alex's hand away with his head, seemingly expressing dissatisfaction at being left behind. Still, his gaze communicated his assurance that nothing would happen to the other horses. Nay. With a loud cry, Dredd led the other horses away towards a safer location. Thanks to Sinu's eyes and the skies above, the expedition quickly identified a relatively shorter section of the wall that showed no obvious signs of beast activity nearby. Sergeant Lopota stepped forward first to inspect the selected section carefully before signaling towards a couple Rune Knights, who had converted their standard issue bolt rifle crossbows to fire grappling hooks. The soldiers fired the grappling hooks towards the roughly 10-meter-high section of the wall. Once the hooks secured themselves properly, Sergeant Lopota climbed up alongside another Rune soldier to secure the area above, while the first two soldiers calmly reverted their crossbows back into standard bolt firing configuration. The swapping process itself was relatively quick. According to Sugud's records, the conversion time ranged anywhere between 10 seconds to half a minute depending on the user and situation. At the time, Alex had not thought too much into these numbers. However, now that he was witnessing the conversion process in actual combat conditions, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. He made a mental comment on it in the moment, planning to address it later with Sugud when he returned. The group swiftly scaled the wall and entered the city, likely becoming the first non-beast group to set foot within Ainaker in well over a century. "That is House Skywalker's main castle," Saul said, pointing towards the distant structure. Ainaker had been built along a gradual incline, with the Skywalker castle positioned at the city's highest point. As a result, the towering fortress remained visible from virtually anywhere within the ruined city. "Let us head there," Alex decided. Yudara immediately nodded towards Havel and Silver. The two swiftly vanished into the shadows, moving ahead of the main group as an advanced scouting party. Meanwhile, the Rune Knights calmly prepared additional crossbow magazines, securing them within specialized straps worn across their chest armor for easier and faster reloading during combat. The group had barely traveled 300 meters from the wall before they encountered the first signs of danger. The corpses of several 1-meter-tall rats littered the ground ahead of them. The sword wounds and bolts embedded within the carcasses clearly indicated that Silver and Havel had already eliminated them moments earlier. Alex's expression hardened slightly. "Good thing we left the horses behind. If even the scavenger rats here are this large, the horses would have struggled to escape alive." Rumble. Squeak. Without warning, 3 massive figures burst out from a collapsed alleyway nearby, before charging directly towards the expedition group. The Rune Knights, led by Sergeant Lopota, immediately stepped forward to intercept them. Bang! Drawing the round shield from his back, Sergeant Lopota charged forward and slammed directly into the incoming giant rats, knocking all 3 backwards while momentarily stunning them. The remaining Rune Knights instantly opened fire. Thwack! Several bolts tore through the air before piercing the creatures and killing them almost immediately. However, Alex's attention barely lingered on the rats themselves. Instead, his gaze remained fixed upon the Rune Knight's crossbows. Thanks to the runic modifications Sugud had commissioned from him, The crossbow's firing mechanisms automatically slid backwards after each shot, locking themselves into firing position once again with minimal effort required from the rune soldiers. In fact, it almost appeared as though the firing mechanism was resetting itself entirely without any direct action from the rune knights at all. This is probably the closest we will get to semi-automatic weaponry with these designs, Alex evaluated inwardly. This actually looks rather fun. Let me try, Dalton said. He took out his own standard-issue crossbows, loaded a magazine into it, pulled back the firing mechanism, and aimed towards a lizard roughly the same size as the giant rats lurking nearly 100 meters away. Thwack! The bolt shot forward instantly, piercing cleanly through the lizard's skull. Interesting, Dalton muttered thoughtfully. The following hour gradually devolved into something of a slaughter. Dalton, Sania, and the rune soldiers effortlessly eliminated the weaker, though still abnormally large, beasts that crossed their path. That was, of course, assuming the creatures had not already been dealt with by Havel and Silver operating ahead of the group. Meanwhile, Mogul, Udara, and Saul remained beside Alex with very little to contribute. Those weapons are truly something else, Saul commented while watching the crossbow users recover spent bolts from the fallen beast carcasses. Indeed they are, Alex nodded with a faint smile. Now imagine an entire company of soldiers equipped with weapons like these as standard issue. Saul's eyes widened slightly before he quickly regained his composure. That is a rather terrifying prospect, he admitted. That, Alex replied calmly, is the future of warfare, my friend. Saul fell silent for a moment before asking thoughtfully, are you truly certain you wish to standardize such weapons? A tool this powerful makes killing far too easy. It would not temper the user properly. If anything, it might even hinder their growth and make it more difficult for them to advance further. Alex glanced briefly towards Saul before shifting his gaze back towards the rune soldiers currently collecting their spent bolt, specifically towards the crossbows in their hands. Perhaps one of the reasons firearms, or rather, hot weaponry in general, had never truly developed in the worlds of this current life, was because of concerns regarding the growth of the wielder. The prevailing belief across the plane was that if a weapon became too easy to use, too overwhelmingly powerful relative to its purpose, and removed too much danger from battle, then the wielder, especially soldiers and warriors, would struggle to experience the tempering effect of the battlefield. As the saying went, the strongest soldiers and warriors are forged within the fires of battle, hammered upon the anvil of war into bodies of steel and wills of iron tempered in the furnace of battle. The saying itself embodied the idea that hardship and danger were essential to a warrior's growth. However, if one's weapon made combat too easy, then there would be no hardship left to temper the individual. And without tempering, stagnation naturally followed. At least, that was the commonly accepted belief. It was also one of the reasons why even the heirs of powerful noble families were rarely handed overwhelmingly powerful weapons at the very beginning of their development, despite their families more than capable of affording such armaments. Alex shook his head. The crossbows are indeed powerful weapons, he admitted. However, they are more suited for clearing out lesser opponents than serving as true mainline weapons. At present, their threat level is roughly around gold rank, and even then, only barely. Against anything stronger, bringing down the target using the crossbows alone would become increasingly difficult. Alex paused briefly before another thought surfaced in his mind. Still, I am not entirely convinced that these weapons would completely remove the tempering effect of the battlefield, he continued thoughtfully. I see them as somewhat similar to bows. Bows are ranged weapons as well, yet countless archers throughout history have risen far along the path of power. And unlike traditional bows, crossbows possess a comparatively shorter effective range, meaning a crossbowman will still occasionally need to operate dangerously close to the enemy. He glanced towards the rune soldiers once more. So even though the weapon itself is powerful, it still creates its own form of battlefield tempering. I see. Saul nodded slowly. He did not attempt to argue against Alex's reasoning. That had never been his intention in the first place. He had merely wanted to bring the subtle drawback of the weapon to Alex's attention. Since the youth had clearly already considered the issue carefully, Saul's purpose had been fulfilled. As for whether Alex's expectations regarding the crossbows would ultimately prove correct, that was something only the future could answer. At the very least, the weapons had already succeeded perfectly in their immediate role as rabble swatters, as Alex had described them. Chapter 724, Ainaker City Treasure Hunt 2. Thanks to the crossbows, the expeditionary party had slaughtered countless weaker beasts without expending much effort or stamina in the process. This allowed them to preserve their strength for the far more dangerous creatures they would inevitably encounter deeper within the ruined city. In fact, they had killed so many lesser beasts in such a short period that the group was eventually forced to relocate entirely. The surrounding area had become saturated with the pungent stench of blood and death. If they remained any longer, it would undoubtedly attract stronger predators towards their location. Cleanse. Alex cast the simple grade 0 miscellaneous spell over the group as they retreated from the pile of carcasses left in their wake. Although the spell itself was weak, it effectively removed the scent of blood lingering upon their bodies and equipment, greatly reducing the chances of being tracked by predators with keen senses, which unfortunately described a significant number of beasts within the ruined city. As the group continued moving away from the area, a thought suddenly surfaced in Alex's mind. "I have an idea," he said abruptly. He quickly explained his plan to Saul. "Can it work?" Alex asked afterwards. "It is possible," Saul replied after considering it briefly. "However, whoever carries it out would be placing themselves in considerable danger." "We will do it, Master," Sergeant Lopota volunteered immediately. After personally swearing fealty to Alex and receiving the rune tattoo set that officially made them members of his personal Silver Wolf Guard, Alex was no longer merely the young master of House Fury in their eyes. He was now their master and liege. "Are you certain you can handle it?" Alex asked seriously. Originally, he had intended to assign the task to Havel, Mogul, and Yadara, individuals with the power and mobility to leave behind Mountain of Carcasses and still leave the scene unscathed. Sergeant Lopota turned towards the other 6 Rune Knights. Each of them nodded firmly in response before the sergeant looked back towards Alex once more. "We are certain, Master," Lopota answered on behalf of the Silver Wolf Guard. Then, unexpectedly, a grin appeared on his face. "Besides, Master, would this not be the perfect opportunity to test the strength of your latest premium work?" he asked while gesturing towards the attack rune tattoo etched onto his arm. Alex's lips curved into a smile as well. "Very well," he nodded. "Since you are certain." The group soon reunited with Havel and Silver, who proceeded to guide them through a winding route across the ruined city. They moved through abandoned buildings, across rooftops, down narrow alleyways, and at one point, even through a tunnel dug beneath the city by some enormous burrowing creature. Eventually, the route brought them towards Ainaker's main central plaza. The plaza lay only a few kilometers away from Skywalker Castle itself, and, judging by the sheer number of mana signatures Alex could perceive through his spirit sight, the area had been completely overrun by berserk beasts. Alex's eyes narrowed slightly. "Begin," he ordered calmly. Sergeant Lopota and the Rune Knights stepped forward, immediately opening fire upon the beasts roaming throughout the plaza. Bolt after bolt tore through the air, killing several creatures almost instantly. The Rune Knights then charged directly into the plaza itself, beginning a relentless killing spree. Thanks to the Wanderer rune tattoo, the chaotic terrain created by collapsed buildings, broken roads, and overgrown vegetation barely hindered their movements at all, allowing them to maneuver through the ruined city almost as though they were running across perfectly level ground. Using the run-and-shoot tactic referred to within the Ungentlemanly Warfare Manual as kiting, the Rune Knights continuously harassed and eliminated the beasts without allowing themselves to become surrounded or overwhelmed. Soon, the plaza became littered with the carcasses of slain beasts. The overwhelming stench of berserk beast blood rapidly spread throughout the surrounding area, attracting even more creatures towards the scene. Fortunately for the Silver Wolf Guards, not every newly arrived predator focused its attention upon them. The vast majority of beasts were instead drawn towards the abundance of fresh carcasses scattered across the plaza, especially after the Rune Knights swiftly repositioned themselves to higher ground once the stronger predators began arriving. Only a handful of beasts continued actively pursuing them, with aerial predators proving the most persistent threat. Scree. However, the self-proclaimed Queen of the Skies, Senu, had no intention of allowing any flying creature to challenge her dominance or threaten her master's guards. Spatial rend. With a powerful flap of her wings, Senu unleashed multiple crescent-shaped slashes of spatial energy. The attacks cleaved through the aerial beasts effortlessly, sending their dismembered bodies crashing down into the plaza below, further intensifying the blood-soaked atmosphere and attracting even more beasts towards the area. The Rune Knights never stopped moving. They continued drawing more and more beasts towards themselves, eliminating weaker creatures personally if they were Class 2 or below, while leaving stronger Class 3 threats for Senu to handle from the skies above. Senu carefully guided the Silver Wolf Guards away from any beast stronger than Class 3. While the 7 Rune Knights working together could likely bring down such opponents eventually, doing so would consume far too much time and risk leaving them surrounded by countless other beasts. The Silver Wolf Guards continuously circled the areas surrounding the central plaza, steadily kiting an ever-growing horde of berserk beasts behind them. Yet despite the prolonged battle, none of them showed noticeable signs of exhaustion. The reinforcement rune tattoo silently strengthened and supported their bodies, replenishing their stamina throughout the battle, while the happenstance rune tattoo continuously reduced their energy consumption by absorbing and redirecting energy from the increasingly chaotic battlefield itself. Boom. Without warning, one of the Rune Knights suddenly stumbled into an ambush from a camouflaged Class 3 reptilian beast. The creature resembled a grotesque, giant fusion between a chameleon and a snake. Its main body possessed the bulky frame of a chameleon, while its unnaturally elongated neck resembled a serpent's body. Its head, meanwhile, appeared like a horrifying blend of both creatures. The beast's neck snapped forward like a whip towards the Rune Knight. Yet the Silver Wolf Guard did not panic. Instead, he deliberately angled his body to receive the attack head-on. Bang! Just before impact, a transparent spherical shield suddenly manifested around him. The barrier absorbed the majority of the blow before shattering apart violently. Using the remaining force from the impact itself, the Rune Knight propelled himself backwards and escaped the creature's immediate attack range. Scree. Dream Dive. Predatory Lock. Before the reptilian beast could continue its assault, a pair of razor-sharp talons tore through its body from above. Senu descended like a divine predator from the skies, shredding the creature apart instantly. Sensing the growing danger surrounding the Silver Wolf Guards, Senu immediately launched herself back into the air. Omnidirectional Spatial Rend. Multiple spatial slashes erupted outward in every direction simultaneously, annihilating most of the dangerous beasts surrounding the Rune Knight's vicinity. Scree. Regal Aura. A terrifying oppressive pressure burst outward from Senu, suppressing the nearby beasts and forcibly drawing their attention away from the Rune Knights and onto herself instead. Using that brief opening, the Silver Wolf Guards quickly disengaged and retreated without suffering any casualties. Blink. Senu herself immediately activated her movement ability as well, disappearing from the area before she could accidentally attract a threat powerful enough to trap and surround her. Fortunately, by that point, they had already accomplished their objective. Looks like everything worked out fine. Alex thought as he looked up at the sky. Through Senu's shared vision, he had seen how the Rune Knights fared during the operation. The rune tattoos didn't exactly elevate the Rune Knights to the elite rank in the traditional sense. What they actually do is increase the total energy circulating in and around their bodies, creating the illusion that their rank increased. Alex mused inwardly. Ordinarily, forcing that much energy through the body would place a tremendous burden on it. At worst, it could damage their mana vessels severely. However, thanks to the reinforcement rune tattoo, that doesn't happen. Instead, any excess or potentially damaging energy is immediately redirected into recovering spent stamina and temporarily strengthening the body itself. Additionally, both the shield and wanderer rune tattoos are constantly fed with this excess energy as well. The former uses it to automatically defend the Rune Knights from incoming danger, while the latter powers the built-in energy-based movement technique that forms the rune's core function. Alex's eyes flickered thoughtfully. That technically leaves the attack rune as the only active rune amongst the set, turning the entire tattoo array into one massive energy sink. Still, considering it allows the Rune Knights to fight above their natural rank for extended periods with minimal drawbacks. I can't exactly call the process inefficient. Energy is required for every action and every form of work. The greater the action, the greater the energy required. It's as simple as that. Even so, Alex still noticed several subtle nuances while observing the Rune Knights in battle. As he walked, he mentally jotted down notes for the next rune tattoo set he was currently developing. There was always room for improvement in every creation. True perfection almost never existed in the absolute sense of the word. Alex shook his head lightly before refocusing his attention on the castle and the situation around them. While the Rune Knights and Senu distracted the countless beasts throughout the city, the rest of the expeditionary party used the opportunity to slip past the chaos and infiltrate Skywalker Castle itself. Unfortunately, the castle had now become the den of one of Anaker's ruling hegemonic species, crypt spiders. Of course, Alex thought sarcastically. What kind of treasure hunt would this be without giant spiders involved? Without further hesitation, the group advanced into the slowly collapsing castle. Chapter 725, Crypt Spiders. Years of neglect had taken their toll on the castle. However, the greatest cause of its dilapidated state was no doubt the beasts that had made it their home in the century since the fall of House Skywalker. In a sense, the fact that it's still standing after all that is a testament to its structural quality. Alex mused inwardly. The group passed through the gates and crossed what had once been a lavish garden. Now, it was little more than an overgrown ruin barely resembling its former glory. Soon, they arrived before the main castle building itself. A castle larger than a football stadium with 4 obvious floors above ground. Alex thought as he gazed at the massive structure. Finding the house seal will be so easy. He mocked inwardly. Mobile stepped forward and ripped the castle doors from their hinges. Back in its prime, such a feat would have been extraordinary. However, considering the castle's current condition, the act was far easier than it appeared. Even so, seeing the Dravo clan barbarian casually heft aside the thick wooden doors, which had withstood over a century of neglect in relatively good condition, still left a strong impression on the others. However, the group couldn't relax. Flash slash. The moment Mogul threw the doors aside, an arachnid creature the size of a German shepherd lunged from the darkness within. Havel reacted instantly, covering Mogul's flank. Clang. It didn't cut through? Havel's eyes flashed with surprise. To Havel's surprise, his blade failed to cleave through the creature as expected. Instead, the strike merely blasted the spider backward. His arm trembled from the recoil, and a dull ache traveled through his wrist. Even so, he refused to release his grip on the sword. Instead, he pressed the attack. Flash step. Thrust. Havel's figure blurred and appeared before the stunned creature. Putting his full weight behind the strike, he drove his blade into the spider's open maw, forcing it through what he assumed to be its brain or nerve center. The creature convulsed violently for a moment before collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. The rest of the expedition group gathered around Havel and the slain beast. Alex crouched beside the corpse and examined it carefully. Great. As if finding the house seal in this massive castle wasn't troublesome enough. Now we also have to deal with crypt spiders. Alex sighed in annoyance. What's a crypt spider? Senia asked. Alex looked slightly surprised by her question, but then he quickly realized that he only knew about the spiders because he had memorized a vast amount of information from the Heavenly Venerable. It's possible they aren't widely known creatures. Alex mused inwardly. Crypt spiders are subterranean arachnids. They prefer underground areas rich with corpses and decay. If there's a crypt nearby, or a place where a large number of bodies were buried, it would explain why they settled here and built a nest. Alex explained. For the most part, crypt spiders possess extremely hard exoskeletons that are impervious to most ordinary physical attacks. On top of that, they naturally exude an aura of decay that rapidly degrades surrounding matter. So not only can they tank physical strikes, every hit against their exoskeleton damages the durability of the weapon used against them. In addition, their aura of decay interferes with ambient mana absorption. It functions somewhat like an anti-mage field, though it specifically targets mana replenishment rather than mana usage itself. And now that these ones have also undergone berserk transformation. Alex frowned slightly. I can't be certain what additional mutations they may have developed. He paused briefly, mentally reviewing the information to ensure he hadn't missed anything important. Oh, and did I mention that despite their size, they reproduce extremely quickly? There's never enough food for an entire colony, which makes them incredibly voracious, especially when prey willingly walks into their nest like we're about to do. He added casually. The rest of the group stared at him speechlessly. Stop talking like this isn't your problem too, Master. Yudara said flatly. What should we do? How are we supposed to kill them? Well, the standard method is what Havel just did. Alex replied. Stab through the mouth and destroy their nerve center. You can also fire bolts directly into their mouths with the crossbows. Alex rose from beside the crypt spider corpse and cast several spells in succession. Halo Guard. Solar Armament. Protective rings of light formed around each member of the party, while brilliant solar mana coated their weapons in a golden radiance. For Mogul, the enhancement wrapped around his arms and legs instead. Yudara's fingerless glove artifacts were similarly enveloped in solar light. Only Silver's crossbow remained unaffected. Master. Yudara tilted her head in confusion. From this point onward, don't waste mana unnecessarily. Alex instructed seriously. Conserve as much as possible. The spider's aura will prevent natural mana recovery, so every bit spent matters. Move and fight using pure physical strength whenever possible. Only use mana when absolutely necessary. The solar enchantments I cast should disperse most of the spider's decay, aura, and any poisonous particles they release into the air. It'll also strengthen your attacks. Keep in mind that the shields will gradually wear down over time, while the solar armament weakens with every strike against a crypt spider's exoskeleton. Your weapons can now damage them, but it's still best to target their weak points directly and conserve the enchantment's power as much as possible. Alex instructed. The group nodded in understanding. The sooner we find the house seal, the better, Alex said. Saul Redwald silently agreed with that sentiment. The party quickly split into pairs, with each pair assigned a specific floor of the castle to clear and search. Since the 7 Rune Knights had yet to regroup with them, their original force of 15 had been reduced to 8, conveniently enough to divide evenly into 4 teams. The Skywalker Patriarch's office is most likely located on the top floor, Saul suggested. Unless the Patriarch carried the seal into battle, that would be the most probable place for it to be stored. Alex nodded in agreement. The groups moved out immediately. Mogul and Havel were assigned to clear the first, or ground, floor. Crypt spiders were subterranean creatures by nature. Unless the castle possessed underground chambers, the ground floor would naturally house the densest concentration of spiders within the building. Although the pair wasn't necessarily the strongest overall, under the current restrictive conditions imposed by the crypt spider's aura, Mogul and Havel possessed the greatest close combat killing potential amongst the group. Furthermore, it was unlikely the house seal would be located on the ground floor anyway. Following Saul's recommendation, Sania and Dalton were assigned to the second floor. Their position allowed them to quickly reinforce Mogul and Havel if necessary. Silver and Yudara were tasked with searching the third floor in case the seal had been hidden within important facilities such as the castle library or armory. That left Alex and Saul to search the fourth, top, floor for the Patriarch's office and the main bedchamber, the 2 most likely locations for the house seal, assuming it hadn't been lost to history alongside the Skywalker Patriarch himself. Crash. Bang. Taking the lead up the staircase, Alex and Saul had barely begun ascending when disaster struck. Alex had just stepped onto the 5th stair when an entire section of the stone staircase suddenly collapsed beneath him. Abyssal Conqueror's steps, 3rd step, Wraith's Crossing. Fortunately, Alex reacted instantly. Activating his movement technique, he propelled himself away from the collapsing section before the structure could drag him down with it. Although Alex escaped unscathed, the collapsing staircase and resulting rumble immediately drew the attention of the crypt spiders lurking throughout the ground floor, and even beneath it. We'll handle it. Go, boss. Mogul roared. The barbarian charged forward without hesitation. One of the incoming crypt spiders lunged at him, only for Mogul to drive his fist directly through its maw, killing it instantly. Then, grabbing the oversized spider's corpse inside like a grotesque glove, he swung it sideways and smashed another incoming spider away. Flash step. Thrust. Not to be outdone, Havel dashed forward as well, driving his blade through another spider's mouth and killing it in a single strike. His figure flashed repeatedly as he darted across the floor, dropping crypt spider after crypt spider with ruthless efficiency. We'll support them, then head on upstairs, Dalton said. Go. Silver and Udara immediately followed after Alex and Saul as the two headed further up the castle. Meanwhile, Dalton and Sania remained behind to support Mogul and Havel from the rear using crossbow fire. At the same time, Sania quietly prepared a mystic art. Suddenly, a thick tree root burst from the ground and impaled a crypt spider directly through the mouth. The spider's corpse rapidly shriveled as the wooden root absorbed every drop of fluid within its body. The root then withdrew back underground, dropping the dried carcass before striking again. This time, the root split into two sharpened ends, each piercing a separate spider. Again, the roots drained the creatures dry before retreating underground once more. Then they erupted out again, this time splitting into four separate spear-like branches that simultaneously impaled four crypt spiders. Havel spared Sania's mystic art a surprised glance amidst the battle. After the third cycle, he almost expected the number of branches to double again. Unfortunately, it appeared that 4 simultaneous branches were Sania's current limit. Still, while the number of branches no longer increased, both their speed and range continued improving under Sania's control. Thanks to that, the 4 of them quickly managed to suppress the incoming tide of crypt spiders. It's mostly their numbers and hard shells that make them troublesome, Dalton commented calmly while reloading his crossbow. Once you know what you're doing, they aren't actually that difficult to kill. Mogul and Havel merely nodded before immediately heading in different directions to hunt down any remaining crypt spiders on the floor, leaving Dalton standing there with an awkward expression. Shall we? Dalton asked Sania dryly. Sania nodded calmly before placing her palm against the ground. A thick wooden vine with 4 sharpened heads emerged from beneath the stone floor and coiled itself around her arm like a living weapon. With the construct already formed, she no longer needed to recast the entire mystic art each time and only had to direct the roots to attack. Without another word, she turned and headed up the staircase. Dalton quickly followed after her. Chapter 726, Uncharted. As expected, the majority of the crypt spiders occupied the ground and second floors. Thanks to the radiant solar glow surrounding the pairs assigned to those levels, the spiders aggressively attacked on sight, either because they could not tolerate the light or because they simply couldn't ignore prey that had willingly wandered into their nest. The upper floors, on the other hand, were relatively free of spiders. Only a handful of weakened stragglers prowled the corridors, and they were swiftly dealt with. As such, the teams assigned to the upper floors spent more time navigating through collapsed sections and debris than actually fighting. Alex and Saul moved cautiously along the 4th floor's main corridor before eventually finding their path completely blocked by fallen rubble. It can't be moved safely. Let's find another route, Saul said. Either of them could have blasted the debris apart with brute force or a spell. However, doing so risked collapsing not just that section of the floor, but potentially the entire castle structure itself. There was no need to take such a risk yet. Look here. Alex pointed towards part of the rubble. This section is loose. Rooms in castles like this are usually adjoining. If we can enter through this room, we should be able to bypass the blockage from inside. Worth trying. Saul nodded. The two worked together to shift enough loose debris aside to squeeze into the adjoining room. Unfortunately, contrary to Alex's expectations, the connecting doorway inside had also collapsed beneath a pile of rubble. Compared to the surrounding walls, the doorway naturally formed the weakest structural point, so most of the collapse had funneled directly through it. The windows, Saul suddenly called out. Alex followed his gaze and saw the man studying the exterior ledges beyond the shattered windows. We can move along the ledges, Saul suggested. Alex nodded in agreement. The two men climbed carefully out through the windows and onto the narrow stone ledges running along the castle's outer walls. Balancing carefully, they edged their way along the exterior before leaping across a short gap towards the next window ledge. Saul peered into the adjoining room and immediately frowned. The roof over this room has completely collapsed. We'll need to keep moving along the outside, he said. All right, Alex nodded. What followed was a rather dangerous combination of ledge climbing and rooftop parkour that reminded Alex far too much of a video game from his previous life, one whose protagonist happened to share the same name as his father, Drake. Alex waved his arms around after they finally climbed into another intact room, trying to restore feeling to them. How were those game protagonists, supposedly normal humans, able to pull off those kinds of stunts without tearing their arms apart? Alex wondered inwardly. Then he shook his head. Well, they were game characters after all. The pair continued navigating through the ruined fourth floor, carefully making their way around collapsed corridors and unstable debris before eventually arriving at what appeared to be the master bedchamber. Although much of the spacious room had collapsed inward on itself, it was still obvious that the chamber had once been decorated tastefully, yet without excessive extravagance. Not minimalistic exactly, more like a refined military-style decor. Alex mused. House Skywalker really does resemble House Fury more and more. Alex shook his head lightly, forcing his wandering thoughts back onto the task at hand. Saul said the Skywalker house seal possesses a unique mana signature. In that case, Alex focused on the spirit sight ability of his truth seeker eyes and carefully scanned the room. There's nothing here. Let's search for the study instead, he said after nearly half an hour of both physical and mana-based searching. All right, Saul nodded. Another 30 minutes passed as the two carefully navigated through the heavily damaged upper floor before eventually arriving at what seemed to be the remnants of the Skywalker Patriarch's office. By then, Alex received a telepathic message from Senu informing him that she and the Rune Knights had successfully reached the castle. The Rune Knights had regrouped with Mogul and Havel on the ground floor to continue clearing out the crypt spiders and locate the source of their infestation, while Senu maintained aerial surveillance around the city in case the surrounding berserk beasts were drawn towards the castle. Within only a few minutes of searching the suspected office, Alex suddenly noticed several faint but unusual mana signatures hidden behind one of the inner walls. A hidden room? Alex thought immediately. Unfortunately, the wall itself was buried beneath a large amount of heavy debris. Since this was the first genuine lead they had found since entering the castle, the two finally decided to risk using force. Fireball. Alex cast the spell with careful control, using the resulting explosion to loosen the surrounding rubble without causing excessive structural damage. Then he and Saul manually shifted aside the loosened debris until the concealed wall was finally revealed. And embedded into that hidden wall was a powerful sigil formation, more specifically, a talisman barrier. This formation seems familiar, Alex immediately thought as he examined the barrier. A moment later, recognition flashed across his eyes. A sword prohibition talismanic structure? It was a talismanic barrier formation he had once studied within the Heavenly Venerable's records. The formation was a classic sigil-based defensive structure commonly used by sword sorcerers. While there were countless variations depending on the user's sword path and personal swordsmanship, all such talismanic structures fundamentally operated on the same principles. An ancient barrier? Saul frowned. This won't be easy to bypass. No. This is actually good for us, Alex replied with a smile. Under Saul's puzzled stare, Alex stepped forward and placed his palm against the hidden wall, slowly injecting mana into the talismanic structure. Several moments later, the sigils engraved into the barrier began changing and rearranging themselves. Then, with a soft hum, the barrier opened. How did you do that? Saul asked in stunned disbelief. It's nothing. Alex smiled casually. I just hacked through the encryption. He then gestured towards the now open hidden passage. Shall we? Surprisingly, beyond the hidden entrance was not a room, but a staircase descending deeper underground. Alex and Saul carefully followed the stairs downward. It soon became obvious that the staircase extended far deeper than the 4 visible floors above ground. Eventually, they arrived before another door positioned at a depth roughly equivalent to 6 underground floors. The moment Alex opened the door, both he and Saul were assaulted by a nauseating wave of stale air thick with the pungent stench of rotting flesh and decay. Cleanse. Alex immediately cast the spell, purifying the air around them just before either of them could vomit. At least now we know why the crypt spiders were drawn here. Alex muttered grimly. What is this place? A crypt? Saul wondered aloud. Judging from the smell, this would be the perfect breeding ground for a crypt spider nest. Alex replied. Saul immediately understood the implication and drew out his twin warhammers. Right, this old man used to be a paladin. Alex mused inwardly as he also equipped his draconic baton. Solar ball. A sphere of radiant solar light floated into existence before them, illuminating the darkness ahead. Then the two men stepped forward into the underground chamber, entering what resembled the open maw of a monstrous beast waiting to devour them whole. Chapter 727, Crypt Spider Cavern. Bang! Unsurprisingly, Alex and Saul immediately met fierce resistance from the crypt spiders. Saul fully displayed the might of a combat saint as his twin warhammers smashed into the spiders one after another, pulverizing hardened exoskeletons and turning entire bodies into mangled pulp. Thrust. Dragon Commute. Ripple. Alex drove his baton into a crypt spider's maw, and a violent ripple of mana erupted through the creature's insides, shredding its internal organs apart before it collapsed lifelessly. Alex, who already had 5 spider carcasses around him, glanced toward Saul with a trace of awe. Around the older man lay more than 10 ruined crypt spiders, their cephalothoraxes crushed beyond recognition by nothing but overwhelming physical force. So it's not that their exoskeletons can't be broken from the outside, Alex mused inwardly. It's simply that most people can't hit hard enough. He nodded thoughtfully to himself as though he had just learned some profound truth. Indeed, there's no skull a hammer cannot crush. If it doesn't break, then you simply didn't use enough force. After briefly admiring Saul's brutal handiwork, the pair resumed carving their way through the crypt spiders infesting the underground tunnel. Eventually, the tunnel opened into a massive cavern. It was immediately obvious this place no longer lay beneath House Skywalker's castle, nor even beneath Anacker City itself. Judging by the depth and direction, the cavern most likely stretched beneath the mountain range behind the city. Alex guided the floating solar ball higher toward the cavern's ceiling, illuminating the darkness around them. For one fleeting moment, he regretted doing so. The scene before him was the nightmare of every arachnophobe. Hundreds upon hundreds of spiders filled the cavern floor and walls. Some clustered together in massive swarms, while others crawled endlessly through countless tunnel openings scattered throughout the cavern. And at the very center of it all rested a gigantic spider nearly 3 meters tall, lying motionless, yet radiating a deeply oppressive presence. Crypt Spider Queen, Alex muttered grimly. At the same time, the sudden burst of light stirred the entire cavern into chaos. The Crypt Spider Queen slowly lifted its massive body and looked upward toward the floating solar ball. Then, as though tracing the mana signature connected to the spell, all 8 of its eyes snapped toward Alex and Saul simultaneously. Screech! A piercing shriek echoed throughout the cavern. Saul tightened his grip around his twin warhammers. That, he remarked dryly, is quite the menacing aura. It's somewhere between 4th and 5th circle. Can you handle it? Alex asked. If it's truly that strong, then I probably won't be able to crush its exoskeleton through raw strength alone like I did with the weaker ones. Saul replied calmly, I'll need to use combat energy. Alex immediately understood what the older man meant. Don't worry, I'll neutralize the decay aura and keep the weaker spiders from interfering with your fight, he assured. I would appreciate that. Saul nodded. Hiss. Before the conversation could continue further, the Spider Queen suddenly released a sharp command. At once, crypt spiders began pouring out from the countless tunnels lining the cavern walls, surging toward Alex and Saul like a living tide. Spirit Mage, 5-clawed Divine Dragon. Alex immediately cast one of the newest additions to his growing arsenal of spells. A majestic dragon formed from blazing fire and radiant light mana materialized before him. However, compared to the last time he had summoned it, the 5-clawed Divine Dragon was noticeably smaller. The pervasive decay aura filling the cavern was suppressing the ambient mana Alex could draw upon. Most of the spell's fuel now came directly from his own mana reserves. Still, Alex had deliberately chosen this spell for precisely such an environment. Go! Alex issued mentally to the dragon, or more accurately, to the Etherkindle splinter acting as its core. Roar! The smaller divine dragon released a silent roar before shooting toward the incoming swarm of spiders. Boom! The dragon exploded high above the battlefield. Yet unlike a conventional explosion, there was no violent shockwave or destructive burst. Instead, mystic flames spread outward like a blazing tide, washing across the entire cavern in a sea of radiant golden fire. For a brief moment, the entire underground cavern appeared engulfed in divine flames. Then, just as suddenly as they had appeared, the flames vanished. Not a single crypt spider had been burned. The swarm froze momentarily from the sudden phenomenon before resuming their charge. As the spiders turned back toward him, Alex almost felt as though the countless glossy eyes staring at him carried traces of mockery and disdain. "You little." Alex waved his arm, and a spell formation rapidly materialized before him. Dark Shock Chain. A thick bolt of dark lightning burst from the center of the formation, striking the shadow beneath the leading crypt spider. The spider instantly froze. Then, like a living current traveling through darkness itself, the lightning leapt from its shadow to the next spider's shadow, stunning that one as well. Again. And again. The dark lightning continued jumping through the swarm, chaining from shadow to shadow until the charging tide of spiders ground to a complete halt. Even Alex himself stared in brief surprise at the spell's effectiveness, nearly forgetting to cast the follow-up spell he had prepared. Judgment Ray. Multiple condensed beams of solar mana erupted from the spell formation behind him. The radiant rays pierced through the immobilized crypt spiders with terrifying precision, each beam punching through several spiders at once in straight 5-meter-long lines. The cavern instantly filled with the screeches of dying spiders. Even Saul found himself astonished by Alex's rapid succession of spellcasting. The earlier explosion of the 5-clawed divine dragon had never been intended as an offensive attack. Instead, Alex had used the spell to spread Etherkindle's purification concept throughout the cavern via the wave of mystic flames. The result was the temporary cleansing of the crypt spider's pervasive decay aura, reopening the surrounding ambient mana for Alex to use once more. However, although the ambient mana was returning, Alex was no sure regarding how quickly the environment would stabilize. Thus, he had immediately gambled on testing a newly developed spell against the swarm. By combining the Chain Lightning and Curse of Frailty spells, Alex had created a hybrid spell, Dark Shock Chain. Like Chain Lightning, the spell jumped rapidly from target to target. Like Curse of Frailty, it weakened the physical strength and endurance of those affected. However, Dark Shock Chain had developed an unexpected property entirely its own. The lightning not only paralyzed its victims through electrical shock, but also achieved its weakening effect by siphoned away portions of their mana reserves. And strangely, the draining effect intensified with every jump the spell made. By the time the chain reached the weaker spiders deeper within the swarm, many had been completely drained dry. With the spiders weakened and the surrounding mana restored, Alex immediately followed up with the high-output Judgment Ray, wiping out the majority of the lesser crypt spiders that survived the Dark Shock Chain. Each spell was not only powerful, but executed with deliberate timing and purpose. Saul genuinely felt the urge to stop and applaud Alex's spellcraft. Unfortunately, now was not the time. Boom. Stomping his foot into the cavern floor, Saul launched himself forward like a cannonball. Domain of Pestilence. A dark saint domain unfurled around him as he raised his twin warhammers and smashed downward toward the crypt spider queen. Chapter 728, Treasure Hunt Eye. The crypt spider queen sensed the incoming attack through the countless sensory hairs covering its body and limbs. With startling speed for something of its size, the massive creature leapt backward to evade Saul's strike. Boom. Saul's hammer strike slammed into the cavern floor with devastating force. The ground quaked violently as shattered stone and debris erupted outward like shrapnel, tearing through nearby crypt spiders. Those not instantly killed were blasted away by the shockwave, creating a temporary clearing around Saul and the Spider Queen. Screech. Enraged by the coordinated attacks from Alex and Saul, the Spider Queen slammed its forelimbs into the ground. Massive stone spikes burst upward from beneath the cavern floor, shooting towards Saul from multiple angles. Charge. Saul stomped his foot and launched himself forward like a cannon shell, narrowly evading the erupting spikes. Bang! He shoulder-checked the Spider Queen head-on, attempting to drive the gigantic creature backward. Yet despite the force behind the collision, the Spider Queen barely budged. Hiss! The creature retaliated immediately with a piercing sonic screech aimed at disorienting him. However, Saul merely grinned. The sound attack dispersed harmlessly against the tightly controlled Saint domain wrapped around his body like invisible armor. Two can play that game, Saul thought coldly. This time, he fully expanded his domain while ensuring the Spider Queen remained directly at its center. The gigantic arachnid suddenly froze. Fear, weakness, melancholy, lethargy, despair. A flood of negative emotions crashed into the Spider Queen faster than its nervous system could properly process them, leaving the creature momentarily stunned and disoriented. By my will, I curse thee with weakness, Saul chanted solemnly. Using his domain as a conduit, Saul wrapped his combat energy and willpower around the Spider Queen, imposing a crippling debilitation upon it. The creature's body visibly weakened. Seizing the opportunity, Saul poured a tremendous amount of combat energy into his twin warhammers before smashing them downward onto the Spider Queen's head. Crack! A sickening fracture echoed throughout the cavern. The hardened exoskeleton around the Spider Queen's head cracked apart as thick purplish fluid oozed from the wound. The moment the injury appeared, the Spider Queen flew into a frenzy. So too did the surrounding crypt spiders. The queen repeatedly hammered its legs against the ground as though attempting to trigger something beneath the cavern floor. Yet nothing happened. Instead, the surrounding crypt spiders surged toward Saul in a maddened swarm. Saul, son, Alex suddenly roared. Despite the abrupt warning, the Battlebane Guild Master somehow instantly understood Alex's intention. By my authority, I bless thee with brilliant sight, Saul declared. Saul's chant instantly altered the senses of the surrounding spiders, forcibly enhancing the eyesight of the subterranean creatures. However, the old Battlebane Guild Master was hardly acting out of goodwill. Stellar radiance. A blinding sphere of light suddenly manifested above the cavern. The brilliance was so intense it struck the spiders' optical nerves like lightning itself. And because Saul had just amplified their vision, the crypt spiders suffered even greater damage. Several weaker spiders convulsed violently as their nerve centers were directly fried by the overwhelming radiance. Jump! Alex shouted once more. Without wasting a beat, Saul immediately launched himself into the air. The blinding light abruptly contracted inward, compressing into itself until its true form became visible. A gigantic sphere of solar mana hovering above the cavern floor. Scorching wave. The massive orb crashed downward. Boom. A blazing wave of heat and light erupted outward like a surging tidal blast, reminiscent of the earlier five-clawed divine dragon explosion. However, unlike the previous mystic flames, this attack carried terrifying destructive power. Everything caught within the wave was scorched. The solar flames clung to the spiders like burning napalm, refusing to extinguish until the creatures themselves were reduced to charred remains. Screech! The crypt spider queen released a hellish shriek so powerful that the cavern itself trembled violently. Dust and fragments of stone rained down from above as the underground chamber threatened to collapse. Yet before the spider queen could fully unleash its fury, Saul moved. By my convictions, I bear the weight of melancholy, Saul declared solemnly. Boom. His twin warhammers crashed downward once more. This time, the attack completely crushed the Spider Queen's cephalothorax. The gigantic arachnid spasmed briefly before collapsing lifelessly onto the cavern floor. At the same time, Saul glanced around the battlefield and saw countless spiders writhing amidst blazing golden flames that looked almost illusionary in nature, yet radiated frightening heat and light. Click! A faint snapping sound echoed through the cavern. Instantly, the flames vanished. However, by then, nearly all the crypt spiders were either dead or left twitching on the brink of death. Saul turned toward the youth responsible for the devastation, only to find Alex seated heavily on the ground, breathing roughly. The Battlebane Guild Master quickly walked over. Are you all right? He asked. I'm fine. Alex nodded between breaths. I just burned through too much mana too quickly. He shook his head wryly. Due to the urgency of the battle, Alex had been forced to deploy several untested spells created through Omnirune's simulation programs and spell formation manipulations. Unlike the conventional fire and lightning spells he normally would have used in such a battle, these solar and netherspark spells were far better suited for a confined environment like the cavern. They delivered devastating destructive power while minimizing collateral damage to the surroundings. The drawback, however, was equally obvious. These spells consumed far more mana than ordinary spells, vastly more. Thus, even with Alex's unusually large mana reserves, he still felt the strain from unleashing them in rapid succession. A few minutes later, Alex finally steadied his breathing and looked toward Saul. Compared to his own spells, Alex found himself even more intrigued by Saul's chants. "I thought you were a paladin," Alex asked curiously. "How are you still able to cast divine prayers?" Saul laughed softly. "Did you forget, young Master Alex? I once possessed access to 2 divinities." He replied, "When I inherited the Twilight Adjudicator divinity, I gained the physical strength and combat abilities of a paladin. But before that, I was originally a priest of the divine Kirin." He shrugged lightly. "Although both divinities have now been cleansed from me, I discovered that I can still invoke the prayers, as long as I focus them upon myself within my saint domain," he explained. Alex immediately found the phenomenon fascinating. If deity cultivation is merely another path of cultivation, then there must be far more overlap between the systems than I initially assumed. He mused inwardly. Since the prayers only function within his saint domain, and only when he himself becomes the target of the prayer, does that mean a domain essentially functions as a pseudo-divine territory? His eyes glittered with interest. Fascinating. Unfortunately, now was hardly the time for deep research. Alex looked deeper into the cavern and noticed a peculiar energy signature emanating from one of the countless tunnels lining the walls. Specifically, the tunnel positioned northeast from the cavern's center. He pointed toward it. Saul immediately nodded in understanding. Before moving out, however, the older man took a moment to retrieve the beast core from the crypt spider queen's corpse. Seeing this caused Alex's gaze to drift toward the countless carcasses scattered across the cavern floor. There were undoubtedly many more beast cores hidden amongst them. Unfortunately, they lacked the time to collect everything themselves. Still, leaving such resources behind felt painfully wasteful. Alex got on comms. "Follow my signal. Try to locate the underground route and rendezvous with Saul and me," he instructed through the comms device. Then he added, "Also, sweep the carcasses for beast cores on your way down." With that, Alex and Saul continued deeper into the underground passage. Fortunately, it seemed the Spider Queen's earlier frenzy had summoned most, if not all, of the crypt spiders toward the cavern. The pair encountered no further resistance along the tunnels. What they did encounter instead were bones and catacombs. The tunnel eventually opened into what appeared to be an ancient burial hall. Shelves lined both sides of the chamber, and upon them rested preserved mummified corpses laid carefully side by side. The dead were dressed in the garments of their era. Even with Alex's admittedly limited knowledge of historical fashion from this plane, he could immediately tell these individuals had not been ordinary people in life. How? Simple. Their clothing. Across most civilizations, the number of layered garments a person wore was often an indicator of wealth and status. And the corpses before him were practically wrapped in as many layers as physically possible. Any more cloth, and they would have resembled bundled balls of fabric. More striking still, several corpses were even buried in full suits of armor. Even amongst noble families of this plane, armor was commonly treated as a treasured heirloom passed down through generations. Only truly affluent and prestigious houses could afford to bury their dead alongside the armor they had worn in life. Taken together, it was obvious this was no ordinary catacomb. A creepy underground graveyard? Check. Alex thought dryly to himself. Yeah, this is becoming a proper treasure hunt. Chapter 729, Treasure Hunt 2. This must be Mortis, the ancestral burial ground of House Skywalker, Saul said solemnly, which means these are likely their most honored and revered ancestors. They must have fought to their deaths defending this place. Alex remarked quietly as he crouched before a cluster of skeletons scattered across the floor rather than placed respectfully upon the shelves. Unlike the preserved corpses lining the catacombs, these dead had clearly never received proper burial rites. Alex and Saul continued following the trail of bones through the increasingly complex network of underground tunnels. Another half-hour passed. By then, Alex was beginning to wonder just how vast and deep the underground structure beneath Anaker's mountain range truly was. Then suddenly, they entered a noticeably different section of the subterranean complex. This place, Saul muttered as he examined the tunnel walls and surrounding soil structure. It's old, much older than Mortis. Alex studied the rougher architecture around them thoughtfully. Did the Skywalkers discover this place first, then later build the tunnels connecting Mortis to it? He wondered aloud. In many treasure hunting stories from his previous life, this was often how such discoveries happened. One civilization would uncover the ruins or treasures of an even older era, then secretly construct pathways leading to it, both to conceal the discovery and to allow discreet access for worship, study, or preservation. Following the newly discovered path deeper underground, Alex and Saul eventually came upon a lone skeleton slumped before a massive stone door. Judging by the posture of the remains, the individual had clearly died protecting the entrance, or whatever lay beyond it. Now what? Saul asked as he studied the ancient stone door that looked as though it had remained sealed for well over a century. Well, we can't exactly return empty-handed after coming this far, Alex replied. We should at least find out what's behind it. According to every treasure hunting cliché from his previous life, the door would probably open to reveal absolutely nothing worthwhile. Still, actually opening the mysterious ancient door was part of the adventure itself. The real problem, however, was figuring out how. How exactly do we open you? Alex muttered thoughtfully. There were no visible keyholes. Nor could Alex sense any talismanic structure or hidden magical formation protecting the entrance. If there was a mechanism involved, then it was likely physical rather than magical. The only notable feature on the stone door were countless scars carved deeply across its surface, resembling marks left behind by sword strikes. Saul traced a hand over several of the grooves. Looks like someone tried forcing their way through, he observed. But whatever this stone is made from, it must be incredibly durable. It was the most reasonable conclusion. Yet Alex instinctively felt otherwise. Something nagged faintly at the back of his mind, telling him Saul's interpretation was wrong. At first, he couldn't understand why. Then suddenly, realization struck him. Sword marks on an ancient stone door. Damn it, Alex. He thought inwardly. How did you forget such a classic martial arts trope? Phantom sight. Alex channeled mana into his truth-seeker eyes, pushing their ocular capabilities to the limit as he carefully examined every single mark etched into the stone surface. Then he activated the pseudo-post-cognitive ability of his eyes, attempting to reconstruct the scene that had created those marks in the first place. At the same time, Alex fed the images, deductions, and reconstructed movements into OmniRune by allowing the Mage AI access to his memories and observations. OmniRune, through its simulation function, immediately began processing the information in real time, recreating the possible sequence of events that had produced the sword marks on the stone door. Eventually, Alex and OmniRune managed to reconstruct a phantom image of the original swordsman who had created the markings. As it turned out, numerous people had struck the door over the years. However, none of them had managed to overwrite the very first set of marks etched into the stone. Saul had been correct in one regard. Whatever material the door was forged from was monstrously durable. Alex was fairly certain that even a saint would struggle to damage it. At the very least, judging from the attack Saul had used earlier to pulverize the Crypt Spider Queen's head, the Battlebane Guildmaster's full-strength strikes likely wouldn't even leave visible scratches on the door, much less break it open. By now, Alex had become certain of how the entrance was meant to be opened. He focused entirely on the phantom swordsman reconstructed before his eyes. He observed every minute movement, every shift in posture and the angle of the blade, every strike that had carved each mark into the ancient stone. And strangely, as he watched the phantom's back, Alex felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. A certain individual surfaced within his mind. That's impossible, He instinctively rejected the thought. Even so, Alex had already deciphered the sequence of sword forms needed to recreate the markings. Still visibly confused, he drew the draconic baton in its longsword configuration and began replicating the movements. He executed them so naturally that Saul briefly forgot this was supposedly Alex's first time performing the sequence. Instead, only one word came to mind as he watched the youth move. Natural. Even afterward, Saul couldn't properly explain why that particular word had surfaced in his thoughts. Eventually, Alex completed the 18th strike against the stone door. Rumble. The ancient door suddenly trembled before slowly sliding open, revealing the secrets hidden beyond it. Inside lay a hidden vault. Armors. Artifacts. Ancient weapons. Locked chests. Treasures gathered across generations. Contrary to Alex's earlier cliché expectations, there truly was treasure hidden behind the mysterious door. And at the very far end of the vault rested two items positioned prominently above all others, clearly signifying their importance. One was a seal token. The other was a sword embedded within a stone pedestal. The Skywalker seal. Saul smiled faintly. We found it. Alex walked towards the end of the vault, stopping before the two most important items within the chamber. However, contrary to Saul's expectations, Alex's attention wasn't drawn to the seal they had come for. Instead, his gaze locked onto the sword. So that's how it is. The Skywalkers inherited your legacy in some form. Alex thought as he stared at the blade. Saul stepped beside him, noticing how the youth completely ignored the seal in favor of the sword embedded within the stone pedestal, a weapon with a plain, militaristic design that prioritized practicality over aesthetics. Suddenly, Saul's eyes widened in recognition. He inhaled sharply. This must be the Skywalker sword. Alex glanced sideways at him. The sword is famous? He asked. Yes. Saul nodded immediately. It is one of the most famous swords on the continent. The weapon is passed down together with the seal to every patriarch of House Skywalker. He continued solemnly. Legend says only those with Skywalker blood can wield it. In fact, some even claim that the ability to wield the sword is itself a focal requirement for becoming patriarch of the Skywalker family. Is that so? Alex muttered thoughtfully. Then, beneath Saul's stunned gaze, Alex reached towards the sword. Saul's expression changed drastically. What are you doing? He grabbed Alex's arm in alarm. Forget pulling it out. People without Skywalker blood lose their minds the moment they touch that sword. It has driven many powerful warriors insane after they tried to seize it from fallen Skywalker patriarchs in battle. That's one of the reasons the weapon became so infamous. Alex didn't answer. Calm madness. All weapon intent. An eerie smile spread across his face. Without hesitation, he brushed Saul's hand aside and firmly gripped the sword's hilt. Saul immediately retreated several steps, expecting the weapon to retaliate violently. But nothing happened. Instead, Alex's smile widened further as he slowly pulled the sword free from the stone pedestal. Ring. A resonant hum echoed throughout the vault the moment the blade left its sheath like prison. Even though Saul wasn't a swordsman, he instinctively understood what that ringing represented. Joy. No. Elation. The sword itself was rejoicing. How is this possible? Saul muttered in disbelief. Unable to stop himself, he asked, Are you a descendant of House Skywalker? Alex chuckled softly. That's not it. He shook his head. Before this blade became the heirloom of House Skywalker, it belonged to someone else. His gaze lingered on the weapon with unmistakable familiarity. The original master who built this place. Someone who could arguably be called a teacher of mine. Alex raised the sword slightly. The one and only. Sword Emperor. Chapter 730. House Skywalker Revival. The Sword Emperor? Saul repeated blankly. Who is that? To me? An annoying drill sergeant who kept trying to force me onto the path of the sword. Alex replied whilst examining the Skywalker sword in his hand. But to this world. His gaze sharpened slightly. He was one of the strongest beings it's ever produced. A juggernaut from an ancient era, the greatest pure swordsman of his age, and a hero. Saul stared at Alex in confusion. However, Alex merely offered a faint smile and didn't elaborate further. Instead, he focused his spiritual force on the sword itself. The blade contains a remnant of the Sword Emperor's will. Alex analyzed inwardly. Combined with the providence accumulated from generations of reverence and care by House Skywalker, it gradually developed a rudimentary ego. His eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Not truly sapient, not even fully sentient, but enough to choose who it accepts as a wielder. Alex lightly rotated the blade in his hand. Anyone the sword rejects would be struck directly by the Sword Emperor's remnant will, the will of a Class 7 existence. In a world where the Na'vi have effectively suppressed the power ceiling to Class 5, this remnant will is enough to inflict permanent mental damage to nearly anyone who dares touch it. After all, true legendary class experts would likely forge weapons suited to themselves rather than gamble on subduing an unknown heirloom. Alex's thoughts continued drifting. The sword probably sensed my connection to its original master. That's why it didn't attack me. Then another question surfaced. But how did the first Skywalker patriarch wield it in the first place? And somehow even bind it to his bloodline afterward. No matter how he looked at it, Alex kept arriving at the same conclusion. Plot arm. Cough. Fate. Fate and destiny. Huh. Alex mused silently. His brows furrowed. I somehow don't like the sound of that. The word slipped out unconsciously. He disliked the notion of invisible hands pulling at the strings of his life. After a moment, he shook his head and looked back at the sword. Now then, what exactly am I supposed to do with you? He wondered inwardly. I already have the draconic baton covering most of my combat needs. That's yet another thing I'll need to figure out. Huh, he sighed inwardly. I'll deal with it later. For now, I can at least use it as a symbol of identity. Finally, Alex turned his attention towards the seal itself. There were actually two items resting upon the pedestal. A token and a ring. The palm-sized token represented the authority of the Skywalker Patriarch, while the ring functioned as an official signet seal used to stamp House Skywalker's correspondence and decrees. Though both were important, the token held greater significance at the moment, since it served as the true proof of succession over House Skywalker. Both artifacts bore the emblem of the ancient house. At the center of the crest was a rhombic sun positioned on the head of a humanoid figure wielding a black sword. Flanking the central figure were asymmetrical wing motifs, a phoenix wing on the right and an eagle-like wing on the left. Alex stared at the emblem for a moment longer than necessary. Even this seal somehow relates back to me. He shook his head helplessly. Young Master Alex, over here. Saul suddenly called out. Alex turned and saw the old clergy examining two books resting atop a stone table. He walked over, picked them up, and skimmed through their contents. His eyes widened slightly. One of them contains the exclusive combat techniques of the Skywalker Patriarch, techniques that can only be used alongside the sword. Alex said, the other is House Skywalker's combat energy cultivation method. With those, Saul looked at him meaningfully. You wouldn't merely be pretending to be a successor of House Skywalker. You could genuinely revive the family. Alex slowly nodded. Everything has fallen into place far too conveniently. He thought inwardly. Others might assume the last remnants of House Skywalker left these things behind in hopes that their lineage would someday rise again. But after the endless chain of coincidences surrounding this matter, Alex was no longer convinced it was mere chance. Still, even if some unseen hand had arranged this board from the shadows, the pieces had already been placed before him. And now that they had been, Alex had little choice but to step onto the board and play the game. He recognized that he might simply be overthinking things. Perhaps he was merely reading too deeply into a fortunate sequence of events. After all, he had recently accumulated a significant amount of providence, and providence wasn't merely tied to fate. It also encompassed fortune. Maybe fate wasn't the only force at play here. Perhaps fortune was also subtly guiding events in his favor. This wouldn't even be the first time I've relied on providence. Alex sighed inwardly. Every power comes with a price eventually. Unaware of the youth's thoughts, Saul continued inspecting the treasury, occasionally explaining the purpose of certain artifacts and heirlooms left behind within the vault. However, from Alex's perspective, none of those treasures could compare to the value of the sword, the seals, and the two books. At least not for their current needs. You're here, Alex suddenly said as another presence entered the vault. Yadara walked inside whilst Alex and Saul were still examining the items the final survivors of House Skywalker had preserved within the chamber. The others. Alex asked. They're cleaning up the spider corpses. There are too many of them, so everyone was needed. Eudora replied. Her gaze swept across the hidden vault. What is this place? She asked curiously. Most likely the Sword Emperor's meditation cave. Alex replied casually. The founder of House Skywalker probably discovered it later and converted it into a hidden family vault. Eudora's eyes widened. Sword Emperor? Your Sword Emperor? She asked instinctively. Alex immediately frowned. What do you mean, my Sword Emperor? He asked flatly. That sounds strange. Only you and your sisters should be referred to as mine. Eudora instantly blushed. Then, realizing Saul was present, she quickly looked towards the old paladin apologetically. Please ignore me. Young Master Alex is quite the lover. He says things like that with a completely straight face. Saul smiled warmly, clearly entertained by the interaction between the young couple. I merely spoke the truth. Alex replied with a shameless smirk. Eudora's face reddened even further, much to his amusement. After securing everything within the vault into the sanctuary space, the trio finally left the hidden chamber and returned to the cavern above. There, they joined the others in harvesting the crypt spider corpses for valuable materials and beast cores before storing everything away within the pocket dimension sanctuary. Sometime later, the group returned above ground only to discover that night had already fallen. They had no choice but to make camp within the ruined city. Alex initially grew worried about Dread and the other horses left outside Anacker. Fortunately, whilst the Rune Knights regrouped with the others inside the castle, Senu had flown out of the city to watch over them. However, after linking with Senu's vision, Alex quickly realized that he had been worried about the wrong thing. He didn't need to worry about the horses. He needed to worry about whatever unfortunate creatures had targeted them. A pack of predator beasts had surrounded the horses, cautiously circling them whilst waiting for an opening. Senu had been preparing to intervene when Dread suddenly released a cold snort. A dark, primal aura erupted from the nightmare horse's body, enveloping not only himself but also the other horses around him. The aura stirred something savage within them. Snort. The horses released unified snorts as their eyes turned cold and violent. Then they charged. Instead of fleeing from the predators, the horses chased them down mercilessly. Hooves thundered across the ground as they trampled the beasts beneath them. Those fortunate, or unfortunate, enough to survive the initial stampede were swiftly finished off by crushing kicks and stomps that shattered bones and cracked skulls apart. Only then did Alex remember something important. Nightmare horses weren't herbivores. They were omnivores. And, much like humans, they could be terrifyingly ruthless when provoked. Alex chuckled wryly and finally stopped worrying about Dread and his newfound gang of murderous warhorses. The following morning, the expedition party departed Anacker City and reunited with their mounts outside the ruins. As they left, Alex glanced back at the towering city walls standing proudly against time and ruin. Since I've decided to inherit your name, he thought silently. Don't worry, House Skywalker. I'll make Anacker great again. With that, Alex turned away and mounted Dread's back. The group immediately began their rapid withdrawal from the Great Berserk Beast Forest. Surprisingly, the return journey progressed significantly faster than their trip inward. Part of it was due to the shorter route they chose, but the greater reason was the horses themselves. After slaughtering their would-be predators, the mounts had become noticeably bolder and more aggressive. Their confidence alone increased the expedition party's traveling speed tremendously, allowing them to leave the Great Berserk Beast Forest nearly 50% faster than before. However, after exiting the forest, the group did not set course for the Hollow Crest wildlands. Instead, they headed directly towards Tsulin City, capital of House Cyrindale's Oxbourne Duchy. Chapter 731, Duke Cyrindale, Father or Aristocrat? 2 weeks later. Tsulin City, Oxbourne Duchy, Sealahan Empire. The expedition party finally arrived at Tsulin City after a relatively steady return journey from the Great Berserk Beast Forest. Once they crossed into the civilized borders of the Sealahan Empire, the remainder of the journey became noticeably more peaceful. Unlike within the Hollow Crest wildlands, incidents involving bandits were comparatively rare, perhaps even close to non-existent, as the group only encountered 3 such groups throughout the journey. That said, bandit groups bold enough to operate within civilized territories tended to be far larger and significantly better equipped than their wildlands counterparts, though generally weaker in individual combat strength. One thing Alex quickly noticed while traveling through the civilized regions was that the average strength of the populace appeared noticeably lower compared to what he had grown accustomed to within the wildlands. Of course, an argument could still be made that they had only seen a small portion of the Selahan Empire, never mind the vast expanse of civilized territories spread across the continent. Even so, Saul supported Alex's observations. He pointed out that the regions surrounding the road leading towards the Oxbourne Duchy had become overly peaceful, with security growing increasingly lax judging by how easily they passed through multiple domains without undergoing any meaningful inspections. Within such a stable and comfortable environment, producing large numbers of high-quality, high-rank combatants on average would naturally become more difficult, at least when compared to the constantly hostile conditions of the wildlands. However, what the civilized territories lacked in average individual strength, they more than compensated for through sheer population and scale. Any equivalent settlement or territory within the empire could easily field armies vastly larger than those available to their wildlands counterparts. Still, in the face of true power and superior technology, sheer numbers can eventually become irrelevant, Alex thought to himself. Even so, this realization significantly altered the way he believed he would need to approach his upcoming meeting with Duke Cyrindale. After arriving at Sulene City and successfully passing inspection and paying the toll at the eastern gate, Saul led the group deeper into the city. It was a place that felt both strangely familiar and yet unfamiliar at the same time. Sulene City was enormous, far larger than both Bloodiron and the City of Ashes. The city also possessed sturdy defensive walls and infrastructure that took extensive advantage of the surrounding geography and terrain, creating a fortress city capable not only of withstanding prolonged sieges, but also launching devastating counterattacks against any enemy foolish enough to assault it directly. It was the sort of behemoth that would require a force several times larger than its defenders to conquer, even if the attacking army possessed elite troops while the defenders themselves were incompetent. And judging from what Alex had seen since entering the city, Sulene's defenders were anything but incompetent. A squad of roughly 20 knights galloped past Alex's group shortly after they entered the city proper. Judging from the emblem emblazoned upon their armor, they were the Cyrindale knights Saul had previously mentioned. On average, these knights were only around the intermediate rank, similar to Alex's own soldiers back in Bloodiron. However, it was obvious at a glance that these men had experienced real warfare. Not only were they far better trained and equipped, but even the way they maintained formation while moving through the streets revealed a level of discipline that could only be forged through repeated battle. Alex honestly did not possess the confidence that his own standard forces, without the support of Fortuna's core members, could easily defeat these knights in a direct confrontation. Even though the Battlebanes now made up the majority of his military strength, they remained elite primarily in the context of fighting beasts. In contrast, the Cyrindale troops had spent years fighting territorial wars, suppressing bandits, and engaging almost exclusively against humanoid opponents. Their combat experience was fundamentally different. After arriving, Saul settled the group within an inn before leaving to meet several acquaintances within the city and arrange an audience with the Duke. Meanwhile, Alex laid upon the inn bed, lost deep in thought, completely failing to notice, or perhaps simply not reacting to, Yadara's arrival. Well, that, and the fact that neither his instincts nor his senses considered the shadow dancer any sort of threat, meaning they never reacted as she approached him. "What are you thinking about, Master?" Yadara asked softly, pulling him back from his thoughts. "The meeting with Duke Cyrindale," Alex replied honestly. "I was just thinking that this will likely be the first time I have ever sat down for negotiations with a true powerhouse of an empire, a genuine powerhouse of this plane." Alex sat up properly at the edge of the bed before patting the space beside him. Yadara quietly sat down next to him. Alex released a wry smile. "My personality, or perhaps my ego, does not allow me to accept help from someone purely because of their relationship with another person, especially not when we are talking about a duke, a member of high society. At the very least, I would prefer to offer him something of value in return, as a gift, Alex explained. You want to reduce the implications attached to the favor he would be doing for you? Eudora asked perceptively. A flicker of surprise flashed across Alex's eyes before he nodded with another wry smile. From experience, I have learned that becoming too indebted to powerful people is rarely a wise thing. When they eventually come to collect on that favor, repaying it can become extremely difficult. So, I would rather offset the weight of the favor beforehand. That way, if he ever asks for something unreasonable in the future, I can refuse without feeling trapped. Alex's expression became more serious. At the very least, I need to ensure he does not walk away feeling as though he made me a noble. From experience? Eudora tilted her head slightly. Alex froze momentarily. Without realizing it, he had spoken from the experiences of his previous life. He had seen countless people, some he personally knew, others he had merely heard or read about, destroyed after becoming entangled with powerful individuals such as politicians, wealthy elites, and influential figures. It had become one of his core principles never to place himself in such a vulnerable position if he could avoid it. And for most of his previous life, he had succeeded. Yeah, my father and master taught me early on that it was not a wise thing to do. Alex quickly covered with an excuse. The explanation sounded reasonable enough to Eudora, so she did not probe any further. Meanwhile, Alex smoothly continued. My original plan was to offer him a rune tattoo. However, after seeing the state of his territory and military forces, I no longer think that would be sufficient. According to Saul, the Duke has been a saint for even longer than him. At that level, individual combat strength likely no longer matters nearly as much to him anymore. In a sense, you could say he is similar to me. What he truly needs now is a large number of elite subordinates. And unlike me, it is highly unlikely that he personally sees much battlefield combat these days anyway. Chapter 732, Duke Cyrindale. Aristocrat or father? 2. One rune tattoo cannot give him that. Certainly not the kind of weakened tattoo I gave Asgrug, the chief of Camp Red Rock's copper-skinned orcs. Unless I could somehow offer him something capable of strengthening his conceptual power and pushing him closer towards the legendary rank, I doubt there is anything related to personal combat strength that I can currently provide which would truly balance out the favor he would be doing for me, Alex admitted. The only options remaining would be to either strengthen his political influence or increase the military strength of his territory, he added thoughtfully. We are currently in need of the latter ourselves, so even if we possessed such resources, we could not realistically spare them for him, Eudora analyzed calmly. And as for the former, we are literally here seeking assistance from his political influence, which means we have nothing meaningful to offer on that front either, or at least, nothing we are currently aware of. Exactly, Alex nodded in agreement. Eudora gradually began to understand the root of his dilemma. Aren't you perhaps overthinking this a little? She asked after a moment. Since Saul is the one making the request on our behalf, would that not mean Saul becomes the one indebted to the Duke, while we simply owe Saul in return? That is not how things work, at least not at this level. Alex shook his head. We are asking the Duke to help us obtain noble status within the Empire. For an ordinary citizen of the Selahan Empire, that would already be a significant matter. But we are foreigners, and the Duke undoubtedly knows that already. Alex's tone grew more serious. This situation extends far beyond merely granting Saul a favor. The Duke would need to shield us from the negative implications tied to our foreign origins and simultaneously push for our acceptance into the aristocracy. Handling either issue individually might not be too difficult for someone of his standing, but accomplishing both together? The political influence and social capital required would not merely double, it would compound exponentially. I seriously doubt whatever favor Saul is owed could possibly compare to the amount of political leverage the Duke would need to expend to make both happen simultaneously. Wasn't retrieving House Skywalker's seal supposed to solve part of that problem? Eudora asked. By obtaining the seal, we effectively gain a legitimate Selahan identity capable of offsetting much of the backlash tied to us being foreigners, right? Not exactly. Alex shook his head. This is one of those things deeply rooted within noble society itself. How do I explain it? He paused for a moment to organize his thoughts before continuing. You know how nobles tend to look down upon fallen noble houses, right? He asked. Yes, Eudora nodded. This situation is somewhat similar. Alex explained. Even though we now possess the identity of a prestigious house such as House Skywalker, the reality is that the house has effectively vanished from history for over a century. Yes, the house's legacy and reputation are impressive, but that alone will not stop the current aristocracy from viewing us similarly to fallen nobles after such a long absence, especially not with the Wildlands reputation attached to our names as additional baggage. Alex leaned back slightly onto the bed before continuing. To many members of the current nobility, we will likely appear as descendants of a once great house that failed to survive within civilized society and ultimately degraded themselves by rolling around in the mud alongside savages out in the wildlands. In their eyes, that would make us little different from savages ourselves. Yudara nodded solemnly as she gradually understood the deeper layer of Alex's concerns. If all else fails, do we not still possess our final card? She asked carefully. The heir who inherited the legacy of the Twilight Adjudicators. Alex frowned immediately. That is not a card I wish to reveal casually. He replied seriously. It is far more volatile than you think. Yudara tilted her head slightly in confusion. Seeing this, Alex elaborated further. Remember, we are not dealing with a simple father here, nor merely an ordinary noble. We are dealing with a high-ranking member of the imperial aristocracy. At this level, nearly every decision is weighed against benefits, losses, and long-term consequences. Alex's expression remained calm, but his tone grew colder. From Saul's descriptions, this heir is not the Duke's only child. In a situation where alternatives exist, especially potentially superior alternatives, it simply becomes difficult to justify expending the enormous political and social capital required to support outsiders like us, merely for the sake of a replaceable child. He paused briefly before adding quietly, "It is cold, but that is the reality of aristocratic society. But there is still a strong possibility that Duke Serindale is a good father before he is an aristocrat," Yudara argued. Did he not choose to protect his child, even when the Archbishop pushed for war? He was even willing to sacrifice a high priest in order to protect that child. Shouldn't our request carry greater weight because we are not only saving that child, but are also connected to the very same high priest who was sacrificed? Alex shook his head slowly. That situation was not nearly as simple as it appeared, he replied. I doubt the Duke's decision was driven primarily by fatherhood. More likely, he acted for the sake of his house's interests first. Alex's gaze turned distant as he analyzed the matter. Handing over his child to a foreign nation would have been a direct humiliation towards both the Duke himself and House Serindale as a whole. It would severely damage the prestige and authority of his house. After all, who would willingly fight for a man, or a house, that cannot even protect its own heir? And that is merely one of the many consequences that could follow. He paused briefly before continuing. Protecting the child was therefore a necessity, even if it required the voluntary sacrifice of a high priest to prevent the situation from escalating into open conflict, or even war. The Duke being a father was most likely only a secondary motivation behind the decision. Yudara frowned slightly as she processed the implications hidden within Alex's words, gradually beginning to understand the logic behind his thought process. At the same time, she also gained a deeper understanding of the aristocracy itself, and how fundamentally different nobles were from ordinary citizens and commoners in the way they viewed the world and made decisions. The conversation even caused her to subconsciously reflect upon aspects of her own past and the circumstances that had shaped her life. Even so, Yudara was also keenly aware that this perspective stemmed largely from Alex's inherently pessimistic view of human nature. Reality itself might not necessarily be as cold or cynical as he believed. Still, she understood that this was the kind of mindset she herself needed to learn how to consider if she truly intended to become the capable hand operating within the shadows for his sake. As expected, arranging a meeting with the Duke was far from simple. It was only 2 days later that Saul finally returned with news that Duke Serindale had agreed to receive them the following morning. Chapter 733. Meeting Duke Serindale. Early the next morning, Alex carefully groomed himself while awaiting the scheduled meeting with the Duke. Not long afterwards, accompanied only by Saul and Yudara, Alex followed behind one of Duke Surindale's retainers towards Oxbourne Castle for the meeting. Over the past few days, Alex had repeatedly considered the many ways the meeting with the Duke might unfold, as well as how best to steer the discussion towards a favorable outcome. However, he also recognized a simple reality. The Duke currently held most of the cards. Whether the man chose to aid them, cooperate with them, or even entertain their proposal at all would ultimately determine the direction the negotiations would take. Even though he was not particularly optimistic regarding the usefulness of his offer, Alex still decided to bring a rune tattoo scroll along with him to the meeting. The scroll itself had been placed inside an ornately designed box embedded with elemental jewels and berserk stones, all of which powered an elaborate-looking ceiling formation surrounding the container. In truth, Alex could easily have designed a far simpler and even more effective ceiling formation for the scroll. However, that was never the true purpose behind the elaborate display. The formation existed less to actually preserve the scroll and more to increase the perceived value of the item in the eyes of the Duke and his retainers. Oxbourne Castle itself was indeed a magnificent fortress worthy of an imperial duke. It was not only beautiful, but also vast and exceptionally well defended. Once they arrived at the waiting chamber leading towards the court hall where the meeting would take place, the Duke's retainer instructed Alex to open the ornate box. Alex nodded calmly before proceeding to unseal the container beneath the retainer's watchful gaze. The process took well over half an hour. It was intentionally tedious and painstaking, while Alex himself maintained an expression of utmost solemnity throughout the entire procedure. Despite the lengthy and complicated process, the retainer neither urged Alex to hurry nor displayed even the slightest hint of impatience. Instead, he simply observed the entire process carefully from beginning to end. Ting, ting, click. At long last, the box finally opened. Alex's shoulders sagged slightly as he released a tired sigh of relief. His expression relaxed into a restrained, though still somewhat weary, smile. My apologies for the delay. The scroll and the talisman contained within it gradually lose potency once unsealed, so I had little choice but to wait until immediately before meeting His Grace before opening it. Alex offered a polite bow before asking, I hope I have not kept His Grace waiting for too long. Not at all. The retainer replied calmly with a slight shake of his head. The retainer completely believed Alex's presentation, causing the scroll contained within the ornate box to rise significantly in value within his mind. One could hardly blame him. After all, Alex's entire performance had been deliberately designed to exploit exactly this sort of bias. The man was not merely one of the Duke's retainers. He was also a noble in his own right. Years of experience had given him a discerning eye for valuables and rare treasures. By his rough estimation alone, the box in Alex's possession was worth at least one high-grade berserk stone. Even for someone of his standing, that represented an immense amount of wealth, especially for a box. Even if Alex somehow turned out to be a swindler, the sheer amount of resources he had already invested into appearances alone made it difficult for most people to view him as one. Never mind the fact that Alex was also supposedly a sorcerer. Every sorcerer the Duke's retainer had ever encountered had been an immensely prideful individual. Such people would rather die than resort to petty fraud. After all, they had no need to swindle anyone in the first place. A sorcerer only needed to craft a handful of magical artifacts and place them on the market to earn staggering wealth. Someone of Alex's apparent caliber could easily accumulate immense riches merely by occasionally assisting the Duke with specialized tasks. In fact, all he truly needed to do was express interest, and Duke Surindale would likely welcome him warmly, even without Alex formally becoming one of the Duke's retainers. With such advantages available to him, the idea that a sorcerer like Alex might actually be here to deceive the Duke never even crossed the retainer's mind. And besides, even if Alex somehow was a rare fool arrogant enough to attempt deceiving Duke Surindale, the Duke himself was no ordinary man. And if Alex truly possessed the ability to successfully swindle the Duke, then the retainer knew full well that he himself would stand absolutely no chance of stopping him anyway. After making a brief show of inspecting the magical item, despite possessing no real understanding of it, the retainer signaled towards the guards standing by the massive doors. The guards immediately opened them. The retainer then led the way into the grand hall, guiding Alex, Eudora, and Saul towards the Duke. The moment they entered, their attention was immediately drawn towards the middle-aged man standing quietly at the center of the hall with his hands clasped behind his back as he observed their arrival. He was a thinly built man in his 50s, perhaps slightly younger than Saul himself, yet he radiated the intimidating aura of a true saint-ranked powerhouse. He is likely at the late or even peak saint rank. Even by Pangean standards, Alex mused inwardly. The observation only further reinforced Alex's earlier conclusion that personal strength was likely no longer something Duke Cyrindale particularly lacked or prioritized. The man, someone who could undoubtedly be considered part of Verdantis' upper echelon, was dressed surprisingly modestly for his status. He wore simple, noble attire, with the only noticeable accessory adorning him being his house's signet ring bearing the divine Kirin coat of arms of House Cyrindale. Alex subtly attempted to get a read on the man, trying to determine whether Duke Cyrindale was, at his core, a noble first or a father first. However, before Alex could even begin properly probing him, he was immediately met by the dignified bearing of a long-standing aristocrat. It was a presence and grace so refined that it instinctively discouraged others from attempting to peer too deeply into his thoughts, intentions, or emotions. At the same moment, the Duke's aura silently spread across Alex, Eudora, and Saul. Surprisingly, the Duke's actions did not feel oppressive in the slightest. None of them sensed any pressure whatsoever. In fact, Alex would not even have noticed it had it not been for the spirit sight granted by his truth-seeker eyes. That alone was a terrifying display of exquisite control over one's power. This single action immediately alarmed Alex immensely. Without the assistance of his truth-seeker eyes, he would likely have been examined from head to toe without even realizing it had happened. And even after noticing it, Alex still found himself completely unable to stop it. He still felt utterly exposed before the man. The Duke's danger level within Alex's mind instantly rose by another degree. The ability to perfectly conceal one's own capabilities while simultaneously discerning the power of others was an exceptionally dangerous and valuable ability on any plane. Even on Pangaea, the Duke's method would easily be considered first class. Although Alex had long since abandoned any contempt towards Verdantis powerhouses after learning the true upper limits of the plane, Duke Cyrindale still managed to catch him completely off guard. Duke Levin Cyrindale smiled faintly after that brief glance, carrying the effortless poise expected of a high-ranking aristocrat. A third-circle sorcerer at such a young age, no matter where one travels across the continent. That is a rare sight indeed. Then the Duke's gaze sharpened slightly in Alex's eyes. And a sorcerer in his 20s who managed to subdue the infamous Skywalker sword, which many combat warrior would lust over, at that. I must admit, I find myself quite intrigued. He gestured calmly towards a nearby seating area. Come sit. I believe we have much to discuss. Alex also revealed a faint smile, though only he himself understood just how cautious and uneasy he truly felt internally. Together with Eudora, he walked over towards the seats while Saul calmly sat opposite them. Everyone present wore polite smiles upon their faces. Yet both Alex and Duke Cyrindale understood one simple truth. A battle of interests had already begun. Chapter 734, Meeting with Duke Cyrindale II. A battle of interests had begun, or so Alex had expected. Duke Levin Cyrindale suddenly turned towards Saul and smiled. It seems you have not told the young man about our agreement, Saul. It appears he has already made up his mind to face a formidable enemy. You said you wanted to see the sort of man I was recommending, did you not? Saul replied with a small laugh. What better way to show you the kind of person he is than to allow you to examine his true character yourself? I am that confident in him, Levin. Alex raised an eyebrow as his gaze shifted cautiously between the two men. Levin, did he just call Duke Cyrindale by his name? They are that close. It is exactly as you are thinking, young man, Duke Cyrindale said. Saul and I have always addressed each other by our names. Long before I inherited my uncle's position and became both the patriarch of House Cyrindale and a duke of the empire. The duke's smile remained calm and composed. It is difficult for me to refuse a request for aid from an old friend, especially one who nearly sacrificed his life to save both my child and my house. His gaze settled upon Alex. "So, I will do my best to assist you. First, because you saved the life of a dear friend. Second, because that same friend has made the first request of me since the day we met, and has done so with unusual determination. And third, because I have heard that you may be capable of resolving a problem that has plagued my house for many years." The Duke's response caught Alex completely off guard. It overturned almost every expectation he had built regarding the direction this meeting would take. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Eudora doing her utmost to suppress a laugh. After all, she had repeatedly told him that he was overthinking the entire meeting. "However, there is a caveat," the Duke suddenly added. His expression grew serious as he looked directly at Alex. "The Empire has enjoyed a relatively long era of peace. These decades of stability have brought prosperity and wealth to our lands." The Duke paused briefly before continuing. "Yet prosperity often carries its own dangers. Alongside wealth and comfort, it has also nurtured stagnation and decay. Much of the current nobility no longer possesses the spirit, resolve, or honor that allowed the Empire to survive the great calamities of ages past." His gaze became distant for a moment. "And I fear that the next generation, the one destined to inherit our positions, may lack the strength necessary to weather the storms that the future will inevitably bring." The Duke slowly shook his head. "I am already struggling to slow the spread of that stagnation within the Empire. I have no intention of contributing to it further." His eyes sharpened as they fixed upon Alex. "Therefore, as I have already told Saul, I will not recommend an incompetent individual for acceptance into the nobility, and especially not into the circles of aristocracy." Alex's eyebrows furrowed solemnly as he carefully weighed every word spoken by the Duke. Meanwhile, Duke Serindale quietly observed the youth's changing expressions and subtle micro-movements, though he kept his own thoughts expertly concealed. The ability to read a situation from the smallest fragments of information is vital for the survival and prosperity of every noble house, up to and including an empire itself. The Duke's voice remained calm and measured. "Many people believe such insight can only be acquired through age and experience. In that regard, the greatest obstacle to your claim of nobility is your youth." His gaze sharpened slightly. "Prove to me that, despite your age, you possess such insight." Eudora froze beside Alex. Meanwhile, Saul simply shook his head. The question was deliberately vague. It could be interpreted in countless ways and, consequently, answered in countless ways as well. It was intentional, very intentional, Alex thought. The question itself embodies the lesson he is testing. Ambiguous information, incomplete facts, uncertain circumstances. These are exactly the kinds of situations a noble must constantly navigate. The answer matters, but how I arrive at that answer matters even more. Alex's mind raced. He needed an answer that did more than simply address the Duke's question. He needed an answer that revealed who he was as a person, because that was what he suspected Duke Serindale truly wished to evaluate. Fortunately, he did not need long to find one. The answer had already been given to him, through the Duke's own words and through a discussion he had recently shared with Eudora. Alex met the Duke's gaze directly before speaking. "The Empire has changed greatly during the century that has passed since House Skywalker fell to the beasts of the Great Berserk Beast Forest." His voice remained calm and steady. During its existence, House Skywalker embodied the image of a heroic house, one that fought for the Empire and its people regardless of the threat it faced, whether those enemies were beasts or men. It represented an age of chivalry, patriotism, duty, and honor. However, if what you have said is correct, then the Empire now exists in an age of prolonged peace. As such, the very chivalry, patriotism, wartime honor, and martial merit that House Skywalker once represented have become increasingly disconnected from the Empire's current direction. While the House's history is undoubtedly glorious, that history likely holds far less significance to the modern aristocracy, who have grown accustomed to prosperity and stability. Rather than tales of wartime heroics and sacrifice, they are now more interested in material wealth and influence in the present day. Alex paused briefly, his brows furrowing as he organized his thoughts. Then he continued, "Taking your Grace's earlier words to their logical extreme, one could argue that much of the current nobility has become steeped in decadence. In that case, the reappearance of a house that embodies the very opposite values could naturally be perceived as antagonistic to the current order, an order they have either built, adapted to, or allowed to flourish. Alex's gaze sharpened slightly. Regardless of which interpretation is correct, a revived House Skywalker could easily be viewed as an enemy of the established order simply because of what its history and identity represent. His eyes briefly swept across the room before settling upon Duke Cyrindale once more. These two reasons, no. Alex shook his head. This single reason will likely be the greatest challenge you face when attempting to push for House Skywalker's reacceptance into the aristocracy. And it will likewise become my greatest obstacle in my efforts to restore the Skywalker name. The Duke's expression remained perfectly composed. Not once did he reveal whether he agreed or disagreed with Alex's conclusions. He simply listened. Are you certain that is the greatest challenge? Duke Cyrindale asked with a faint smile. Chapter 735, Narrative Control. It was obvious he was intentionally guiding Alex's thoughts towards something. Your Grace is referring to territory? Alex replied. After all, every landed noble required land. House Skywalker's primary fiefdom now lies within the Great Berserk Beast Forest. Meanwhile, many of the peripheral territories that a restored House Skywalker could theoretically lay claim to have already been occupied by other noble houses for decades. These nobles would undoubtedly oppose any attempt to restore House Skywalker's claim over the Tat Espa fiefdom and its associated territories. How do you propose we handle that? Duke Cyrindale asked. According to noble convention, a lord who fails to protect and maintain control over his lands for an extended period forfeits his claim to them, Alex replied. In that regard, the nobles who have occupied and governed the peripheral territories over the past century possess a stronger legal claim than I do. And I have no intention of challenging those claims. Alex's eyes sharpened slightly. Instead, my attention is focused on reclaiming the heartland of Tat Espa from the Great Berserk Beast Forest itself. Duke Cyrindale said nothing. He simply continued to observe Alex with a gaze rich with meaning, a gaze Alex immediately noticed. Taking that as a cue to continue, Alex pressed on. This is also my answer to the other issue I highlighted earlier. Whether I act or remain idle, short of joining them in their decadence, the more stagnant members of the nobility will oppose me regardless. So I have decided to do things the Skywalker way. Chivalry, patriotism, honor. His voice became firmer. Rather than engage in a cold war within the Empire, I will point my blade outwards and reclaim the lands stolen from both House Skywalker and the Empire itself. Alex leaned forward slightly. And in doing so, I will show the rest of the nobility, those who ignore or cower before the looming threat of the Great Berserk Beast Forest, that, like any forest, wilderness, and like any beasts, this forest and its inhabitants can be tamed. His voice rose with conviction. I will show them that House Skywalker did not fall into ruin, nor did it flee to become savages of the wildlands. Rather, House Skywalker chose to do what few nobles would ever be willing to do in pursuit of victory. To walk amongst its enemies and learn from them. Alex's eyes burned passionately. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you shall prevail in 1,000 battles. Outside the Great Berserk Beast Forest itself, the wildlands arguably possesses the highest concentration of berserk beast nests on the continent. For a century, House Skywalker retreated into the wildlands to study the berserk beasts. And now, I have returned to put that knowledge to use, to reclaim House Skywalker's lost lands and restore its honor. Alex suddenly paused. His passionate tone receded, returning to one of calm calculation. This will be my chosen narrative, and, incidentally, one that resolves the issue of our identity as adventurers originating from the wildlands. The Duke's eyelids fluttered almost imperceptibly for the briefest of moments. Young Master Alex, you intend to proactively announce your time in the wildlands rather than conceal it? Saul asked, clearly surprised. Alex turned towards Saul and nodded. Yes, he confirmed. It is not a secret that can remain hidden forever anyway. If someone is determined enough to investigate our past activities, they will eventually uncover the truth. By taking the initiative, we can get ahead of the issue and control the narrative ourselves, framing it in a manner favorable to us while making it significantly more difficult for others to twist or weaponize the information against us. He then turned back towards the Duke. It also makes matters considerably easier for your grace, he added. Unfortunately, Duke Surindale remained as unreadable as ever. Not even the slightest clue escaped his composed expression. In the end, Alex decided to ask directly, "What do you think of my response, Your Grace?" "It is certainly an interesting one," Duke Surindale replied in a measured tone. "I will discuss your proposal and response with my vassals and gauge their reactions. That should provide a reasonable indication of how similar arguments may be received within the imperial court, where the final decision on this matter will ultimately be made." Old fox, Alex thought inwardly after hearing the answer. The Duke was firmly guarding his true thoughts behind an impenetrable wall. Nonetheless, Duke Surindale suddenly continued, "You have conducted yourself admirably during this discussion. If you perform equally well before the imperial court, I believe our chances of achieving a favorable outcome will increase considerably." "Understood," Alex nodded. "You may remain in Tsulin City while awaiting the summons to travel from the imperial capital for the final judgment on this matter," the Duke said. "Before then, however, I hope you can begin fulfilling your side of our arrangement." Alex nodded once more. "May I see the patient?" he asked. "Naturally," the Duke replied with a nod of his own. He stood up. "Please, follow me." Duke Levin Surindale personally led Alex, Udara, and Saul through Tsulin Castle, taking them along a maze-like route. From time to time, guards would emerge from all manner of hidden corners to greet and acknowledge him. They traveled deep into the castle's rear grounds until they reached an isolated courtyard that arguably possessed more fortifications per unit area than the castle's main structure itself. Aside from the dense fortifications, the obvious effort to keep the courtyard's inhabitant out of sight somewhat reminded Alex of his own back mountain lodge within the rear mountains of the Ashen Castle. Duke Surindale led them into the courtyard building and stopped before a particular door. Opening it, he guided them into a dark, damp passageway. The hidden corridor was long and narrow, sloping gently downwards while growing increasingly moist the deeper they traveled. Alex mentally estimated that they had descended the equivalent of 2 or 3 floors underground. Eventually, the passage opened before another heavy metal door, beyond which lay a surprisingly vast space. The underground chamber resembled a large subterranean courtyard, complete with numerous rooms and even an underground spring, all illuminated by intricate magical lamps. Duke Levin appeared thoroughly familiar with the place, navigating its winding paths as though it were second nature. They passed a couple of rooms filled with scrolls, parchments, and books scattered around on tables, shelves, and the ground. Alex's truth-seeker eyes happened to catch a glimpse of the glyphs written upon a random sheet of paper lying on the floor. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he bent down and picked it up. The moment his eyes landed upon the contents, a shudder ran through his body. His pupils constricted. His heartbeat quickened. "These are interplanar coordinate calculations." Chapter 736, Development Necessity of Interplanar Travel. Interplanar coordinate calculations. This was something Alex had never once expected to encounter on Verdantis. Yet now that he had, he could not help but admit that perhaps he should have seen it coming all along. Whether in his previous life or his current one, Alex had encountered countless discussions regarding the likelihood of a civilization eventually developing interplanar travel. Although the worlds of his two lives were vastly different, one conclusion remained remarkably consistent across both. The academia generally believed that interplanar travel was an inevitable development for any civilization advanced enough to pursue it. The most common argument was simple. It was far too attractive, far too profitable, to ignore. In his previous life, proponents of this theory often pointed towards the costly expeditions launched by the most advanced nations of their eras in search of new lands and opportunities. Throughout the medieval to early modern and industrial periods of his former world, nations invested enormous sums into voyages intended to discover new territories that could be traded with, exploited, settled, or colonized. More often than not, successful expeditions generated immense wealth for the nations that sponsored them, leading to further economic growth and development. That growth, in turn, enabled those same nations to fund even more expeditions, creating a cycle that continued until most of the world had been explored, or at least until people believed it had been. Once the known world had been charted and its resources extensively exploited, it became natural for humanity's attention to shift beyond the boundaries of its own realm. A theory surprisingly popular in both Alex's previous life and his current one held that any sufficiently advanced world or civilization would eventually be forced to develop interplanar travel due to resource demands alone. Resources were rarely abundant forever. More often than not, they were finite, scarce, or increasingly difficult to acquire. This was especially true for the resources that formed the foundation upon which an entire civilization was built. In Pangaea, those resources were typically mana and mana-related materials, particularly those essential for cultivation. In Alex's previous life, that cornerstone resource had been crude oil. Both were finite. Both were perpetually in demand. And the reason they became the backbone of their respective civilizations was largely the same. They were simply the most efficient and readily available resources capable of sustaining the growth and operation of society at the time. When these resources eventually ran out, or even just approached depletion, a civilization would be forced to make a choice: either discover new sources to replenish its reserves or transition towards alternative resources. For the former, the need for interplanar travel once a civilization had exhausted its primary resource base was self-evident. As for the latter, the situation was not much better. The very fact that the civilization had relied so heavily upon a particular resource meant it had likely been the most efficient and readily available fuel source at the time. Any alternatives already known to that civilization would therefore fall into one of two categories. Either they were inferior fuels, or they were significantly less abundant. An inferior fuel source would gradually weaken the civilization's growth and productivity, potentially causing stagnation or even regression. Meanwhile, a scarcer resource would merely delay the inevitable. Once those reserves were depleted as well, the civilization would simply find itself facing the same problem again. Regardless of the path chosen, interplanar travel eventually became less of an ambition and more of a necessity if the civilization wished to continue surviving and developing. Another major driver behind interplanar exploration, one particularly emphasized within Pangaean academia, was the advancement needs of high-ranking professionals. The rank of a plane directly determined the upper limit of power that could be attained within it. Short of somehow elevating the rank of the plane itself, it was extraordinarily difficult, if not outright impossible, for the strongest inhabitants of that world to surpass its natural ceiling. As a result, the most powerful and intelligent professionals of a plane would inevitably begin searching for methods to reach higher-ranked worlds, where their cultivation could continue progressing beyond their current limits. Taking all of this into account, Alex realized that he should have considered the possibility that Verdantis, at its true rank rather than its apparent one, already possessed the conditions necessary to trigger the development of interplanar travel. Alex lowered the sheet of paper in his hand and continued walking behind Duke Levin Cyrindale. Yet his thoughts never truly left the paper, or the implications quietly hidden within its contents. Upon reflection, Alex realized there were two primary reasons why he had never seriously considered the possibility that Verdantis either possessed or was on the verge of developing interplanar travel. The first, and most obvious, reason was the Na'vi themselves. As Alex had previously explained to the members of Fortuna during one of their travels, if interplanar travel was the natural trajectory of a civilization, then the Na'vi represented a force actively attempting to divert worlds away from that path. The reason was simple. Interplanar travel exposed a civilization to new worlds and new perspectives, perspectives that might, and most likely would, conflict with the carefully constructed narratives the Na'vi relied upon to consolidate their faith and facilitate their theft of providence. From that standpoint, it became only natural for them to keep the inhabitants of their planes isolated, whether by restricting outside contact or by controlling the pace of societal development itself. In many cases, they even went so far as to reset a world's progress entirely, destroying civilizations, erasing technologies, and allowing new generations of more compliant believers to emerge from the ashes. Given how deeply entrenched the worship of both Navi and spirits was across Verdantis, Alex had unconsciously dismissed the possibility of the plane developing interplanar travel altogether. The second, and far less obvious, reason involved Verdantis' system of glyph inscriptions. The foundation of runic inscriptions was, in many ways, a form of magical mathematics. One could even argue that runic inscriptions represented a high-level expression of Pangea's mathematical mastery. Almost every advanced runic formation required sophisticated knowledge of geometry, transplanar coordinate systems, spatial relationships, and numerous other mathematical disciplines. It was not without reason that runic formations were often referred to as runic circles. Compressing countless runes and intricate runic circuits into an interconnected circular structure, or any other complex geometric arrangement, for that matter, required a level of mathematical understanding far greater than most people initially realized. In comparison, sigils and talismans were considerably simpler in this regard and relied upon very few of the same underlying principles. That was not to say sigils were inherently inferior to runes. Rather, the two disciplines specialized in entirely different areas of expertise. And it just so happened that the strengths of sigil craft did not significantly overlap with the knowledge base required for interplanar travel. As a result, Alex had unconsciously assumed that Verdantis had yet to develop the mathematical foundations necessary to even begin serious research into interplanar travel. After all, if such knowledge truly existed, it should naturally have manifested itself within the plane's glyph inscriptions, the highest expression of its advancement in the field. However, here he was, having seen a piece of paper containing basic calculations related to planar geometry. And if the name itself was not revealing enough, planar geometry was one of the foundational disciplines used in the construction of interplanar gates and portals, the very structures required to travel between planes. This was an exceptionally difficult field of study, even within Pangea, where the discipline had been researched and refined for countless years. Chapter 737, Dark Scholar Star Eye. For someone to stumble upon this subject independently in a plane whose entire inscription system is poorly suited for it. Alex's thoughts raced. Eventually, he released a slow sigh. Even if it began as a mistake, a lucky guess, or pure coincidence, whoever this person is, they are no ordinary genius. Then again, upon further reflection, perhaps it should not have been so surprising. There were billions of people living upon a plane, and countless more who had lived and died throughout its history. Eventually, the law of large numbers would prevail. Sooner or later, a genius would emerge who stumbled upon, or successfully deciphered, the mysteries of interplanar travel. Viewed from that perspective, it was less a matter of if and more a matter of when. After all, even Pangea had not originally developed interplanar theory from first principles. Much of its foundational knowledge had come from reverse engineering an infernal portal. Yet possessing the artifact itself had not been enough. It had still required a genius born within Pangea to decipher its secrets and transform them into practical knowledge. It seemed that Verdantis had finally produced its own such genius, someone capable of touching upon, or perhaps even unveiling, the mysteries of interplanar travel. The real question is whether the powers that be will allow such a person to continue, Alex mused cynically. It was not long after Alex lowered the paper that Duke Levin Serindale finally led the group to their destination. The Duke stopped before a large door and pushed it open. Beyond it lay a spacious room lined wall to wall with towering bookshelves. At the center stood a large desk, where a lone individual sat completely absorbed in their work, scribbling relentlessly across a sheet of parchment. Above them, a magical chandelier lamp hung from the ceiling, bathing the room in brilliant white light. Papers, scrolls, and parchments littered the floor in every direction. At first glance, the room appeared chaotic. Yet upon closer inspection, the scattered documents seemed arranged according to a peculiar order known only to their owner. The individual at the desk remained entirely oblivious to the arrival of visitors, so engrossed in their calculations and research that the rest of the world might as well not have existed. From time to time, the individual would pause to think for a few moments before continuing to write. He seemed completely oblivious to the group's arrival. Yudara shot Alex a meaningful look. The man's state was remarkably similar to Alex's whenever he became completely absorbed in his work or research. It was only when the Duke began walking towards him that the man finally realized he was not alone. "Is it mealtime already? Don't disturb me. Just leave the food in the other room," the man said without even lifting his head. "It is me, Oliver. There are some people I would like you to meet," the Duke said. The warmth and patience in his voice made it obvious how much he cared for his son. Oliver paused before finally turning around. His gaze briefly swept across Alex and Eudora before settling on Saul. "You are back. Good," Oliver nodded. Then he turned towards the Duke. "All right, I have seen them. Please leave, Your Grace. I am on the verge of a breakthrough, and I do not wish to be disturbed." Without waiting for a response, he immediately turned back towards his work, clearly impatient to continue. Duke Levin Serindale looked towards Saul with a helpless expression, while Saul could only chuckle wryly in return. Eudora frowned at Oliver's lukewarm reception, putting it mildly, while Alex merely observed the man's back with interest. That said, he did not forget to shoot Eudora a raised eyebrow, silently questioning her earlier implication that the two of them were alike. Eudora immediately nodded an apology, conceding her mistake. Alex chuckled quietly to himself before returning his attention to Oliver. Based on the brief glimpse he had caught when Oliver turned around, Alex estimated that the Duke's son was somewhere between his late 20s and early 30s, with the latter seeming more likely. For someone of his background, however, his cultivation was surprisingly weak. His aura placed him only at peak bronze rank. Unlike Eudora, Alex was not bothered by Oliver's reaction in the slightest. He was no stranger to people who completely ignored anything unrelated to their research or work. In his previous life, he had worked alongside many such individuals. And if he were being honest, he could probably be described as one of them himself, at least to a certain extent. But more than that, Alex sensed a far greater familiarity between Oliver and one particular individual from his previous life. That feeling allowed Alex to immediately understand both the extent of Oliver's genius and something else the Duke had yet to mention. The Duke looked as though he was about to call out to his son again, but Alex stopped him with a slight shake of his head before motioning for everyone to leave. The Duke obliged, gently closing the door behind them. He led the group back towards one of the adjoining rooms. Once inside, the Duke absent-mindedly began gathering various documents and items that had been left scattered across the floor, returning them to their proper places. "Oliver is my second son," the Duke suddenly said. He paused briefly, seemingly searching for the right words. "His mother was the greatest love of my life, the only one of my wives whom I did not marry primarily for political reasons or the sake of an alliance." A trace of melancholy entered his eyes. "Unfortunately, she passed away during a difficult childbirth." The room fell silent for a moment. Since then, Oliver has had a difficult life. It does not help that he possesses talent beyond ordinary comprehension, a once-in-a-generation genius unlike any our plane has seen before. He is intelligent far beyond his years, so much so that there are times when even I find myself unable to help him. The Duke glanced towards the door leading back to Oliver's study. "Every book, parchment, and document you have seen throughout this place belongs to his research. He struggles to connect with people, yet his understanding of many subjects surpasses that of most scholars and nobles. On numerous occasions, and I freely admit this, I have relied upon his counsel." The Duke sighed softly. "Unfortunately, much of the work he pursues borders on heresy in the eyes of the deities. In recent years, he has become obsessed with an ancient text that spoke of worlds beyond our own. Since reading it, Oliver has become convinced that our civilization cannot possibly be the greatest, or much the only advanced civilization within the universe like the deities claim." The Duke shook his head helplessly. Through his research into the magical systems of our plane, he arrived at the conclusion that Verdantis itself is flawed in some fundamental way, and he has dedicated himself to finding a means of correcting or elevating it. Unfortunately, whenever he attempts to explain the finer details of his work, I can scarcely understand a word he says. A bitter smile appeared on the Duke's face. "All I truly know is that whatever he is researching, the Pantheon must never discover it." Chapter 738, Dark Scholar Star 2. Alex's eyes flashed. Indeed, the resemblance is there. The Duke paused, seemingly reconsidering whatever he had intended to say next. In the end, he simply shook his head. Then he looked at Alex with a solemn expression. Can you truly help him? Yes and no, Alex replied. The Duke frowned. What do you mean? I assume you are already aware of the curse afflicting him? Alex asked. I am, the Duke nodded. The curse of the Twilight Adjudicators. It is something he inherited from his mother. Well, I can remove that curse, Alex said. However, it appears to me that he suffers from another affliction as well, the curse of the Dark Scholar Star. Dark Scholar Star? The Duke repeated. Rather than a curse in the conventional sense, it is more accurate to describe it as a form of destiny, Alex explained. Those born beneath this star are blessed with unparalleled intellect, yet they often suffer from tragically short lifespans. Because it is a destiny rather than a curse, it cannot simply be removed. Alex's gaze drifted towards the study door. The universe itself seems unwilling to allow someone possessing your son's level of intellect to remain within it for too long. The Duke's expression darkened. There is truly nothing that can be done, he asked quietly. The best thing you, or anyone, can do for your son is allow him to fully express his intellect, Alex replied. That way, when his time comes, he will at least leave behind a legacy worthy of remembrance. Duke Serindale remained silent for several moments as he struggled to process and accept Alex's words. Eventually, he spoke again. How long does he have? I do not know, Alex admitted, shaking his head. In truth, Alex was not speaking from any concrete evidence or direct observation. It was merely a feeling, a powerful intuition born from the striking similarities between Oliver and the polymath friend Alex had unfortunately only come to know near the end of that person's life. Alex turned towards the Duke and spoke sincerely. Although I cannot remove the burden of the Dark Scholar Star, I can at least ease some of its weight. The Duke immediately looked up. How, he asked. One of the greatest burdens of such a destiny is that there is almost no one capable of keeping pace with those born beneath it. As a result, they often grow up isolated and alone. I imagine Oliver suffers from the same problem, Alex said. Duke Serindale nodded quietly. Well, while I am not a once-in-an-era genius like your son, I can still be considered a genius in my own right. I can keep up with him to a certain extent, certainly far more than most people. Alex replied. I cannot change his destiny, but I can ease his loneliness and perhaps make life a little more interesting for him. He smiled faintly. For that, however, I will need to remain here for a while, both to remove the curse of the Twilight Adjudicators and to discuss his current research with him. That is, of course, if you do not mind. Duke Serindale was caught off guard by the proposal, but after a moment's consideration, he nodded. Although he knew his son's work was likely groundbreaking, and part of him wished to preserve its secrecy, he also understood a simple truth. What use was safeguarding research that nobody else could comprehend in the first place? If there truly existed someone capable of understanding Oliver's thoughts, and perhaps even becoming his friend, then it was an opportunity worth taking. I will leave him in your hands. Duke Serindale nodded. Alex returned the gesture. So be it. Privately, however, Alex finally felt that he had gained a clearer understanding of the Duke's character. So that's the kind of person you are. Levin Serindale was both a duke and a father. The two roles often stood in conflict with one another, yet somehow the man had found a way to fulfill both without completely sacrificing either. Alex turned and made his way back towards Oliver's study. The moment he stepped through the door, Oliver spoke without looking up. I told you not to disturb me. Is that so? Alex replied casually. And here I was, intending to point out the mistake in your space-time energy transference calculations, the one preventing you from achieving your breakthrough. The scratching of a quill abruptly stopped. Alex pretended not to notice. Well, since you do not wish to be disturbed, I'll take my leave. He turned around as though preparing to leave. Wait. The chair screeched violently across the floor. Oliver nearly stumbled over himself in his haste as he rushed forward to stop Alex. You can understand my work? Oliver asked as he grabbed Alex by the shoulders. Of course. Alex shrugged. This is merely the basics of planar geometry. I could do calculations at this level when I was 11. Impossible, Oliver retorted immediately. He rushed back to his desk, grabbed a small stack of papers, then practically shoved them into Alex's hands. Explain these. he challenged. Alex deliberately allowed a faint sneer to appear on his face. He casually flipped through the papers before beginning his explanation. Not only did he accurately identify the purpose behind Oliver's calculations, but he also pointed out several flaws in the man's assumptions and mathematical approach. As Alex continued speaking, Oliver's eyes widened further and further. Soon, he found himself nodding repeatedly. Before either of them realized it, they were once again gathered around the desk, discussing calculations and theories together. Any suspicion or wariness Oliver had previously harbored vanished completely. Instead, he began addressing Alex with the utmost respect, sometimes as an equal, other times as a teacher. Outside the discussion, Duke Surindale and Saul watched the scene with stunned expressions. It was the first time they had ever witnessed someone capable of conversing with Oliver as a genuine peer regarding his research. Most people struggled merely to understand fragments of his explanations, let alone engage in meaningful discussion with him. A warm smile tugged at the Duke's lips. At the same time, a firm determination quietly took root within his heart. Eventually, Duke Surindale, Saul, and Udara grew bored listening to a conversation they could not even begin to comprehend. Quietly, they left the two researchers to their work. Time passed peacefully within the subterranean courtyard. Days blurred together. Meals arrived and disappeared. Neither Alex nor Oliver paid much attention. We did it. The two men celebrated simultaneously. Being the pragmatist that he was, Alex naturally took advantage of the free brain he had unexpectedly acquired in the form of Oliver. After all, there was still one problem that had continued to plague him for months. A problem he had been unable to solve on his own. After teaching Oliver the necessary principles behind planar geometry, Alex redirected the younger man's genius towards deriving the final missing coordinate required for his return to Pangaea. Now, after an entire week of relentless work, countless calculations, discarded theories, and several fresh perspectives, they had finally succeeded. The final missing piece had fallen into place. Alex looked down at the completed calculations before him. A smile slowly spread across his face. With this, he finally possessed all the coordinate data necessary to reconstruct the interplanar formation leading back to Pangaea. Chapter 739. Envy, Irrational Human Nature. Thank you, Oliver suddenly said. Alex raised a confused eyebrow. For what? And why so suddenly? For understanding me, Oliver replied. A wry smile appeared on his face. It is strange how something that seems so insignificant can matter so much. I wouldn't call it insignificant, Alex said, shaking his head. Humans evolved and adapted as social creatures. We instinctively seek connections with others, even when we don't consciously realize it or fully understand why. The need for someone, and the desire to be needed by someone, lies at the very core of what makes us human. His gaze drifted into the distance, carrying a trace of melancholy. Oliver was initially taken aback by the response, but a moment later, he realized something. I am not the first person like me that you have met, am I? He asked. No. Alex shook his head, unsurprised that Oliver had picked up on it. I once knew someone with a nature very similar to yours. But unlike you, I met him near the end of his life, arguably long after his prime. How did he cope with being unable to understand others, and being unable to be understood in return? Oliver asked quietly. Alex released a slow sigh. Poorly and extremely. His expression grew somber. He developed cognitive suppressants and took them regularly, intentionally limiting his own intellect to a level where the people around him could understand him. Most importantly, he did it for his wife, a woman he loved dearly, precisely because of her simplicity. He wanted to bridge the gap between them. Alex paused. Unfortunately, the suppressants came at a terrible cost to his health. In the end, he lost his life to the very side effects of the drug he had created. Silence settled between them. Neither man spoke for a long while. Eventually, Oliver broke the silence. I envy you. As do I, Alex replied immediately. Oliver blinked in surprise. Why, he asked. Why would you envy someone who struggles to connect with others and is burdened with a shortened lifespan? He couldn't understand. Alex shrugged. Because it is human nature to envy what we do not possess, especially when we perceive it to be superior to what we already have. My life is not exactly a bed of roses, you know, he continued. I am someone who is naturally unambitious. Most of the ambitions I appear to possess are born from circumstance or necessity rather than any genuine desire of my own. Almost everything I have ever achieved was not because I pursued some grand personal dream. More often than not, it was because of other people, or for their sake. And because I lack strong personal ambition, I have a great many talents that ultimately go underutilized. However, because life has given me much, it also asks much of me in return. At any given moment, I carry the responsibilities of, or duty to, at least dozens of people upon my shoulders. As things stand now, I carry the burdens of billions, many of whom do not even realize it. A wry smile appeared on Alex's face. You envy me for having countless connections. I envy you for having none. He chuckled softly. As my wife likes to say, others complain of thirst, while you complain of drowning. From where I stand, we all end up risking dying all the same. Oliver remained silent, listening carefully. If I were to claim any true ambition in life, it would be to build something so significant that it changes the world, perhaps even the universe itself. The problem is that while I possess many talents, none of them are particularly suited towards achieving such a goal. As a result, much of my potential goes to waste. Alex looked directly at Oliver. If I possessed your level of intellect, even knowing it came with the price of a shortened lifespan, I believe I could still change the world in some meaningful way. And so, he shrugged lightly. I envy you. The words left Oliver stunned. Alex laughed quietly before reaching over and patting him on the arm. Don't think too deeply about it. It is merely one of the irrational thoughts that comes with being human. He leaned back into his chair. That said, envy is still merely envy. I have absolutely no intention of trading places with you and throwing away the life I have. Even if I am wasting many opportunities and gifts, I am still doing some good in my own way. His expression softened. And more importantly, there are treasures in my life that I would never surrender, especially since I suspect I have used up the greater part of my life's good fortune just to obtain them. So no matter how much I might envy your intellect, there are things I would never trade for it. Alex found his thoughts drifting towards his wives. He thought about the house he had built, or was building, the people who trusted him, and the achievements, however modest he considered them, that he had accumulated throughout his lives. A contented smile slowly formed on his face. He looked towards Oliver and spoke seriously. Take it from me. One thing life has taught me is that you do not always get what you want. However, if you make the most of what you do have, then with a little luck, you can come surprisingly close. He gestured between them with a grin. Just look at this. Despite possessing a brain so large that it convinces you that you cannot connect with other people, here we are having a perfectly healthy discussion. We even achieved a major breakthrough together. That alone should tell you there are people in this world you can connect with. You simply have to keep an open mind long enough to find them. Alex smiled. Oliver stared at him for a moment before a sudden thought surfaced in his mind. You sound like an old man, he said. Are you perhaps an old soul who took over a young body? Alex nearly fell backwards out of his chair. Damn this guy. He is annoyingly perceptive. Took over my arse. Alex snapped, raising a fist threateningly. Oliver merely stared at him. Alex shook his head wryly. Then, to Oliver's surprise, he stroked his chin as though genuinely considering the question. Looking back on my life, you might actually have a point. He nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps I really am an old soul trapped in a young body. A smug grin spread across his face. At the very least, I am far more mature than my age suggests. He puffed out his chest dramatically. Oliver regarded him with disdain. Then, unexpectedly, he burst into hearty laughter. Alex did not take offense. Instead, he quietly watched the young man laugh. The laughter sounded awkward at first, almost stiff. It was obvious Oliver rarely laughed, and might even have been forgetting how. When the laughter finally subsided, Oliver himself appeared stunned. He sat there quietly, processing the unfamiliar sensation. He could not even remember the last time he had laughed so genuinely. The realization left him momentarily lost in thought. Alex did not interrupt. Instead, he turned his attention back towards the sheets of calculations scattered across the table, seemingly occupied with thoughts of his own. After several minutes, Oliver looked at the youth opposite him. His expression gradually became serious. Alex, does my father know? He asked. The sudden question pulled Alex from his thoughts. "No what?" Alex replied. Oliver held his gaze. "That you are not from this plane." Chapter 740, Genius Employment Agreement I. That you are not from this plane. Oliver's words lingered in the air. Alex looked at the man for a moment, considered the question, then shook his head. "I doubt it," he replied calmly. "Most people believe I come from the hidden heaven, the safe haven of the supposed renegade sorcerers who reject the authority of the deities." Oliver nodded, accepting the answer. Alex merely smiled. He was not particularly surprised that Oliver had pieced things together. There had been plenty of clues. The knowledge he possessed regarding planar geometry, the concepts he casually discussed, and especially the coordinate calculations they had worked through together were all glaring giveaways. "Is your plane more advanced than ours?" Oliver suddenly asked. "For the most part, yes," Alex replied. "At the very least, my civilization has already achieved interplanar travel, whereas yours has not even begun seriously exploring the possibility." He paused before continuing. "Though, in the grand scheme of the universe, the gap between our two planes is not nearly as large as you might imagine. In fact, had your deities not spent the last millennium suppressing the natural development of this world, I suspect Verdantis would be much closer to my home plane than it is now." Oliver frowned thoughtfully. "What do you mean? Deities do not exist on your plane?" "No." Alex shook his head. "Deity cultivation is regarded as a heretical path on my world. Any deity who refused to abandon that path was hunted down and killed by the major powerhouses of my plane millennia ago." The statement caused Oliver's eyes to widen slightly. Alex continued calmly. "The cultivation method used by deities is generally viewed as parasitic. It allows a small handful of individuals to siphon resources from the collective population of an entire plane for their own advancement. As a result, they hinder the plane, its inhabitants, and their civilization whose growth they are exploiting." A long silence followed. Eventually, Oliver asked, "So, from your perspective, our civilization is backwards?" "In many respects, yes," Alex answered honestly. Oliver sighed. He could not claim to be surprised. Over the years, he had researched countless subjects condemned as heretical by the deities. Many of those topics had led him to the simple conclusion that they possessed enormous potential to advance their civilization. Unfortunately, they were discoveries that would likely never see the light of day. After all, regardless of whatever protection the spirits might provide, the Pantheon remained the single most powerful force upon Verdantis. And so long as that remained true, progress itself would continue to exist at their mercy. In reality, non-deity worshipping powers such as the Selahan Empire were only able to resist the deities and their faithful nations because the Pantheon was unwilling to commit the immense resources required to fully subjugate them. If the Pantheon truly resolved to conquer the Selahan Empire and the other spirit-aligned nations, they could likely accomplish it. The problem was the cost. Any such victory would almost certainly be Pyrrhic. "Why did you come to our plane?" Oliver suddenly asked. "Did you come to prepare the way for an invasion from your own world?" "Huh." Alex burst into laughter. The question caught him so off guard that he nearly doubled over the table. He laughed so hard that tears began forming in the corners of his eyes. It took considerable effort before he finally regained control of himself. "You are not wrong to be suspicious," Alex admitted. "That is indeed how many interplanar expeditions from stronger planes to weaker ones begin. But in this case, that is not what happened. In fact, I never intended to come to Verdantis at all." Oliver frowned. "What do you mean?" "I was dragged here by your plane," Alex answered. But it did little but deepened Oliver's confusion. Alex then proceeded to recount the events that had occurred after his expedition departed from Pangaea. Naturally, he omitted sensitive information, particularly anything relating to the identities of the Guardian families and other key allies involved. When he finally finished, Oliver sat quietly in thought. After several moments, he spoke. "So, to summarize, you were caught in what was most likely a scheme orchestrated by hostile factions on your home plane. Your interplanar expedition was sabotaged, and by some mixture of fortune and destiny, you survived. Instead of dying, you were brought to Verdantis, where you have effectively become a tool meant to help the plane survive a looming tribulation, an external invader threatening it from the outside and the deities undermining it from within." He looked at Alex. Did I understand that correctly? That is essentially correct. Alex nodded. Something suddenly clicked inside Oliver's mind. Oh, his eyes widened slightly. So that is why you said you carry the burden of billions upon your shoulders. This time, Alex's nod was slower and far more solemn. Yes. Oliver fell silent. Then, after a long pause, he spoke again. I take it back. Alex blinked. Take what back? I do not envy you anymore. For a moment, Alex simply stared at him. Then he broke into a wry laugh. Well, that is fair. Your plane possesses more advanced magical development, does it not? Oliver suddenly asked as a while. If you manage to return home, wouldn't you be able to bring back higher-ranked individuals to assist you? You come from a powerful house, correct? In Oliver's mind, the answer seemed obvious. The fact that Alex's house could afford to send one of its heirs on an interplanar expedition suggested immense wealth and power. After all, interplanar travel sounded like the sort of undertaking that should be far beyond the means of an ordinary noble house. To his surprise, however, Alex shook his head. I do not think it would be that simple, he replied. While it is true that the powers of my nation, never mind my plane as a whole, could likely subdue your pantheon with relative ease, calling upon such powers is neither something I can readily do nor something I particularly wish to do. Oliver frowned. Why not? He asked. Because the more advanced a civilization becomes, the more factions, divisions, and competing interests it develops. Alex smiled wryly. Such is the irony of humanity. He added, in a crude sense, Verdantis, a potential Class 8 plane, already belonged to him. Or at least, it possessed the potential to become one of the greatest opportunities of his life. Unfortunately, bringing in the overwhelming power necessary to immediately crush the pantheon would also mean surrendering many of the benefits associated with laying claim to the plane for himself. Even if he called upon Merlin's assistance, mobilizing the force necessary to resolve the crisis outright would still come at a tremendous cost. Ideally, such a price should be insignificant when weighed against the lives of billions. Realistically, however, very few people, Alex included, would willingly surrender such benefits. Humans were rarely that selfless. Alex's gaze drifted into the distance. Besides, if I bring in forces capable of dealing with an entire pantheon of Class 7 Navi and a Class 8 interplanar invader, those powers will not simply leave once the battle is over. His expression darkened slightly. They would inevitably develop interests of their own, and, in the end, they would simply replace the very threat they displaced. At the end of the day, the better solution is to resolve Verdantis' tribulation gradually rather than relying upon a quick fix. Alex inwardly nodded. It is the best win-win outcome for both myself and Verdantis. At the very least, that was what he chose to believe. Oliver looked at Alex and sensed that there was more behind his reluctance than a mere struggle over benefits. He also understood, at least vaguely, that it would not bode well for Verdantis in the long run if greater powers from Alex's home plane arrived here. Alex bore no hostility towards Verdantis. However, that was Alex. One could not assume stronger individuals would share the same sentiments. Power often changed people, and even when it did not, power tended to attract interests. Both men fell silent, contemplating the matter from different perspectives, yet arriving at much the same conclusion. After a while, Alex shook his head. There was little point dwelling on it for now. He pushed the subject aside and turned his attention back to Oliver. Enough about me, he said suddenly. Let's talk about you. What about me? Oliver asked. Alex smiled. What are you planning to do now? Are you going to compete for your father's seat? Why would I? Oliver replied, shaking his head. You could raise the duchy to heights it has never reached before. Oliver shook his head again. Raising the duchy much higher than its current position would place it in direct contention with the imperial family, he said. If I wished to do that, I would need capable subordinates at my side. Unfortunately, I lack the charisma required to attract and retain such people. Alex opened his mouth to respond, but Oliver raised a hand and cut him off. I know what you are about to say. You are going to tell me that I can bind people through wealth, opportunities, influence, or some other form of benefit. Alex smiled faintly. Oliver continued, and you would not be wrong. However, as you pointed out earlier, humans are irrational creatures. The very benefits I provide could become the source of their greed. The opportunities one creates could encourage greater ambitions, and the rewards I offer today may cease to satisfy them tomorrow. A trace of helplessness appeared in his eyes. There are countless ways things could go wrong. He paused briefly before continuing. But that is not the real issue. The real issue is that, because of my nature, I lack the social instincts necessary to notice those changes before they become dangerous. Chapter 741, Genius Employment Agreement 2. Oliver's voice remained calm, but there was unmistakable self-awareness behind it. I cannot read people the way you, my father and others do. I cannot sense changing loyalties, hidden resentment, or growing ambition until the consequences become obvious. And by the time they become obvious, it is usually already too late. Oliver lowered his gaze. In that scenario, he continued solemnly, it would not just be me who falls. There is a very real possibility that House Cyrindale would fall alongside me. There is also the equally important matter of my lifespan. He added, even if none of these scenarios come to pass, this is one thing we cannot change. I doubt I would have enough time to elevate the house and properly stabilize its growth before my death. If House Cyrindale rises too quickly under my leadership, then it will almost certainly decline just as quickly after I am gone. Since that is the case, it is better not to take the risk. Oliver shook his head. My brothers may not be as capable as my father or myself, but they are competent enough to maintain our house's current standing in the world. That is enough. There is no need to be greedy, he concluded. Alex listened quietly. Though he did not entirely agree with Oliver's reasoning, he could not deny that the man's perspective was a rational one. More importantly, it was not Alex's place to force such a choice upon him. So he merely nodded. In that case, Alex said, what are you going to do with your life? He raised an eyebrow. Surely you are not planning to simply waste it away? I considered it, Oliver admitted. A self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. However, after listening to you, I realized that would be a tremendous waste. His gaze drifted towards the countless papers and books scattered throughout the room. I possess a gift that could leave a meaningful mark upon the world. It would be a shame not to make use of it, would it not? Alex smiled. It would, he said. Oliver nodded. With that in mind, I have a proposal, he revealed. Alex gestured for him to continue. In exchange for receiving advanced knowledge from your world, I will assist you with any research projects you wish to pursue, much like we did this past weeks. Alex blinked. The proposal surprised him. At first glance, it sounded reasonable. In fact, it sounded like an excellent arrangement. Increasing Oliver's knowledge base while gaining access to a genius capable of helping solve problems Alex lacked the time to personally tackle seemed beneficial to both parties. However, the more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. Slowly, Alex folded his arms and leaned back into his chair. That is not a fair proposal. Oliver looked genuinely confused. What do you mean? You are taking advantage of me. Huh? The confusion on Oliver's face deepened. Alex pointed directly at him. Do not pretend you do not know what I mean. On the surface, your offer appears fair. For most people, it probably would be. He shook his head. But we are not talking about most people. We are talking about you. Oliver opened his mouth, only for Alex to continue. I provide you with books, theories, methodologies, and centuries of accumulated knowledge from a more advanced civilization. Alex pointed towards the mountain of research materials around them. And in return, you do a little work for me from time to time. For someone like you, that is hardly a price at all. His lips twitched into an amused smile. Alex leaned forward. You would absorb the knowledge I give you, use it to advance your own research, pursue your own interests, satisfy your curiosity, and potentially revolutionize half a dozen fields in your spare time. The amount of value you would gain from this arrangement is astronomical compared to what I receive. He tapped the table, which means your proposal is heavily skewed in your favor. Alex could provide Oliver with the knowledge necessary to complete a single research project, only for Oliver to use that same knowledge to complete several more projects in his spare time behind Alex's back. Alex was right. The terms really are too favorable to me. Oliver considered the matter carefully before nodding. What do you propose then? He asked. Alex did not answer immediately. Instead, he leaned back in his chair and thought for a moment. Let us establish a partnership, he finally said. A research institute. Oliver raised an eyebrow. In the short term, you can continue working from here or any other secure location of your choosing. However, once I establish my territory and the institute itself is operational, I would expect you to relocate there." Oliver remained silent, listening. As a founding member and partner of the institute, you will gain access to an extensive library of information from my home world, as well as knowledge gathered from any other planes I visit in the future. For the first time, genuine interest appeared in Oliver's eyes. Alex continued, "In exchange, any research you conduct from that point onwards will fall under a simple condition." "What condition?" Oliver asked. "I will have first priority." Alex folded his arms. "Before House Cyrindale, before anyone else. Furthermore, any research projects I specifically request will receive priority within your research schedule," he added. Oliver's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Alex could already tell the man was weighing the offer's benefits against its restrictions. Truthfully, Alex felt slightly guilty. The terms were undeniably restrictive. However, he could also argue that the knowledge he was offering was worth far more than what he was demanding in return. After all, access to the accumulated knowledge of a more advanced civilization was not something that could be measured with ordinary value. More importantly, Alex could not ignore the opportunity standing before him. Someone like Oliver was a treasure. Many of the projects Alex had abandoned or placed on hold were not impossible. They simply required more time and intellectual bandwidth than he could spare. Oliver possessed both. The problem lay in the fact that once Alex handed over knowledge from Pangea, he could never truly take it back. Nor could he stop Oliver from applying it to his own research. Knowledge, once shared, had a habit of spreading beyond its intended boundaries. That was why priority mattered. If Oliver agreed to these terms, Alex would always remain aware of the scholar's major projects. He could support and guide the useful and beneficial ones, and, if necessary, suppress those that were too dangerous to be unleashed upon Verdantis without proper safeguards. The irony was not lost on him. He was contemplating the very same form of innovation control that had held him back from many things. The same censorship and regulation practiced by the powerful institutions he often condemned. Alex inwardly sighed. Alas, some knowledge truly was dangerous. And while he disliked the role, he could not deny that someone needed to exercise restraint, at least until Verdantis was prepared to handle the consequences. Whether that made him a hypocrite or merely a realist was a question he preferred not to answer. He could only hope that his intentions would remain aligned with the best interests of the plane, rather than devolving into the self-serving restrictions so often imposed by those in power. Meanwhile, Oliver paid little attention to the political implications of the arrangement. He evaluated it solely on its merits. From this perspective, the term seemed fair enough. A moment later, both men extended their hands. They shook on it, formally sealing the partnership. Almost immediately, Alex began assigning work. The first project he pushed forward was energy transmutation, building upon the foundation laid by Zaxxon's work in Zaxxon's transmutation. The second involved research into locating external planes, the earliest steps towards developing a functional interplanar eye of his own. Fortunately, both projects could begin using knowledge Alex already possessed. There was no need to expose Oliver to anything excessively advanced just yet. As much as Alex trusted the man, the reality remained that Oliver was still a scion of a powerful duchy. Before sharing knowledge that Oliver could use to reshape the world, Alex intended to observe him a little longer. Later that day, Duke Cyrindale returned to the subterranean courtyard accompanied by Saul and Eudara. The expressions on their faces immediately caught Alex's attention. There was an unmistakable trace of excitement there. Seeing Oliver already immersed in his newly assigned research, the Duke quietly signaled for Alex to step aside. Alex followed him to a quieter corner of the courtyard. "I was able to convince the Imperial Court on your behalf," Duke Cyrindale revealed. A smile appeared on Alex's face. The Duke continued. "His Imperial Majesty agreed with my assessment that the Empire would benefit from the return of House Skywalker." Alex's eyes narrowed slightly. "Furthermore," the Duke said, "His Majesty was impressed by your determination to reclaim Tat Espa with your own hands." The Duke withdrew a sealed document. "The Emperor has therefore issued an Imperial edict." Alex's interest sharpened immediately. The Duke broke the seal, and began reading aloud. To the one who bears the seal of House Skywalker, I hereby name you an honor count of my empire under my authority. You are furthermore granted the title of Pioneer Knight. Let your blade point towards the great berserk beast forest, and all territory reclaimed from within the damnable forest shall be yours by right. Chapter 742, A Gift to Great Eye. Silence followed the Duke's declaration as Alex and Eudora stared at him in stunned disbelief. Saul, on the other hand, seemed to have prior knowledge of the letter's contents. At the very least, he appeared far less surprised than either Alex or Eudora. For a brief moment, Alex found his mind completely blank. This was far different from what he had expected. While he had hoped to receive a noble title, he had only dared to hope for the rank of Baron at most. For the Emperor himself to name him an honor count was far beyond anything he had anticipated. Although the title did not come with a land enfeoffment, it should not be confused with an honorary count title. Honorary nobles were granted the prestige of a noble rank, but usually without the land, power, authority, or privileges normally associated with that position. Honor nobility was somewhat different. It allowed the recipient of the title to exercise the authority of the rank, drawing not from their own power, but from the authority of the individual who had granted it. In essence, Alex was not yet a count in his own right. However, he could exercise the powers of a count by drawing upon the authority of the imperial family itself. In addition to this, the emperor had also bestowed upon him the title of Pioneer Knight. As the name implied, Pioneer Knights were pioneers officially sanctioned by the crown to seek out, reclaim, and/or claim new territories for themselves, and by extension, for the empire, beyond imperial borders. With the title of Pioneer Knight, all territory reclaimed from the great berserk beast forest would belong to Alex. That single clause transformed the imperial edict from a mere honor into a charter for expansion, a legal foundation upon which an entire domain could one day be built. Of course, there was a catch. Alex could not hold any land within imperial borders without strong justification. While this restriction applied to all nobles, the requirements imposed upon Pioneer Knights were considerably more stringent. Even if a landed noble were to attack a Pioneer Knight, there were still numerous conditions that had to be met before the Pioneer Knight could legally use that incident as justification to conquer the attacker's lands in retaliation. More often than not, such matters would instead be settled through war reparations, enforced by the empire itself. When the Honor Count and Pioneer Knight titles were combined, it seemed as though the emperor had handed Alex tremendous power with which to claim the territory he needed for his future domain, both within the empire and upon the Verdantian plain. However, Alex did not celebrate this apparent windfall. In fact, he became so wary that, for a brief moment, he considered conjuring a space gate and fleeing. Fortunately, rationality triumphed over his extreme paranoia, and he did not do anything so foolish. Instead, his gaze towards Duke Serindale turned cautious, suspicious, and cold. Why, he asked. Duke Serindale did not mind the arguably rude shift in attitude or the blunt question. In fact, the man smiled and nodded in appreciation. Even so, he feigned ignorance and asked, "What do you mean? Why? Isn't this what you wanted? What you need?" That's exactly the problem. There's a saying, if an offer is too good to be true, then chances are it is. In my experience, that saying has always proven true, Alex replied. Good. That means you're not a fool. You'd be surprised by the number of idiots I have to deal with amongst the newer nobles who fail to understand such a simple principle, Duke Serindale said, shaking his head. The Duke rolled up the imperial edict and handed it over to Alex, who accepted it. He had no choice. An imperial edict had to be received no matter what. Any concerns or objections could only be dealt with afterwards. Walk with me, the Duke said. The Duke then led Alex, Saul, and Eudora out of the subterranean courtyard and back into Oxbourne Castle. Eventually, they arrived at a lounge where pastries and beverages were promptly served by the castle maids under the supervision of the chief butler. Throughout the entire journey, the Duke said nothing regarding the matter, allowing Alex to tumble further down the rabbit hole of his own thoughts while he quietly observed the youth. It was difficult to discern what conclusions Duke Serindale had ultimately reached regarding Alex. Nevertheless, after the maids withdrew from the room and the door closed behind them, The Duke finally decided to satisfy Alex's curiosity and ease some of his caution. You asked why His Majesty the Emperor granted you, a foreigner he has never met, so much power, correct? The Duke said. Alex responded with a cautious nod. A number of factors combined to produce the result we see today, the Duke revealed. The first is that I vouch for you. I have met you, and I believe I have a fairly accurate assessment of both your character and competence. The Emperor, in turn, trusts my judgment. But the deciding factor is that the Empire, or rather, House Picard, needs the continued existence of House Skywalker. This duality has always benefited the Empire. As such, your emergence is something His Majesty cannot afford to overlook, nor waste. Unfortunately, Duke Cyrindale's explanation did little to ease Alex's caution. If anything, it only caused his brows to furrow further. After all, he neither knew nor understood the relationship between the Picard royal family and House Skywalker within the Silahan Empire. The Duke could clearly see that Alex still harbored doubts, yet he made no attempt to dispel them. Instead, he continued, the Empire will celebrate its next centennial anniversary in approximately 2 years' time. Every noble within the Empire is expected to attend. You will meet the Emperor then, and your progress regarding the tasks entrusted to you will be examined. Tasks? As in plural? Alex raised an eyebrow. The Duke merely smiled, offering no further explanation. Sir, you are needed. The Duke's chamberlain entered the room and respectfully informed him. He stepped closer and whispered something into the Duke's ear. The Duke's expression dropped ever so slightly, like a ripple passing across a calm ocean, before returning to its usual composure. However, that brief moment of anger or annoyance caused a trace of his aura to leak out, and Alex did not miss it. Half-legend. Alex's eyes flashed as the informal colloquial classification surfaced within his mind. He has already begun his legendary ascension. He has surpassed the peak saint rank and is now closer to becoming a true legend than he is a saint. Alex could not help but feel surprised. If the deities knew this. A thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. They probably won't allow it. Chapter 743, A Gift Too Great Too. Unfortunately for Alex, the surprise had been too great, and the recognition in his eyes did not escape the Duke's notice before he could conceal it. The two men looked at each other for a moment. Then the Duke smiled. It seems we have reached an agreement, he said cryptically before extending his hand. Alex could not help but stare at the man for a moment before reaching out and shaking it. Indeed, we have, Alex replied with a nod. Yudara looked between the two men in confusion, unable to understand the sudden agreement that had seemingly been reached without words. Meanwhile, the more experienced Saul stared at them thoughtfully, his thoughts remaining a mystery. With that, while the Duke attended to his matters, Alex, Saul, and Yudara departed Oxbourne Castle and returned to the inn where they had been staying. Once inside his room, Alex walked over to the window and took a deep breath of fresh air before slowly exhaling. Only then did he begin to calm himself. He closed the window, then turned around to take a nearby seat. He turned his gaze towards Saul Redwald. Spirit Sight, LV2. Can I trust you, Saul? Alex asked bluntly. You can, Saul replied calmly. Okay. Alex nodded and cut off the spike of mana flowing into his eyes. Then tell me what I'm missing. An emperor doesn't simply hand free power to an unknown outsider and tell him to conquer land as he pleases without there being a catch. Alex voiced his doubts. The Duke already answered that question. Actually, Saul said. I don't understand, Alex admitted. Through no fault of your own. Levin has a bad habit of making people he likes figure things out for themselves, Saul said with a smile. You're trying to understand this matter from your own perspective when you should instead be looking at it from Emperor Picard's and Levin's point of view. But I am. That's why it doesn't make sense, Alex argued. No, you aren't, Saul said, shaking his head. You're looking at it from the perspective of an emperor and a duke. That is very different from what you actually need to do. Alex frowned. What separates Emperor Picard and Duke Levin Cyrindale of the Silahan Empire from the emperors and dukes of any other empire you'd be familiar with? Saul asked intently. Empires I am familiar with? Why frame the question like that? Alex immediately noticed the intent hidden within Saul's words. The only empire I'm truly familiar with is. Alex froze. Realization dawned upon him. Ancestral spirit worship. However, Eudora beat him to the answer, causing him to glance at her in surprise. She did not notice. Her attention remained fixed on Saul, who nodded in approval. Indeed, Saul confirmed before turning towards Alex, who had also grasped the true meaning behind the question. You were looking at things from the perspective of a typical emperor or duke, which caused you to overlook a critical variable. Both Dukes Serindale and Emperor Picard are not only the patriarchs of their respective houses, but are also, for all practical purposes, the popes of their house's ancestral worship. And as the pope, each has greater access to their house's ancestral spirit than anyone else. You're saying their house's ancestral spirits influence their decisions? Alex asked. Yes, to an extent, Saul confirmed with a nod. He continued, the ancestral spirit of House Serindale is the Kirin, while the ancestral spirit of House Picard, the Imperial House, is the Selahan Oracle, which manifests in the form of an owl. Can you tell me what the forms of the Kirin and the owl represent? Saul asked. Alex answered without much thought. The Kirin is considered, in many civilizations, to be a beast of fortune, while the owl is a symbol of wisdom and intuition. As he reached the end of his answer, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He had noticed something. A beast of fortune, and an oracle taking the form of a bird associated with wisdom and intuition. He muttered. His eyes widened slightly. Don't tell me. Indeed. The Emperor and Duke Serindale used the authority of their house's ancestral spirits to investigate you, Saul replied. Alex's body shivered instinctively as a wave of horror filled his eyes. Do they? He asked hesitantly. No, they do not know your origins, if that is what worries you, Saul replied confidently, shaking his head. Right? They wouldn't be handing me this much power if they did, Alex mused. Saul continued. Like you told me before, the ancestral spirits and deities of our world are neither omnipotent nor omniscient. They can only discern certain things about a person through the authority they possess. The divine Kirin can only tell that you are someone blessed with great fortune, while the Selahan Oracle can only tell the Emperor that he stands to gain greatly by supporting you, or at the very least, by securing your allegiance. Hence, I suspect, the grand gesture from both men. So their ancestral spirits inform them that I am a worthwhile prospect, and they have chosen to invest early? Alex asked. Yes, Saul nodded. And I expect the anniversary gathering 2 years from now, give or take, is the timeline they have given you to prove your worth through tangible results. Like your instincts told you, they are still an emperor and a duke. They will not hand out power so freely without expecting something in return. That means there are likely to be roadblocks placed in my path that they'll expect me to overcome, Alex said. You are not wrong, Saul agreed. The northeastern region of the Empire is currently controlled by houses that would have been vassals of House Skywalker had it not fallen a century ago. There will be those who do not want, and will actively oppose, House Skywalker's rise from the ashes. Some out of pride, others out of necessity. Alex nodded thoughtfully. He rose from his seat and walked towards the window, gazing out at the clear evening sky. In your opinion, do you think Emperor Picard is a good ruler? He asked, looking at Saul's reflection in the glass. Depends, Saul replied with a shrug, leaning back in his chair. During the decades of his reign, the standard of living for the Empire's average citizens has improved significantly. From that perspective, one could argue that he is a good ruler. But that prosperity came at the cost of loosening control over the nobility. As a result, it was also under his reign that the rot within the nobility grew into what we see today. So, from that perspective, he is not exactly a good ruler either. Chapter 744, A Gift to Great 3. Alex let out a long sigh after hearing Saul's answer. This is complicated, the youth thought. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. This probably has something to do with why Emperor Picard and Duke Serindale used the authority of their ancestral spirits, Saul suddenly said. What do you mean? Alex asked, turning around. Using the authority of a deity or divine spirit is not easy. Never mind house patriarchs. Even lifelong clergy such as priests and paladins find it difficult to wield authority as they wish. There is always a price, Saul revealed. The patriarchs are granted a limited number of opportunities each year to freely invoke the authority of their divine spirits. As such, they reserve those opportunities for matters of the utmost importance. and investigating the newly emerged claimant of House Skywalker qualifies. Alex raised an eyebrow. It would seem so, Saul replied. Duke Serindale said House Skywalker is important to House Picard. Why is that? Yudara asked. I do not know, Saul admitted. At best, I can only make an educated guess. What is it? Alex pressed. It traces back to the founding of the Empire. House Skywalker stood beside House Picard during the creation of the Selahan Empire, Saul revealed. After a moment of thought, he added, in fact, it would not be inaccurate to say that House Skywalker and House Picard founded the Empire together. Really? Alex asked. Saul confirmed with a nod. According to the historical records commonly circulated throughout the Empire, the founders of House Picard and House Skywalker shared the same, or at least a similar, origin. The books describe them as two pillars rising from the same foundation. However, while the founder of House Picard leaned more towards politics, diplomacy, and leadership, the founder of House Skywalker was far more militant and heroic in nature. He is often described as the champion, or even the guardian, of the Empire during its founding era. So, because of their respective strengths, one took charge of leading the territory they carved out despite the Navi, deities, while the other commanded its armies and defended it. Alex inferred. Essentially, Saul nodded. House Picard united the individuals who would later become the founders of the Empire's noble houses, while House Skywalker led them into battle. One held the fledgling Empire together through charisma, diplomacy, and leadership, while the other held it together through strength and military might. Hence, with the disappearance of House Skywalker, the Empire lost its sword. As the guiding crown of the Empire, it makes perfect sense that House Picard would want House Skywalker to return. To whip the nobles back into line? Alex raised an eyebrow. Arguably, Saul replied. Alex returned to his seat and fell silent, quietly musing over everything that had happened during the last few hours. I never thought I would be this wary about being given the power to claim the territory I need. He let out a wry inward chuckle. The Emperor doesn't actually care whether I am truly a descendant of House Skywalker or not. All that matters is that the Skywalker name rises again and becomes a target for the corrupt nobles, or at least the foolish ones amongst them. Making me an honor count is merely a way to ensure I have a fighting chance and survive long enough. Time that he, and most likely Duke Serindale as well, can use to carry out whatever cleanup they have planned. Alex leaned back in his chair and crossed his right leg over his left while rhythmically tapping the armrest. I have little choice in the matter, Alex concluded grimly. Whether the Duke and Emperor harbor nefarious intentions or not, I am already a chess piece on the board unless I leave the Empire. But I doubt they would allow me to do that. His tapping abruptly stopped. My only option is to rapidly develop whatever territory I claim until House Skywalker either becomes a piece that the players can no longer move or interfere with easily, or I become a player myself. A sharp glint flashed through Alex's eyes. 2 years. No, closer to 1.5 years. In that time, I need to develop my territory into a place that even the Emperor would approach carefully, regardless of whether his intentions are benign or otherwise. Surprisingly, Alex found himself largely unbothered by the realization. I suppose it helps that I already have far greater challenges hanging over my head. Compared to those, this barely even registers as a problem. He inwardly shrugged. Well, it looks like this is nothing more than another problem added to the pile of things we already have to deal with, Alex said with a smile. Both Yudara and Saul were caught off guard by the casual response. That's true, Yudara agreed. We'll just have to deal with this alongside everything else. Alex chuckled. Indeed, we will, he replied. Although a time limit now loomed over his head, Alex did not immediately rush towards the frontier. Instead, he secretly returned to the fringes of the Oxbourne Duchy using a previously established space gate marker. There, he opened another gate and transferred the remainder of his forces from the wildlands, saving them several weeks of travel. Afterwards, Alex returned to Tulane City through the same gate, while the rest of his forces continued their journey towards the city on horseback. The operation was carried out in the dead of night, and no one was any the wiser. Alex spent the remainder of the week meeting with Oliver Serindale for their ongoing research discussions. Knowing that their meetings would soon come to an end, Alex left Oliver with the same holographic communications box he had previously given Baron Bellic, ostensibly so they could continue communicating regardless of distance. However, that was not his only reason. More than anything, it was a ploy to test the security of the device, and, in particular, the Rune-Tech glyphs that formed its foundation. In addition to the interplanar eye research that Alex had nudged the Dark Scholar bearer towards, he was confident that Oliver would also attempt to analyze and decipher the secrets hidden within the communication device itself. That was exactly what Alex wanted. The rune phone, arcane library, and coinage moonstone had already been thrown before Pangea's greatest minds to challenge. Alex intended for this communications box to become Verdantis's equivalent. Moreover, it was being placed into the hands of arguably one of the smartest individuals on the entire plane. With such a capable and cost-free tester at his disposal, Alex would have been remiss not to take advantage of the opportunity. By the end of the week, the rest of the Fortuna party finally arrived in Oxbourne City. With the Duke's blessing, Alex led the Forest Expedition team back to reunite with the main Fortuna force. Soon afterwards, they departed Oxbourne City and set out for the territory that would serve as their staging ground for the campaign to reclaim the Great Berserk Beast Forest. Chapter 745, Fortuna Border Convoy I. Alex and his forces traveled for another fortnight before finally arriving at the region neighboring the staging area for their next campaign. The closer one ventured towards the extreme north of the Selahan Empire, the more untamed and dangerous the land became. Eventually, the aristocracy of the Selahan Empire had abandoned more than 5,000 square kilometers of territory bordering the encroaching Great Berserk Beast Forest. This region had then been intentionally populated with society's undesirables, the extremely poor, minor races, criminals, and others whom the powers that be knew had nowhere else to go. Over time, these people had somehow managed to eke out a living in the harsh frontier and survive, causing their once paltry numbers to grow many times over. Many believed their survival was a defiant insult to the aristocrats who had sent them here to die. In reality, however, their growing population only strengthened their value as the buffer zone the aristocrats had always intended them to be. What unlucky people, Alex thought as he poked at the campfire, a habit he had recently realized he developed whenever he was deep in thought. Seated around him were his wives, Eleanor, Eudara, and Zora. A short distance away, Fum was helping prepare food for the encamped forces alongside Tivila and several barbarians. Nearby, Senu watched over the camp from an elevated perch, while Dread remained at the center of the horse herd, his own little kingdom. Alex had recently noticed that, after leaving Oxbourne, the Nightmare Horse had begun spreading his seed amongst the few Mares traveling with their group. However, Alex was hardly about to cockblock his own mount, so he kept his thoughts to himself. Then again, whether the local horse breeds could successfully carry a foal with a Nightmare bloodline to term was an entirely different matter. Turning his attention back to the camp, it was obvious that the group had grown far larger than the 800-strong Fortuna Battlebane force he was familiar with. As it turned out, Zora had taken the liberty of absorbing additional slaves and their families into their ranks. These new additions included not only combatants but artisans and craftsmen as well. She had reasoned that a territory could not be built without skilled artisans, carpenters, masons, metalworkers, and so on. While it would have been preferable to recruit such individuals on site, they could not be certain what they would encounter upon reaching their staging area. As such, Zora had deemed it prudent to acquire these people beforehand. That way, they would not be forced to owe nearby nobles unnecessary favors simply to obtain the craftsmen they needed. Thanks to that decision, the convoy Alex was bringing with him now easily numbered over 2,000 people. "What's on your mind?" Zora asked, noticing Alex poking at the campfire. "Still thinking about the edict and what it means for our future?" Alex's attention was pulled back by the sudden question. "The edict? Oh no, I'm not thinking about that anymore." He poked the fire again. "I'm thinking about the people living in the border settlements. I don't think they'll be particularly receptive to a noble simply showing up and ordering them around," he said. "That's true," Eleanor agreed with a nod. "Based on what we've heard, nobles only seem to come here as punishment, or they send their worst people here, making an already difficult life even harder. Convincing them to become your subjects won't be easy," she added solemnly. Zora suddenly stood and moved behind Alex before wrapping her arms around his head. Don't worry. If anyone can win them over, it'll be our very own Silver Tongue. I have no doubt they'll be bowing and begging to become his subordinates by the time he's finished with them, she joked, winking at Eudora and Eleanor while ruffling Alex's hair. Alex immediately reached up and pinched her meaty thigh. "Ah!" Zora gasped and released him. She rolled her eyes at him while Eudora and Eleanor chuckled. "Do you have a plan yet, Master?" Eudora asked. "No, not yet. I'll probably need to see the situation on the ground before deciding what needs to be done," Alex replied. "That said, there are some ways to mitigate the intensity of their reaction," he added. Just as Alex was about to speak, Saul Redwald approached him and his wives. "Leader, there's something I need to inform you about," the older man said. "Just in time. I was about to get your opinion on something as well," Alex replied. He waved a hand, signaling for Saul to speak first. Saul nodded before unfolding a map of the northern region of the Selahan Empire, one he had presumably received from Duke Cyrindale. Pointing towards the far northern edge of the map, he began his explanation. "Leader, there are at least 2 nobles we need to be concerned about between our current position and the border region where our assigned staging area is located. The first is Viscount Dunhill. He controls the frontier stronghold, the Empire's closest major military fortress to the new border with the Great Berserk Beast Forest. It houses the border guards and serves as the Empire's first proper line of defense against the Berserk beasts emerging from the forest. Further inland lies the territory of Marquis Bramford. The Marquis controls the primary bridge crossing the Rotbark River." Alex studied the map before raising an eyebrow. "There are other fiefdoms in the area. Why are these 2 of particular concern?" he asked. As commander of the frontier stronghold, Viscount Dunhill unofficially exercises authority not only over the fortress and its surrounding lands, but also over much of the neighboring border region. Our arrival will effectively mean taking control of that region from him. Over the years, the Viscount has profited considerably by trading food and supplies in exchange for ores and other resources gathered by the border settlers. The arrangement has generated substantial wealth for him, Saul explained. "So we'll not only be reducing his authority, but also taking food straight from his mouth," Alex commented. "So to speak," Saul confirmed with a nod. "What about the Marquis?" Alex asked. "A number of reasons," Saul replied. "First, although Viscount Dunhill is technically a servant of the crown, he is widely regarded as Marquis Bramford's loyal vassal. As the saying goes, the crown is far away in the Central Plains. A reduction in the Viscount's profits would naturally mean a reduction in the tribute and benefits that ultimately flow to the Marquis. Second, Marquis Bramford is a known tyrant who uses his control of the Rotbark River to exploit anyone who crosses it, whether commoner, merchant, or noble. Since the bridge was constructed using his own funds, he controls the tolls imposed upon it, and even nobles are not exempt from paying. As a result, Marquis Bramford is infamous for demanding exorbitant fees from those who use the bridge, particularly merchants and nobles who refuse to submit to or are not under his influence. Chapter 746, Fortuna Border Convoy 2. Second, Marquis Bramford is a known tyrant who uses his control of the Rotbark River to exploit anyone who crosses it, whether commoner, merchant, or noble. Since the bridge was constructed using his own funds, he controls the tolls imposed upon it, and even nobles are not exempt from paying. As a result, Marquis Bramford is infamous for demanding exorbitant fees from those who use the bridge, particularly merchants and nobles who refuse to submit to or are not under his influence. Saul paused briefly before continuing. He has been known to demand as much as 50% of a convoy's or caravan's inventory as payment. At times, he even goes so far as to directly seize goods from travelers, paying only a token sum far below market value in order to avoid attracting scrutiny from the authorities. "Wonderful. It's always good to have a local tyrant to deal with," Alex muttered sarcastically. Saul continued. "The Marquis is particularly important to us because House Bramford was originally a barony that served as a vassal of House Skywalker. It would not be inaccurate to say that they were among the greatest beneficiaries of House Skywalker's fall. And let me guess, they'll also be among the biggest losers if House Skywalker rises again, correct?" Alex asked. "Yes, leader," Saul replied. In that case, we can expect significant trouble at the Rotbark River if we attempt to cross via the Bramford Bridge. Meanwhile, Viscount Dunhill is likely to use his authority as commander of the frontier stronghold to make things as difficult for us as possible. Is that about right? Alex asked. Indeed, Saul nodded. While Alex would very much have liked to lead his army and eliminate both men before they became a problem, he could not do so. Even setting aside the question of whether he possessed the military strength necessary to defeat Marquis Bramford directly, he lacked sufficient information about the forces under the Marquis's command. More importantly, even if he did possess the strength to crush the man outright, he still could not act so recklessly. The restrictions imposed upon him as a pioneer knight simply would not allow it. He could not simply attack a landed noble. Doing so required substantial justification that he doubted either Marquis Bramford or Viscount Dunhill would be foolish enough to hand him so easily. He was now a member of the Sealahan Empire's nobility, and like any member of any system, he was bound by the rules governing that system. The honor count title they gave me just happens to be one rank below Marquis Bramford's. Alex's eyes narrowed slightly. No doubt Duke Cyrindale and the Emperor are setting up the board and watching with interest. He inwardly shook his head. There's no point dwelling on that for now. Better to deal with the immediate problem first. Alex lowered his gaze to the map spread out before Saul. In particular, his eyes traced the course of the Rotbark River downstream, due west of the map. Looks like we can avoid the Bramford Bridge by crossing here, Alex said, pointing to a location on the map. Saul examined the indicated location before nodding, albeit somewhat unenthusiastically. The Alebank port. We can indeed cross the river there using their boats and cargo barges. However, it will be a slow and time-consuming process given the size of our convoy, Saul pointed out. Not to mention that it will increase our overall travel time, Zora added. We'll need to cover additional distance to reach the port, then make up that same distance again after crossing the river. I can see that, Alex admitted. But according to the map, the port is controlled by a barony. In that case, we are far more likely to receive fair treatment than if we were to knock on Marquis Bramford's greedy door. The additional travel time will simply have to be an opportunity cost that we accept. Alex fell silent for a moment, considering the matter. Then his eyes flashed with thought. Since things are turning out this way, it seems we'll need to move my plans forward. I had intended to wait until after we cross the river, but it looks like we'll have to begin tomorrow instead. The others immediately looked at him. I plan to split the convoy tomorrow, he revealed. He turned to Udara. Udara, tomorrow I want you to lead a scouting party and reconnoiter the route ahead. Then he turned to the others. I'll follow behind with a small elite force. This will allow us to reach the border frontier quickly and without drawing the attention of the frontier stronghold. This will also allow you to assess the staging area without much fanfare, Eleanor pointed out. Exactly, Alex agreed. The people living along the frontier are likely already tense enough as it is. Having a noble suddenly arrive with a convoy of 2,000 people is likely to provoke a less than ideal reaction. At least this way, we can mitigate that somewhat and, more importantly, keep the non-combatants in our convoy safe. Alex's wives nodded in understanding. Saul remained silent for a moment, contemplating the proposal before speaking. How many people do you intend to bring with you? He asked. Alex folded his arms and considered the question. Well, I'm a noble. I can't exactly move around without a guard detail. At the same time, the detail can't be too small, he mused aloud. After a brief pause, he nodded. Let's go with a 100-man guard detail drawn from the members of the Fortuna Company. Saul nodded in approval. Then I suggest placing Sania in charge of the remainder of the convoy, he proposed. Not Dalton? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. No, Saul replied, shaking his head. If the convoy consisted entirely of combat personnel, then yes. However, with so many non-combatants mixed in, Sania is the better choice. All right then, I'll leave it to you, Alex said. Understood. The following morning, the convoy split apart as planned. Udara departed at first light with her usual scouting team, consisting of Silver, Havel, and the 5 original Fury crossbowmen. This left the remainder of the expanded scouting and ranged unit with the main convoy. Meanwhile, a second group led by Alex departed several hours later, once the sun had fully risen above the horizon. Accompanied by Eleanor, Zora, Mogul, Kavikin, Saul, and a 100-man guard detail, he set out towards the frontier while the long convoy of nearly 2,000 people continued its slower journey behind them. Chapter 747. Entering the extreme North Eye. About a week later, Alex and his 100 or so companions formed another caravan after passing through 3 towns on their route towards the alternate crossing over the Rotbark River. Saul and Eleanor reasoned that it would be strange for a noble arriving to take over a territory to appear empty-handed, accompanied only by his retainers and guards. At the very least, a group of their size should have carriages carrying food and other resources for themselves and their mounts. Not to mention that, as a new noble, it would benefit Alex to bring supplies to his new territory in order to quickly win the hearts of the people. While Alex could simply pull out these resources from his sanctuary pocket dimension, which was now an open secret among his new companions, it would not do to advertise such a capability within his new territory. As such, despite the inconvenience, Alex agreed to form another caravan to create the appearance of transporting goods towards their border territory staging area. Coming up a few days behind Eudora and her scouting party, Alex's group arrived at the alternate crossing route, a harbor downstream on the Rotbark River within a barony. Traffic at the harbor was quite low, as merchants brave enough to move goods towards the Empire's extreme northeast, on towards the border with the Great Berserk Beast Forest, would much rather take the faster route across the bridge crossing in Marquis Bradford's domain. The situation at the harbor was so poor that, upon seeing the sizable caravan, even the domain lord, Baron Corbin, came personally to receive the group and calculate their crossing toll. It didn't take much to understand why. Alex's caravan had over 200 horses, 80 or so carriages, and just over 100 members. The toll amounted to more than a handful of low-grade berserk stones. Considering the state of the harbor, it was obvious it had not received such a large payment in a single transaction for a long time. The Baron could not sit still and risk his money being embezzled. Baron Corbin grinned from ear to ear as he calculated the final toll for the caravan, and Alex handed over a weighty pouch filled with full berserk stones, not the shards the harbor was accustomed to receiving. Alex shook his head inwardly, finding the Baron rather stingy. Even displaying his noble token and count certificate hadn't incentivized the Baron to reduce the price. If anything, it made the man even more confident that Alex could afford the extravagant toll. At least the Baron still possessed a measure of business ethics. After receiving the toll, he personally took charge, ensuring that all hands were on deck to get the caravan across the river as quickly as possible. As a noble, Alex and his caravan also had the right to cross first. However, since there were only a handful of people ahead of them anyway, this privilege was essentially useless. Unfortunately, things were destined not to go as smoothly as Alex had hoped. Baron Corbin's harbor wasn't large, possessing only 4 boats, with each vessel capable of ferrying only a few carriages and passengers at a time. And judging by the width of the river, it would take up to 2 hours for each boat to complete a round trip. At that rate, it would likely take days for the entire caravan to cross, especially considering that the boatmen could not work continuously and still needed time to eat and rest. Alex considered using magic to cross the river but eventually decided against it out of caution, prompting Sugud to propose another solution. Due to being a domain situated along the bank of a major river, the Corbin barony had an abundance of ropes. Sugud advised the Baron to lash the boats together end to end, forming a larger ferry platform. This platform would then be connected to a simple pulley system anchored on both banks of the river by the Baron's garrison forces. The system allowed the garrison troops stationed on either side to pull the connected boats using the pulley lines. This not only reduced the burden on the boatmen, who no longer had to rely solely on rowing, but also increased the stability of the vessels and kept them traveling along the shortest route across the river, significantly reducing the travel time. The 2-hour round trip now took less than an hour to complete. And since the boatmen were far less fatigued after each journey, more trips could be made throughout the day. Even so, Alex and his group still spent about 4 days in the Corbin barony. On the last night they spent in the domain, the Baron insisted on hosting Alex and his retainers at a banquet, one during which he informed Alex that he would be returning a massive, 5% of the toll Alex had paid as a rebate and gift for Alex's retainer, helping him improve the efficiency of his operations. Alex's lips twitched at the middle-aged man's shamelessness. What was worse was that the man genuinely and sincerely believed the 5% partial refund was sufficient compensation for the system Sugud had implemented. This level of shamelessness and money-grubbing reminded Alex of a lovable gnome back at the Dragonhold Enclave. Chuckling inwardly, Alex chose instead to view the refund as a gift, a sign of a budding friendship between himself and Baron Corbin. The next morning, after the banquet, when Alex and his party were about to make the final crossing over the river to join the other members of the group who had set up camp on the opposite bank, they noticed a significant increase in the number of people waiting to cross. Apparently, word of the harbor's increased efficiency had already spread amongst nearby merchants. It seemed they were not the only ones willing to lose a bit of time rather than pay the exorbitant toll at Marquis Bramford's bridge, or risk having one of their key goods forcibly purchased at half its value by the Marquis. If it is this bad, someone might have to do something about the Marquis, Alex mused to himself. For some reason, he had a feeling that responsibility might eventually fall upon his shoulders. Sighing, Alex joined Eleanor, Zora, Mogul, and Sugud on the boat to cross the river. On the opposite bank, they reunited with Saul, Kavakin, and the rest of their forces before continuing their journey. Chapter 748, Entering the Extreme North 2. Before leaving the bank, Alex looked out at the rapidly flowing river that cut through cliffs and rugged terrain. The nature of the river made it difficult to cross without specialized boats. And with the region's shipbuilding methods, travel along the river remained sparse, especially since it was controlled by a greedy man like Marquis Bramford and a money grubber like Baron Corbin, both of whom were too stingy to invest in improving the technology. Perhaps it is deliberate, Alex mused. For a moment, Alex entertained a faint suspicion about the entire situation. How likely was it that the river separating the rest of the empire from the encroaching Great Berserk Beast Forest was controlled by two stingy nobles who were either too tight-fisted or too lacking in foresight to develop the shipbuilding methods and infrastructure needed to fully exploit the potential of the Rotbark River? Their presence conveniently ensured that the extreme northeast remained well separated from the rest of the empire. Well, this could be convenient for me. If the eyes of the empire remain away from here, it will be much easier to develop a territory fully belonging to me before the big players notice anything amiss, Alex thought. He mounted Dread's back, flanked on either side by Zora and Eleanor. With Mogul leading from the front and surrounded by the 100-man formation, Alex continued the journey. The group spent 2 weeks retracing their route in the direction from which they had originally come to reach the harbor, traveling along the opposite bank of the river. The terrain on this side, the extreme northeast and border region, was far more treacherous to navigate. Though there were a few landed nobles in the extreme north, with the convoy passing through 3 such fiefdoms, the region remained largely undeveloped and sparsely populated. One commonality Alex, Eleanor, and Zora discovered through their discussions with the domain lords and their wives of the territories they passed through was that the landed nobles feared the beast tides originating from the Great Berserk Beast Forest significantly. As a result, they were reluctant to heavily develop lands beyond the major settlements within their domains. As much as he wanted to, Alex wasn't quick to dismiss their hesitation as cowardice, as the reality of the extreme north was quite grim. Low population, literacy, and technological exposure or development meant that the landed nobles here were indeed quite poor compared to their counterparts on the other side of the Rotbark River, with Viscount Dunhill and Marquis Bramford, the powerhouses of the region, likely being the only exceptions. These nobles, and by extension, their territories, would not be able to recover from the losses they would incur should any major development plan fail. As such, most of them adopted a modest approach, focusing on developing the capital of their fiefdoms for the betterment of their citizens while accumulating funds to eventually escape this side of the Rotbark River, which they considered an exile from true nobility and aristocracy, or even a punishment for the greener pastures on the other side. With the nobility having largely given up on the region, it was no surprise that the citizenry also led bleak lives, with many harboring ambitions of acquiring enough wealth to leave for the other side of the Rotbark River. further reducing the already sparse population. In fact, if it were not for the limitations of transportation technology, the inherent dangers of long-distance travel, and imperial laws restricting peasant mobility, many of the people living in the extreme northeast would leave if given the opportunity. Almost a month after crossing the Rotbark River, the convoy finally bypassed Frontier Stronghold under Viscount Dunhill's command and Marquis Bramford's domain, arriving at the entrance to a valley within an ancient, densely forested, expansive mountain range that led into the Frontier March. This is the nameless valley that serves as the entrance to the Frontier March, the region that will serve as our staging area, Saul informed Alex. Through his shared vision with Senu in the sky, Alex realized that this valley was the only plausible entrance into the Frontier March. The mountain range formed a near impassable blockade around the region. The mountain range cordons off the march, right? Why didn't the Empire build a stronghold here? A fortified citadel or castle here would control movement into and out of the march. Why build the frontier stronghold so far away? Alex couldn't help but ask. Convinced by the nobility, the Emperor decreed that a buffer zone of at least 5,000 kilometers be maintained along the border with the Great Berserk Beast Forest. The current frontier stronghold was built at the nearest defensible location outside this buffer zone, Saul explained. Plus, the frontier stronghold was built with funds and resources from the nobles of the extreme north. And as you know, all the surviving nobles of the extreme north are situated outside the mountain range, so they insisted the stronghold be built closer to them and their domains, he added. So what you're saying is that the nobles who survived the border shift after the last great tide chose to locate key infrastructure where it could protect them, rather than where it would be most effective at repelling and staging a counteroffensive against a threat to the Empire, Alex commented. Essentially, Saul shrugged. This northeast was once one of the strongest regions in the Empire, with powerful houses like House Skywalker, but those great houses fell to the berserk beasts one after another. It is not without reason that the weaker noble houses gave in to their fear and turtled up while searching for a means to escape this region. In fact, over the last century, there have been many instances of noble houses promoting out of the region while relegating others here. Alex nodded in understanding. Then, in that moment, a thought came to him. Then that would mean enigmas like myself, who would willingly jump into this bleak region, are almost non-existent, he said. I doubt the other nobles would put it that way, Eleanor commented. They'd probably call you a fool rather than an enigma, Zora added. Saul merely smiled. However, it was clear he shared the same opinion as the ladies, even if he didn't say it aloud. Alex simply shrugged. Internally, however, he made a mental note to survey this location in the future in hopes of one day building a fortified position here. Not only to serve as a last line of defense against the beasts from the Great Berserk Beast Forest, but more importantly as a first line of defense to keep all those greedy nobles out of my territory once it develops, he thought to himself. After resting at the valley entrance, the convoy took its first steps into the Frontier March, the place that would become the foundation of a future advanced civilization. Chapter 749, Shadow of the Past. Time is cruel and unforgiving. Alex thought to himself as he took a seat on a small, moss-covered rock. The convoy had stopped to let the horses rest, lest they become fatigued before reaching their destination. Since they did not know what they would be up against, Alex, his wives, and his retainers had agreed to proceed carefully as they drew closer to the end of their long journey. It had been 2 days since they passed through the valley entrance. However, contrary to what the travel time suggested, they had not actually covered that much distance. The distance from the valley entrance to the major settlement within the Frontier March was little more than half a day's journey on horseback. However, due to the convoy's size attracting nearby berserk beasts, the group had been repeatedly delayed as they were forced to deal with the threats. The current Frontier March had once been a prosperous region. This fact could still be seen in the archaic infrastructure that remained, not yet completely eroded by the cruel and indifferent passage of time. Crumbling buildings, now trapped beneath verdant greenery, told the story of a once strategically developed region that had become little more than a vague shadow of its former self. Case in point was the convoy's current resting spot. It seemed an expansive road network once covered what was now the Frontier March. Along these major highways stood way stations where travelers could rest both themselves and their horses. Although nature had overgrown most of these structures, reducing them to little more than faded remnants of what they once were, the roads still served as the primary transport routes in and out of the region, while the way stations continued to function as key resting points. Only that neglect and the passage of time had reduced this great infrastructure to nothing more than a shell of its former glory. What a pity, Alex thought. It is a somber reminder that even powerful, developed empires can fall with time. Then again, it also means weak ones can rise in their place. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Shaking his head, Alex thought, "We'd better get moving if we want to make it before sundown." Alex stood and was about to call for the convoy to resume its journey when his eyes suddenly caught sight of something. Multiple mana signatures appeared out of nowhere and began moving towards them at a fast speed. "Beasts incoming," Alex announced. In reality, he did not exactly need to. The other members of the convoy had already noticed as well. Kavakin and Mogul were the first to rush out to meet the incoming hostiles, a group of gorilla-like beasts. The gorillas had wooden, plate-like extensions covering their limbs, chests, and backs that resembled the samurai armor from old films in his previous life. However, strangely, the gorillas had rocks for heads. Or rather, their heads looked as though they had been petrified and shattered, with the degree of damage varying from one gorilla to another. The heads of the stronger individuals appeared more heavily shattered than those of the weaker ones. Does that mean they become headless once they are powerful enough? Would that make them Ronin gorillas or Dullahan gorillas? Random thoughts popped into Alex's mind as he watched his forces dispatch the gorillas with little difficulty. Unsurprisingly, Zora, Mogul, Kavakin, and the rune tattoo enhanced silver wolf guards quickly took the lead in the kill count. Alex glanced to his side, where Saul, Eleanor, and Sugud watched the battle without any intention of getting involved, leaving Zora as the only one standing beside him who was actively participating by firing pinpoint-accurate spells from the backline. Alex had initially not intended to get involved either, but after looking at the sword strapped to his waist, he changed his mind. I had better get some practice in. Using the sword is key to maintaining my cover right now. After all, I am going to stretch my arms a little. Please keep them safe, Alex said to Saul. Realization dawned on the older man as he watched the young noble grasp the hilt of his longsword. He nodded without a word. Second step, Phantom's Veil. With the Skywalker's sword in hand, Alex strode forward. He passed several ongoing battles between the guerrillas and his troops, but everyone seemed too occupied to pay him any attention as he walked, almost casually, towards the front lines. Alex arrived behind Kavakin and Mogul, who were unsurprisingly carving a path of corpses towards the direction from which the armored guerrillas were emerging. A gorilla suddenly appeared from behind a tree-line. It rose to its full height, standing about 3 meters tall, and pounded its chest loudly like a drum before releasing a threatening roar. Roar. The roar caused the air to ripple visibly. Kavakin and Mogul immediately leapt in front of Alex to shield him from the shockwave. These guys. Alex looked at their backs wryly. Eleanor had recently torn into them for consistently allowing Alex to involve himself in battles, thereby placing himself in danger, a clear neglect of their duties as his guards and retainers. Now that Alex was presenting himself as a noble who would soon become the lord of a domain, it would become increasingly inappropriate for them to allow him to face danger head-on when they could intercept it instead. Which was why the pair were currently blocking an attack that Alex did not even need to defend against. His passive defenses were more than sufficient. In fact, calling the roar an attack was being generous. It amounted to little more than a strong breeze. The roar from the larger gorilla seemed to invigorate its subordinates, who immediately began fighting with greater vigor. About half a dozen 2 meters tall gorillas suddenly rushed forward to tackle Mogul and Kavakin, dragging them away and opening the battlefield for Alex to face the gorilla alpha. The beasts appeared intelligent enough to recognize that Alex was the leader of the furless primates they were fighting and had moved accordingly to create an opening. Yeah, no, that was unlikely. It was more probably a coincidence than intentional on the gorilla's part. Roar. The gorilla alpha roared once more while pounding its chest. Its remaining nostril flared, while the lone eye set within the surviving half of its shattered face regarded Alex with unmistakable disdain and challenge. Oh, a challenge? Soldiers versus soldiers, general versus general, is that it? Fine. Challenge accepted. It just so happens there are a few moves I want to try out. A grin unknowingly spread across Alex's face. You should be able to survive long enough for me to test them, right? His eyes flashed with an equally taunting and disdainful gaze as he unsheathed his sword and tossed the scabbard onto the ground. Chapter 750, Warlord Sword Art. All weapon intent. Alex's weapon intent coated his hands as he gripped the Skywalker's sword. Roar. The gorilla charged forward as Alex adopted a stance with his sword held at his side, its point angled skyward. Abyssal Conqueror steps. Third step. Wraith's Crossing. Alex's figure blurred as he dashed forward to meet the gorilla at a speed utterly unbecoming of a mage. His figure flashed back into view beside the charging beast. Warlord Sword Art. The name of the sword style flashed through his mind as he swung. First sword slash. The blade sliced horizontally through the gorilla's midsection, just above its waist and beneath the wooden plates protecting its torso. Then Alex vanished again, his own momentum and that of the gorilla creating immediate separation between them. The gorilla looked down in surprise as blood began flowing from the wound across its midsection. Rage filled its eye, turning the already crimson orb an even deeper shade of red. However, Alex was not foolish enough to give the beast time to recover and counterattack. He struck first. First step, go step. The instant he regained his footing, he pivoted and launched himself back towards the gorilla. He arrived directly before it, materializing like a ghost just as the enraged beast turned around, intending to charge him. Its lower body and torso were completely exposed to his attack. Second sword, thrust. Alex drove his sword forward as if intending to skewer the gorilla outright. To his surprise, the beast reacted. Displaying astonishing agility for a creature of its size, the gorilla threw itself backwards, narrowly escaping the reach of Alex's blade. Or so it thought. Sorry, Alex smiled inwardly. But that isn't enough. A compressed bolt of sword energy shot from the tip of the Skywalker, soared like a bullet. It punched through the beast's armor, pierced its chest, tore through its heart, and burst out through its back. Incredibly, the projectile still retained enough force to tear through two more gorillas standing in its path. Thump! The gorilla alpha dropped onto its back and stared up at the sky. Confusion and unwillingness still lingered in its eye as blood pooled beneath its body. The beast stubbornly clung to life with its formidable vitality and attempted to force itself back to its feet. Unfortunately, it achieved nothing more than causing its blood to gush out even faster. Alex walked up to the struggling creature, which could barely raise an arm. He casually pushed the limb aside before plunging his sword into the beast's heart once more. Dragon Commute, blast. A small, localized explosion erupted around the blade, obliterating whatever remained of the gorilla's heart. Alex then withdrew the sword and severed the beast's head. The gorilla was now unquestionably dead. Several gorillas appeared to notice the fall of their alpha. A few immediately turned and fled, but most charged towards Alex in a frenzy of vengeance. Leader, boss, Kavakin and Mogul called out instinctively as they positioned themselves in front of Alex, preparing to halt the incoming tide of gorillas. Strangely, rather than retreating or preparing a spell, Alex simply plunged his sword back into the gorilla alpha's corpse. The troops scrambling to intercept the charging beasts watched in confusion, wondering why Alex was not casting a spell. The answer soon became apparent. Ambient mana rushed towards the pommel of the Skywalker's sword as though drawn by a powerful magnetic force, while the gorilla alpha's corpse rapidly shriveled as its blood was likewise absorbed into the blade. The moment Alex withdrew the sword from the corpse, the weapon emitted a crimson sheen born from the blood and mana it had consumed. Alex raised the now crimson sword towards the sky. Warlord Sword Art, Final Sword, Rain of Swords. A beam of mana shot upward into the heavens before tracing a great parabolic arc. In the next instant, it descended towards the battlefield, splitting into countless smaller beams that took the form of miniature Skywalker swords. The countless energy swords rained down upon the advancing gorilla horde with deadly precision. They pierced through the unfortunate beasts' heads and bodies before detonating with controlled force, rupturing internal organs within, killing them instantly. The sudden attacks stemmed the guerrilla tide, allowing the Fortuna forces to respond and put down the remainder. Alex no longer needed to do anything as the others took care of the situation. Particularly Zora, who unleashed her own icicle shower spell, wiping out the bulk of the surviving guerrillas. Alex turned his attention towards the direction from which the guerrillas had emerged. Through his spirit sight, he could see traces of spatial energy lingering in the aftermath of a spatial collapse. I see. These creatures came from a hidden berserk beast nest that collapsed. That explains why they suddenly appeared out of nowhere. His brow creased into a frown as the realization troubled him. This is the second nest break we've encountered since passing through the valley entrance. We are still far from the border of the great berserk beast forest, yet nest breaks have already occurred this frequently. I hope this is merely a coincidence and that I'm overthinking things. There was a possibility that the aristocracy had a legitimate reason for establishing a 5,000-kilometer buffer zone. If berserk beast nest breaks occurred more frequently within this region, it could justify creating such a large buffer and positioning the stronghold further back. Let's reach the staging area first before giving in to paranoia and jumping to conclusions. He shook his head. By the time he turned back towards the battlefield, his troops had already eliminated the remaining berserk beasts and begun looting the corpses. Fortunately, or unfortunately, considering the value of the loot, the guerrillas were primarily Class 1 beasts, with only the Alpha having reached Class 2. They posed little threat to a 100-man force, but that also meant the spoils were worth relatively little. Kavakin walked over to loot the gorilla Alpha Alex had killed, but the young noble shook his head. Don't bother looking for a beast core. The sword already absorbed it. Alex scratched his cheek as his force commander gave him a look that shifted from dismay to reproach. Had he been anyone else, the war-tiger would undoubtedly have showered him with saliva-filled reproach for killing the most valuable beast in such a wasteful manner. Even then, though Kavakin did not say anything, the look alone was enough.